starter scored in double figures, while Roddy Gale Jr. and Trey McKinney each posted a double-figure scoring effort off the bench. Merez Johnson Jr. led all scorers with 24 points on 8 of 12 shooting. He also led all players with 11 rebounds. Dusty May said after the game his team's commitment to doing the dirty work is the reason the Wolverines have been so dominant.
Yeah, I'd be lying if I said that we as a group felt like we would have this margin, just because we know how difficult that is, and we have such respect for the teams we played. But we can come at you in waves. There's not much drop off in rotation, and I think our guys' commitment to the is why we've been able to separate and make the spurts that we have.
The Wolverines are now off until Friday when they host USC for a top 25 conference matchup. In East Lansing, the Spartans outscored Cornell 59-44 in the second half for a 114-97 victory. Jeremy Fierce Jr. had 21 points and 11 assists, while Cohen Carr had 19 points as well. Michigan State will now get ready for a huge matchup on the road against number 13 Nebraska this Friday. From the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
On a cold Tuesday morning. Good morning, Jim Costa with Stoney, Heather Park, Gov and Greg behind the glass. Good morning. Good morning, Stoney. Good morning.
Good morning. Everybody doing good?
Yeah.
Good morning.
Thank you.
It's early. Like
Same
I don't
time
know
as it
how,
always is.
I don't
Yeah.
know how I've done this for so long. Because after having like the little break for
Yes,
Christmas,
you did. Yeah.
man,
Harder
it's
to get back
hard
up.
to wake up at 4:30.
Try doing it for 15 years or whatever. Come on.
It's tough.
Are you
That's
like
all I'm
back
saying.
in the groove now doing this the second week?
It is. It is.
I wouldn't say back in the groove, but yeah,
Easier.
Yeah, it's a little easier
Okay.
after the first day.
Yeah.
Other than that, it's fine.
Yeah.
And I'm fortunate. I think in all the years doing it, I think I only overslept like once.
Really?
Yeah.
Good for you.
I tell these guys it's not going to happen to me.
It will. It will happen. Something will go wrong.
Yeah.
Because I feel like it has happened to all of us at least once. Mine did. It was like my phone did an update in the middle of the night and then never turned back on, and that was my alarm clock. So I.
Right. It still is my alarm
Yes.
clock. Yes.
It's my alarm clock.
Yeah.
So
But
just
we have the
wait.
backup. My wife also sets an alarm. So she'd have to be out of town or something
Oh,
like that.
wow.
You just wait.
Your wife sets it as a backup. That's good for
Now,
you.
the rule is I got to turn it. The goal is I'm turning it off before it ever rings.
Correct.
So it's normally not an issue.
See, mine's on my phone, so and Cindy gets up around this time or 6:30
Okay.
to the station on her radio. Yeah, so she still does that. She still has a radio.
That's great.
Clock radio.
Radio alarm clock.
Yeah.
Okay. Gets the job done.
Yes, indeed.
Okay. Today on the show, Dan Campbell. For the
Yes.
final time this season, 8 o'clock, we'll check in with the Lions head coach. Wish it wasn't the last time this season, but that's what happens when you don't play on. This is
Yeah.
final game of their season. We've got Red Wing tickets to give away. 7 o'clock hour. Giving away tickets to every Red Wing home game for the Centennial season. Be listening in that 7 o'clock hour for your chance to win tickets to their New Year's Eve showdown with Kyle Connor and the Winnipeg Jets.
That's right. And Connor Hellebuck. Some local
Yes,
guys
local
spending
guys.
New Year's Eve with their families.
Yes. And their family typically shows up to those games, so you might bump into them.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
The Red Wings won't be doing too much celebrating, even if they win. They play the next day.
Oh, yeah, they do. Pittsburgh, right?
Yeah. And then they come back to Pittsburgh on a national televised ABC game on, I think, Saturday afternoon.
This is something that particularly irks you, because if they're going to play twice in like a 3-day span, why travel?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
But then again, if you're as a season ticket holder, I hate having the home back to back, day to day, next day, because you love your team, you love your sport. You just don't feel like going 2 games in a row sometimes,
Like
depending
if you're
on
a
the
full
opponent.
season ticket holder
Yeah.
and you get the back-to-back.
Exactly.
Yeah,
Now the argument will be, well, baseball's like that. Well,
I don't get how people do a full. I get people who do like a 10 game. I got a
Yes.
friend that does a 20 game. Like I like going to the ballpark.
Yeah.
Look. I'm doing half a hockey season and it feels like a big commitment. People who do a whole baseball season are junkies.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, hopefully what they do
You
is
share them with
yes, and people have drafts on what games they get.
Oh,
and
see, I
things
can
like
get
that.
into that.
Yeah, that'd be fun.
You show up and you got your power ranking. I really want to get that Friday night against the Yankees or something.
What's more important, the night of the week or the opponent?
I think people, it's a good question. People's lives are so busy and so jammed up. I want to say the day of the week.
Yeah.
Now, if you don't have kids, if you don't have a lot of obligations, you're going to star the opponent.
Correct. Absolutely.
So anyway, Red Wing tickets today, Dan Campbell today. We're going to start with some college hoops because last night you had Michigan and Michigan State do what they do, win.
Yeah, against quality opponents. Man,
Cornell and McNeese.
McNeese had a really good record. I don't know who else they played.
Yeah.
But it seems like everybody, for the most part, is getting bitch slapped by Michigan right now. It's crazy.
So you realize you saw the same stat I did. They have set the Big Ten record for most wins by 40 or more points.
And we're not even at January 1st yet.
Yeah, we're 12 games into the season. Yeah. They are not only winning, they're covering the spread. And they're not only covering the spread, I read they're covering by an average of 20 points per game. Think about that. Winning, covering, and then covering by 20 points.
So, Mr. Cash the Ticket, have you been?
I should be.
Have you been on this Michigan train?
No, I haven't made a dime off of them, which is a great regret of mine. But they have been a great product for Michigan fans. If you're watching, and I say if you're watching because you may have run into a situation last night where you realize, hold on, where are they? They're on Big Ten Plus. Stoney, I don't have Big Ten Plus.
Me neither.
And I wonder if people had a similar reaction, which is enough's enough. They're going to kill him by 1,000,000 points. I'm already paying for Netflix, for Prime, for Peacock. That's just for this week alone to watch the NFL. Throw in cable, ESPN.
Right.
Have you reached a point where do you draw the line in the sand for streaming? Because for Michigan hoops, how many times are they going to be on Big Ten Plus?
Because I am an Xfinity customer, I get a lot of the sports stuff.
Yeah.
I get the sports package. Big Ten Plus is not part of it.
Yeah.
I get like the ACC network. Why? I don't know, but I get it. I got to watch my alma mater lose to Virginia by 40 the other day. But I draw the line at, I think it's Fox Sports Plus or whatever theirs is called for added stuff, and for Big Ten Plus. That's where I draw the line, because the other stuff people in my family want.
Right, like Peacock, you could use to watch shows.
Correct.
Plus an NFL game, plus like the Pistons tonight are NBC Peacock.
Right.
You get NBA, you get NFL, you get a library of shows.
Mm-hmm.
What am I getting with Big Ten Plus? I'm getting Nebraska USC, which I don't want to watch anyway.
Well, come on, two top 25 teams.
Sure, I'm getting as much volleyball as I could ever desire.
That's right. Hey, it's huge in some of these arenas.
I don't doubt it. I know
Nebraska.
Penn State, Nebraska have been volleyball powers, Stoney.
That's right.
But I don't want to pay $13 a month to watch volleyball.
Now, we have two really good college hockey teams. I'm sure some of those games are on Big Ten Plus. But
I do occasionally dabble in the college hockey.
Yes, but you don't want to pay for it. I completely understand. Look, the broadcasting companies, like every other corporate entity in this country, they're just greedy pigs. That's what it is. And, there's only one way to stop it is if people don't buy it. And unfortunately, partly because of stuff that I enjoy and partly because it's our jobs, we do pay for stuff that we might not on our own.
Well, I didn't even mention if you want to watch, Pistons or Red Wings, you're paying for FanDuel or you're doing the Amazon Prime edition, which is $20. It's the same either way.
Right.
And I do that. And again, teams are in first place, so it's easier to justify. But this stuff adds up. And it's not only do I need to have 5 or 6 streaming services and the cost associated, but then juggling all these deals. And
I still, when it comes to streaming, they can, fly, rockets out of outer space and take satellite photos of Pluto and things like that. They can't figure out a way to go back to back and toggle on a stream like they can on cable.
They don't want you to change the channel.
I know, but if I'm a TV manufacturer, I'm gonna get a remote that's got a little Peacock button. And there are already Netflix buttons on a lot of these remotes. So you just do that. That's how you'd have to get.
gotta be honest, I'm just a little surprised by like the vitriol to all of this. It's just like a simple like boundary setting, and you set your boundaries to what provides value to you.
Yeah.
Like to me, I'll pay the Amazon Prime FanDuel account for the Tigers.
Yeah.
$20 a month to get every Tigers game. That's pretty cool. But I'm not going to do it for Wings and Pistons. FS1, I don't really get the FS1 deal until the World Cup comes on. Then me and my wife will watch it. It's just all about what value you're getting for it. And if you're not getting a lot of value, it's just as simple as, okay.
Well, that was a
And
simple
there's
proposition for me. Is I don't know how many Michigan hoops games or Spartan hoops
Right.
games are going to even be on Big Ten Plus to justify making the expenditure. And instead, I just watched MSU last night because, first of all, they were in a closer game.
Yes.
And it was free. Well, not free, but I was already paying for it.
Correct. It was on what, FS1 last night? Or?
Yeah, I mean, I
Yeah.
have Hulu for cable, so I just went to
Okay.
Hulu, and then hey, there's a Spartan logo. Click on it and watch a game.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I think it was Fox. FS1.
Until people stop paying, nothing will change. It's like anything else. It's supply and demand. We have all the supply, so we can demand whatever the F we want. That's what it is. And if you don't want it, if you don't want to pay for it, you can't afford it, then just don't. It just sucks a little bit. That's all.
Okay, I'm Mr. Michigan basketball. Look, I saw the game was on Big Ten Plus last night, and I don't have it. I was like, okay, I'm not going to watch Michigan basketball.
Yeah.
And I'm not going to get like bent over to shape
No.
that I can't watch them blow out.
Well, that's the other thing.
Nick Nice by 41 points last night.
I'm not angry that I didn't
No,
have it. I'm
I
not
get it.
upset that I missed, the thriller that was that matchup. But it hit me, and I wonder if it's hit other people at various points over the last year.
Right. You hear about a show and you budget for, all right, I'm going to pay for Netflix. I'm going to pay for Amazon Prime. Well, Landman is this great show everybody's talking about on
Also a great linebacker.
Yes.
Right. on Paramount Plus. Am I going to make that investment? We did because I wanted to watch Landman, and my wife likes all the other Taylor Sheridan shows or whatever, Yellowstone and things like that.
I can get down with it a little more when you're layering it. You've got shows, sports, You can justify it a little easier.
Yeah.
But anyway, so did you watch some Spartan hoops then, like I did?
No, I was out. I had to pick my wife
your
up at the
birthday.
airport. Yes, went out to dinner for a birthday. Nothing fancy at all, but which was fine. I didn't want anything fancy.
Did she get home on time, or was her flight delayed?
Delayed about an hour.
Oh, that's not too bad.
Not too bad.
Good for her.
Yeah, so that was good. I got what I asked for a gift, a new iPad.
Oh, nice.
Okay, go.
And the reason I wanted to get a new iPad was because I find myself spending too much time when I'm in bed looking at my phone, and even with my great eyes from Dr. Yaldo, if it's a bigger print, a bigger thing, it's probably easier on the eyes, especially late at night falling asleep. And I got a pair of slippers, Boombas, or whatever they're called. Bombas.
Bombas, right?
Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah. I like them. And a pair
Do you
of
wear slippers?
He does now.
I will now. Okay. I had a pair of slippers that but I don't usually do it.
I've got a pair.
I will
that sit
now,
at the
though.
front door that I in theory would use to like go out and get like mail or pick up something off the porch. I don't think I've ever used them. Sounds good though, and I hope you use them. Get a lot out of them.
Slippers are great.
All right, coming up next, I do have a college hoops question. It's going to force Michigan and Michigan State fans to work together.
Okay.
I don't know if they're willing to participate in my little game, but
They are more willing to in certain sports, and basketball being one of them, I think.
okay. So next, I'm going to have them combine efforts, and we'll see what side of this you're on. 248-539-9797 as we start the show today. Stoney in for John Jansen this week. It's 97.1. Brightside Dental. If you're heading into the new year with a brighter smile, you need to check out Brightside Dental to get it done. They're welcoming new patients, $35 new patient special. Brightside Dental can see you often same day, so you don't have to wait and schedule some appointment for forever and then forget to go. 9 Metro Detroit locations to choose from. As your calendar gets to crunch time, you need to get back to the dentist. Go to Brightside Dental. Going to the dentist doesn't have to be a pain. 1-800-PAINLESS, BrightsideDental.com. That's Brightside Dental. No judgment, just care. All right, Stoney, I have a question that's going to require Michigan and Michigan State fans to play nice and work together.
Doesn't happen very often, but I think it happens more in the other sports than it does in football. That's all my point is.
Yeah. Now, for hoops, they're both very good. Both top 10 teams. Both won last night. MSU had a little bit of an issue at the half, but then one going away against vaunted Cornell.
Hey, the Ivies, baby.
Look, MSU's a deep team, and they defend.
Yes.
Anyway, these teams are very good. I want to set an over-under challenge for two of them combined. Over-under 9.5 losses. Michigan State, combined losses for the season, over-under 9.5. Now, I understand they're going to play each other twice. This is regular season only.
Okay, so we have 2 built in.
2 built in. MSU already has 1.
So that counts, so it's 3.
Yes. I don't know how many games Michigan's going to lose all year. Let's call it 1 or 2, man. MSU, how many are they going to lose? Another 6 or 7, so you're right on the line.
I'm going over.
By a lot? By a little?
By a little.
Okay.
Because eventually Michigan will lose a game or two
sure?
in conference play. Yeah, eventually. Yeah, it just happens.
They just feel untouchable.
I know. They look great. And Michigan State will have a few of those games where, Izzo will say, God, maybe I didn't coach him right. We got to go back to, playing more physical, even as good as they are. And the conference is pretty damn good. You mentioned Nebraska out of nowhere. I mean, they might be better than Purdue. Purdue's really good. Illinois not bad. USC's good. So it's conference play. I mean, so they're going to lose games. So I'm going to say over 9 because they already have 2 right now.
So you think combined double-digit losses
right.
for the
There's 3 built in already. The
Yeah.
one Michigan State lost to Duke and the 2 that they'll have because they play each other twice.
Okay. Did I do a bad job setting the line? Should I have gone with a bigger number?
I don't know. You're the expert.
Oh, I'm just asking.
Yeah, you might have done a bad job setting the line.
I don't see it. Again, I know you show up any night, you could lose. Michigan feels so untouchable right now.
I know.
I don't want to tell you they're going undefeated because, I mean, it hasn't happened in how many years that a team's gone undefeated in college hoops.
Right.
But for the regular season, their biggest test will be when they play Purdue and MSU, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
And Duke.
And Duke. Good point. I keep forgetting about that because
that's right. They play Duke,
it's
too.
one of the rare non-con games in the new year.
I just think you're getting ahead of yourself here before conference play.
Yeah.
The rigors of conference play, like if a team has 3 conference losses in the Big Ten season, that is phenomenal.
Yes.
Like that is 1 seed, overall 1 seed type stuff.
No doubt.
So if you give Michigan 3 losses and State already has 1, that's 4. And let's just say you're right about Michigan. They look untouchable. That State is the 2nd or 3rd best team in the conference. Well, that's 5 conference losses. And you're at your magic number of over. Okay. So while I agree with you that Michigan looks untouchable and State looks great as well, and I cannot wait for that game, and what is it, January 20th or something like that, I think. It's just you're getting ahead of yourself before conference play.
Right.
The travel, the you play a Sunday and then a Tuesday, those kind of things, and you're on the road on that second one. Do you think that I'm dating you? I mean, you're talking about them like they're 90 UNLV.
Right.
Which one?
Whoa.
We're talking about Michigan?
Yes.
Yeah.
That was a 2-loss team, Jim.
Well, but I think some of the questions here, no, I don't think they have to be 90s UNLV. It's relative to who they're competing with, right? Do you feel like the sport is as deep as it was in the 90s?
Absolutely not.
No,
but you're also
Michigan being big, deep, defensive, well-coached, yeah, they could be not as good as the 90s UNLV teams or the 90s Kentucky teams. But didn't we just get done talking about Michigan and the Ken Palm deal? And we said only like 4 teams ever have been better than this team.
They're in that category.
So if they go the whole season and lose 2 basketball games, I got to have MSU do what they do under Izzo, which some of the better Izzo seasons are, you look back through the years, it's a 30-7 a year ago. That's 7 losses, 32-7, 30-5. If this is a really good MSU team, I mean, they're the one that's got to
Correct.
hold serve here if they're going to keep this under 10.
Yeah, but those Ken Palm things that we brought up a couple weeks ago, whatever it was, those were legacy teams. And I just still, even though they look the part, until you get through conference play, see what they look like against Purdue, Duke, like Greg brought up. You just Got to pump the brakes sometimes, Jim. I mean, are they going to disco through the Big Ten schedule?
Well, that's funny. The number's set at 10, isn't it?
They might.
Well, we have a combined disco between Michigan and Michigan State. Combined, well, they have 10 losses. You say yes, they'll have at least 10.
I didn't look at the schedule, but I assume that, USC comes here for Michigan's next game, but do they have to, both of them have to go out west at least for one or two games, don't they?
Yeah, I mean, it's unavoidable now that the conference is so big. Yeah,
Yes.
they'll have to head out west. I know Michigan will do like a Washington-Oregon deal coming up in January, but I don't know that they play at USC. They don't play at USC this season. It's just the one true West Coast swing when they play.
So
this month.
UCLA comes here, not the UCLA.
Yes, UCLA comes here in February.
Right. So what about Michigan State? I mean, are they going to have to go play in the Pacific Northwest?
I mean, yeah, they'll have to. I mean, I'll get it for you. Same deal. They're going to play Washington and Oregon right around the same time that Michigan does.
They're going to fly together?
There you go.
Kumbaya, save some money,
248-539-9797. We're going to get into some Lions talk later in the hour. We got Red Wing tickets to give away in the 7 o'clock hour, plus a question about bomb cyclones. Let's get to Heather with the news.
Speaking about bomb cyclones, the winter storm roared across Michigan on Monday, sparking some power outages, pile-up crashes, and, of course, other traffic issues. Roar! Was that the bomb cyclone? That's the sound it makes as it roars through. There was a massive accident involving nearly 60 vehicles that shut down northbound lanes of I-75 at McNichols Road near Highland Park Lake Monday night. Authorities say that snow squalls left drivers basically blinded, right? That caused the biggest issue. There were about 25 separate crashes involving 59 different vehicles and semi-trucks. And there was one man who kind of became this viral sensation on social media. He slammed his car into, or I guess you could say, under a semi-truck.
Under a semi-truck.
Yeah, and he says everything just happened very quickly, kind of came out of nowhere. His name's Cooper, and he went viral, not for what happened or for what he said, but for how he looked. I didn't even hear the interview, I got to be honest, but as soon as I saw him, I'm like, of course, this is the guy you're going to interview. Because it looked like he was wearing those 3D glasses you get from a movie theater.
Yeah.
Do you know what I'm saying? And he had this just vibrant colors, a bright mustache. But anyway, here's Cooper talking about his crash.
Well, it kind of just came out of nowhere. I was going 30, 30, 40 at the most. I was trying to be vigilant. And then, it was a whiteout. There was no visibility. And like I said, everybody was going 25, 30 until they weren't. And, my car got totaled. It's completely, I slid under a semi-truck and it ripped the hood off my car.
Well, he couldn't see because he was wearing those ridiculous
So
glasses.
did you see what he looks like?
Yeah.
Yeah. Those look like 3D glasses?
Yeah.
Yes.
Exactly. That's what I said. They're ridiculous.
And nothing he's wearing matches. He's got a pink Carhartt hat.
Yes.
And then his jacket is blue and
There's another
green and
image of him walking from his vehicle, and it looks like he's carrying a snowboard, perhaps, like he took his belongings with him. But despite the fact that his hood was ripped off, nobody was injured in all of these crashes. So thankfully, that's the good news. I mean, obviously, his car is totaled. That sucks. And I'm sure other people had their car damaged as well. But thankfully, nobody was injured. But like I said, there was just chaos out there at the airports, too. I'm glad Cindy got home.
Yes.
In a timely fashion and safe. So that's great.
again, for people who haven't seen him, he's got like a Jake Rogers mustache.
Yeah.
He's quite the eclectic character.
Sure is.
I love 3D glasses.
Police in Waterford busted 12 vape and smoke shops for allegedly selling vape products to underage customers and at least one selling alcohol to an underage individual. So police say they used underage decoys at 80 local shops. And like I said, 12 were busted for making these illegal sales. You can go online and see the whole list and where they're located. And I'm sure they'll be facing some punishment for that. You guys, a firefighter was injured as crews battled a really early morning blaze Monday at a Motel 6 in Southgate. Thankfully, the firefighter sustained non-life-threatening injuries, had to be taken to a local hospital. He fell from the second floor of the hotel down to the ground when the structure just partially collapsed. Everyone who was staying at the motel was evacuated, accounted for. Again, the great news. The cause of the fire is still under investigation, but it did leave everyone displaced. Some people who were living at the motel, of course, displaced as well. But if you see the building, destroyed nearly half of the building. Several vehicles were also destroyed in the fire as well. Beyonce has officially achieved billionaire status, becoming one of only a handful of musicians to do so. So according to Forbes, it's all has to do with the success of her 2023 Renaissance World Tour that grossed more than $600 million and her recent Cowboy Carter era. So good for her. Only 4 other musicians have reached this milestone, including...
Do you have them? Can we guess?
Yeah, want to take a guess? I bet you know one,
Taylor
Stoney.
Swift?
Yes.
There we go. Well, she looked at me, so it's got to be Bruce.
Yeah.
Yes.
We get 2.
Paul McCartney.
No. Her husband,
Yeah, I was going to say
Oh,
Jay-Z.
yeah.
Jay-Z, and another female, Rihanna.
Okay.
Pretty cool.
Elite company.
Yes.
Yeah. Congrats.
Heather with it.
Go. She,
Heather with the
she
news.
can afford Big Ten Plus, by the way.
Yeah, absolutely.
Her and her husband can afford
They
quite
can, buy, they
anything.
can buy the Big Ten.
All the volleyball and college baseball you can possibly desire. All right, coming up next, we'll get into the Lions a little more and the emotions as you accept reality. It's 97.1. Good morning, 97.1. Jim Costa with Stoney. We got Heather Park, Governor Greg behind the glass. You have a question for me?
Yes, before we start with the Lions, I just saw this come across the news wire. And hopefully you guys didn't see this because I want to ask a question.
Mm-hmm.
Who do you think was just hired as the next offensive coordinator at Northwestern?
Oh, Stoney, I wouldn't even know where to
It's
guess.
It's a prominent person.
Chip Kelly.
Yes.
Really?
Yes. Way to go.
I thought there's no way.
Yes.
From Raiders OC?
He was from Ohio State to the Raiders. He was a head coach at the Eagles for a while.
It's the only name
Oregon.
that popped into my head. I couldn't
Yeah.
imagine actually it'd be him. Okay.
Chip Kelly at Northwestern. Never thought that would come across my bingo card.
Look, that clearly means he wants to coach.
Yeah. Guys want to coach.
Yeah.
I
Because
got
he doesn't
no
have
problem
to.
with- Yeah.
Kind of feels like a job that's beneath him. Former head coach at Oregon and just most recently in the NFL, but okay.
You worked for Ryan Day. You can work for Dave Braun.
I guess so.
Exactly.
All right, Chip Kelly back in college football.
Well, they'll have smarter athletes can figure out his offense.
There you
maybe.
go. Very complex. Hey, 7 o'clock hour, we're going to get into winter wipeouts in this bomb cyclone that was whiteout conditions yesterday. We'll get to that coming up at 7 o'clock, plus your chance to win Red Wing tickets in the 7 o'clock hour. Dan Campbell, 802. On the Lions, where are people at emotionally today? Like, as you accept the reality that the season is over, would you describe yourself as angry, sad, relieved? What word describes your emotional well-being today as we end the regular season this week? Way earlier than anybody wanted to, but the reality is it is over.
My emotion is one of the words you mentioned. I'm sad. I really am. I'm not angry because there are some conditions that took place that I think you couldn't, forecast, and the injuries. I know every team has injuries, but I'm more sad because I loved what this town became for the last 3 seasons for this football team. And the fact that there's going to be no playoffs. Football is such a huge communal event, and we saw that here. And I know, you guys, some of them are bandwagon fans. I don't care.
Who cares? More the merrier.
The fact of the matter is, people are going to be sad because people are really looking forward to it, and it sucks. And especially it's sad, and it might even make you angry. I don't believe that, unlike some other sports, once you get in, you got a chance. Yes, you do technically have a chance. But after what we saw last night with Atlanta beating the Rams, who I thought was maybe not by far, but was a few weeks ago, I would say by far, the best team in the National Football League, they lose. And it's just sad what happened to the Lions because they're as good or bad as any of these teams. I think the league has so much parity that, as Dan Campbell always says, the margin is so small. 2 plays in one of these games, they're in the playoffs, and they're not that good.
Yeah, I don't think they're, quote, as good as any of these teams,
No.
which is the damn shame because it's not like there's a juggernaut. The
No,
Rams have lost
right.
2 in a row and 3 of the last 5. And
Right.
I would still tell you I think they're the best team.
Yeah.
But it just goes to show if this Lions team could have maintained some semblance of their identity, won a game here or a game there, yeah, we would have a playoff runway to talk about.
Yes.
And I think I was probably more angry over the weekend, but I think you just perfectly said it. I mean, it is sad. I mean, it's the people in the neighborhood that used to hang the Lions flags, right? It's the people who would get together with their friends to watch the Lions playoff games, or they'd get together with their dad or
Yes.
their son, or the people that they had suffered through the years. And it felt like we finally had a team that was going to challenge for a Super Bowl.
Year in, year out, we're going to be really good, and
Yeah.
this year, fell apart. Look, there's still not a horrible team, but you know what I'm saying. It sucks. It does. I'm sad.
First text says apathetic. Kind of beat the passion out of you this season.
Well, I think apathy will definitely take place on Sunday.
Yeah.
I'm sure there are a lot of
yeah.
people who aren't going to be watching that game.
Look, some of it is because of what we do. Like, obviously, we will.
Right.
Do you think you would if you weren't in this?
Yeah, because I'm an idiot.
Okay.
Because from my youth, I watched, when I was my formative years, the Eagles always sucked. And I would watch every game. The kids, they don't care. I mean, they care. They want the team to do really well. But they're not into tanking.
Right.
They're not into all this other stuff. They just want to see their team play and win.
Yeah, I think I'd still watch it.
Yeah.
And I think you'd start watching the game and you'd let that dictate what you're going to do with it. If they got down 21-0, I'm not telling you got to watch till the end or anything like that.
And then look,
But you only get so many Lion Sundays.
right. And if people don't want to watch on Sunday, I'm not going to blame them.
No, I'm not going to go, you're a bad fan. You're
No.
ungrateful. Well, you haven't been given anything. There's nothing to play for.
No.
Outside of individual players trying to get better or the team making some evaluations, there's really not. I mean, as a fan, you're not going to get much out of that.
No.
Let's get to Ryan in Detroit. Ryan, where are you at? You're on 97.1.
Oh, man, I am at, I'm sorry to say it, man, SOL. Let me tell you what's going on with that. See, I've been a fan of the Lions since the 91 letdown when we almost went to the show and we didn't do so well in that game, right? I think maybe some of the newer fans are a little more, upset with that mad, but fans that's been fans for a long time and dealing with that letdown, that build up and that letdown, we're kind of like, that's the Lions. That's what you get. Now, let me tell you, I am a little upset at myself with my prediction this year. Look at the steady decline of what happened. We almost got to the Super Bowl, right, under this grit era. Then we go and we lose, and I think that was the divisional round or something with Washington. I thought this year that they were going to at least make the wild card, and they were going to lose. I'm sorry to say. They jumped my expectations, and they didn't make the playoffs at all. Rieger last night said grit went to the S word.
Yep.
That was profound. That was exactly what happened, man. So I'm like, it's the Lions. What are you going to do? What are you going to do?
Yeah, I think, look, that's how you feel about it. I think what's tough for me is I felt like we had put that in the past.
I know. You know what? Just don't. They have those tendencies. There's no doubt about it. I'm just so sick of the phrase.
I know, but it felt like we had kind of evolved, grown up.
Right.
The organization, but not that they were going to win the Super Bowl every year or that
Correct.
anything was promised, but that we weren't going to have the build up and then Lucy pulls the football.
Correct.
Which is kind of how this season feels. You go in thinking, hey, we got a chance to win the Super Bowl. At one point, you're 4-1, and yeah, you got some flaws, but you think you'll be in the mix come playoff time.
Right.
I remember it wasn't that long ago. We were doing shows where it's like, hey, I don't think they're very good, but I think they'll at least get in.
Right. Exactly. Before the season, I thought they'd win the division, and I didn't think they'd win the Super Bowl. I thought they'd win 10 or 11 games max.
But do you realize the bargaining that takes place?
Yes.
Like, hey, we know we're not a 15-win team. We'll probably win 10, 11, 12.
Right.
We'll win the division.
Yeah.
Then they add Parsons. That's going to be a fight for the division. You lose week 1. We're still going to be. And then it slowly chips away. Well, wait, we're not going to win the division. Thanksgiving Day didn't go our way. We can still get in the playoffs. We can still get to week 18 with something to play for. And
Right.
every step, it just got chipped away.
We can
and
win
whittled.
out.
Yeah, I remember those conversations. It chipped away.
I'm mad, and it's because what you guys talked about at the beginning, the league right now.
Yeah.
Like, to me, the Rams, who knows if they're the best team? I mean, they've lost at Atlanta and at Carolina, one of the worst divisions in football, when they could have seized the number 1 seed. I mean, imagine if they had a passionate fan base. What if that was happening in Philly?
Right.
They're imploding in some ways. Stafford's had 3 interception games. But to me, it's missed opportunity. Totally. This totally reflects on the offseason and doing absolutely nothing to help this defense.
No, you're right.
This defense has been the flaw of the Campbell grit era. They weren't that good under Aaron Glenn. This whole fake thing that they had some great defense, or they gave up 20 points plus in all those playoff games that they played in.
What Aaron Glenn was able to do was make chicken salad out of what, and it wasn't great chicken salad.
But for
It was edible.
Yeah, it was sometimes a little spoiled.
But this league, I would argue the Lions going into the season had the second best roster in the league, and I would have said Philly still had
Sure.
number 1. And they did nothing to try to improve it and let everybody catch up to them. Yeah. It's like it was a total missed opportunity.
You almost felt helpless at the end of the season.
Yeah.
despite how good that they should have been, you felt helpless as the season just kind of, we're in quicksand. You saw how it was going to end.
Right.
Couldn't do anything about it. You felt helpless. I think this is a good word on the text. Dejected.
Okay.
You feel dejected as a Lions fan. We'll keep taking your responses. 248-539-9797. It's 97.1. Hey, winter means snow, it means icy roads, and it means more serious injuries from car accidents. If you're in a car accident, call Lawrence KG, and he'll make sure you and your loved ones get paid big for your injuries. KG's uniquely qualified to fight for you when you're injured in a car accident. KG's won more than $100 million for his clients, and he'll win big for you. KG will make that driver that hit you accountable, and he'll fight their insurance company to get you every dollar you deserve. 877-KG-CARES. That's KAJY, KGCares.com. So I just pulled it up because I'm curious. The 5 stages of grief as we take your emotional well-being today. And we have a variety of responses coming in on the text. Worried, angry, disappointed, hopeless, depressed. We'll get to all your responses. Dejected, I think, is a really good one. 5 stages of grief. Stoney, the first stage is denial, the pretend game. Maybe people were in that mindset a couple weeks ago as things were not going well, but you're in denial. We're not really going to go out this way, right?
I was never in denial.
Okay. You and I were of the belief this was not going to go well.
No.
Second stage of grief is anger. That's where I was at the end of Christmas. Just mad that this team squandered this season. Bargaining, the what-if game. Depression, more of the sadness I think we're talking about right now of just, man, we don't get to have playoff football and how electric it had been and how it brought everybody together. And the last step is acceptance, the calm after the storm.
I don't think there's going to be much acceptance around here.
Nope.
Unless some heads roll and things like that happen or some acquisitions.
And that's not happening anytime soon here.
No. Especially, people because they hold grudges, will feel better if the Bears and the Rams don't make any type of a run. Because I think if you had an NFC Championship game, Ben Johnson versus Matthew Stafford, I think people would freaking lose their minds, some people.
Yeah, you're probably right about that. I think some of this, too, comes from, and I don't know if this makes you feel sad or angry or if it's the bargaining step. The Rams have lost 2 in a row, 3 of the last 5. They're the team we thought was the best.
Yeah.
Nobody's best. It's a total wide open season. The problem is the Lions aren't tall enough to ride the ride. You know what I'm saying? Like they didn't get admitted into the park. They don't get to have a shot like anybody else does to win the Super Bowl because they didn't even make the playoffs.
And I think the Rams are going to get some key guys back soon.
Devontae Adams would be a big one for them.
And some of their offensive linemen, I think, are coming back. But yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I just think like Philly offense has been a huge issue this season. They still find ways to win ugly, but they don't feel like the juggernaut that won the Super Bowl. The Rams have clearly taken on some water lately. Look at the AFC playoffs. There's no Mahomes. There's no Lamar, no Burrow.
I know. It's crazy.
Allen's got a terrible defense, and Buffalo hasn't looked very good. Like, it really does feel like the wide open season if only you could actually have capitalized on it.
The AFC is just...
I mean, Sam Darnold's the 1 seed right now.
I know. I mean, right now, if you had to bet on who's going to play in the Super Bowl, who would you pick?
Still probably go Rams.
Okay.
And I have them playing, I don't know, Patriots.
I wouldn't feel good about it. I would pick Houston before I'd pick the Patriots.
I know that's Tom's deal. He's been and look, their defense.
Defense is great.
Defense. I thought I saw someone make the comparison. It might have been Rex Ryan that their defense is the best the league's seen since like 2009 or something. Depending on what stat you use, I know you can always come up with stats to fit the narrative, but like they're Stoney, they don't have to blitz. They just win with their front 4.
Right.
They beat you at the point of attack.
And besides Josh Allen, what really mobile quarterback is going to sit there and be able to get away from their rush in their front?
No, nobody.
I mean, yes, some people have Trevor Lawrence has some mobility. There are people that do have mobility. Justin Herbert has a little bit of mobility.
Mm-hmm.
But Houston's got a really good team.
Some of the response coming in on the Lions. Absolutely angry. I'm still pissed at Holmes and Campbell for believing smartest guys in the room and not doing anything the last 2 years in free agency to complement the talent we had. So mad, Jim and Fenton. My feeling is worried. This is from Will. He says, I'm worried the amount of players that need to be replaced on the offensive line, defensive line, depth, linebacker, safety, etc. This could take a while.
Yeah, there's no guarantee next year's going to be much better. Mm-hmm. Especially if you look at the defensive side of the ball as well. I mean, Branch's Achilles, he probably won't come back till October if, that's a long-term injury. Who the hell knows about Kirby Joseph?
Yeah. Look, I think if you're looking for the best case scenario, we were talking about this a little bit pre-show. The 23 Philadelphia Eagles, they had 2 new coordinators, and they collapsed at the end of the season. Now, They still made the playoffs, but I think they lost 5 of their last 6 games, fired both coordinators. New coordinators come in. They're also transitioning from Kelsey, like we're transitioning from Rag now.
Right.
And then they won the Super Bowl in 24.
Yeah.
what I'm not trying to do is tell people, hey, congrats for winning the Super Bowl next year. I don't fully believe that, but that is what you're hoping.
They made a bold move in the offseason, didn't they, last year?
Yeah.
Saquon.
Leading into that season, you're right. So I think the blueprint there is don't be afraid to fire your coordinators, plural, including Calvin Shepard. I know we brought it up a little bit yesterday. And don't be afraid to take a swing. Because this idea that you're going to be competitive forever, you didn't even make the playoffs.
Yeah.
Well, the other big move the Eagles made was they went and got a well-respected DC in Vic Fangio.
Yep.
Yes.
And I told you, Jim, before the season, this track record lately of Super Bowl champions
You were spot on.
has these DCs that have great track records of success as DCs, and even failed as former head coaches.
Yep.
But were very good defensive coordinators. I mean, go back to the Rams. One of the good DCs of this era, but really not a good coach is
Spags.
Well, of course, but the missing it right now. The Falcons coach, Raheem Morris.
Yeah.
Yes.
Look, if he gets let go, sure.
He was the Rams DC when they won it.
Yeah.
You know, Fangio has been in San Francisco when they're good. Robert Saleh, Todd Bowles, was the DC when Tampa won it with Brady.
Yeah, I mean, look, there's guys like if Dan Quinn gets let go, I mean, there will be some defensive head coaches that you could approach to say, hey, rather than having a DC learning on the job, let's just hand someone the defense and have them take ownership of it.
Exactly. And that's what I really want. There is no reason to keep Kelvin Shepard other than to give him another chance. You're going to just float into next year. To me, that's what happened this season. The defense regressed, and it was somewhat injury related. But
I think I do think he deserves one more year to see what he would do.
The team's run defense looks like it did the year when they went 9-8. It almost made the playoffs.
Well, and there's a difference. If this team was on the way up like they were in 22 and 23, and you want to give a guy another chance, they're chasing the Super Bowl. You can't throw away another year.
You got Dan. If you have Dan Quinn on the market, who's been a good DC.
Okay, I see who's on the market before I make.
What
a
about
move.
Jim Schwartz? Oh. He was here before. You can't go there.
I would take Jim. I would. Yeah, if it's between Kelvin Shepard or one of those great defensive coordinators, that's a different story.
How about Flores, who reportedly his deal is up? You can make the Vikings weaker and bring in a guy that's been a head coach and run a high pressure
like
defense.
I said, if you can get me one of those stud defensive coordinators, then yes. If not, I don't want another guy who's never been a coordinator before.
I'm not saying that. Yeah,
I don't want to just re-roll to re-roll.
But I'll say this: if there's a successful defensive coordinator on the market that has a track record, I'm sorry, it's time to stop being nice. It's time to stop saying, "Oh, let's give him another season." No, the urgency is there. It's they need to start being, a little bit more aggressive in terms of trying to win instead of, "Oh, he's my friend."
We'll talk winter wipeouts in the 7 o'clock hour. We've got Red Wing tickets to give away as well. Listen, and we'll tell you how to do that. Plus, Dan Campbell at 8:02. It's 97.1.
It was a pair of wins last night for both Michigan and Michigan State men's basketball teams. Michigan State needed to survive in the second half against Cornell after only leading 55-53 at halftime. They eventually rolled to a 114-97 win, but Tom Izzo said it could have been even bigger.
If we don't have that barrage at the end, you win by 25 points. We're 26 up with 2:31 left. I think I'd feel a lot better about what we did. But, there's something about having a team down, to put your foot on their throat, as they say, and this team doesn't have that yet. So we're going to have to work on that tomorrow.
The barrage Izzo is referring to was, of course, a back-breaking 14-5 run in the final 2.5 minutes of last night's game, leading to only a 17-point win. MSU's 114 points for the most.
Did they cover, though?
I believe so. Actually, no, they didn't. That's incorrect. They did not cover.
Wow.
MSU's 114 points were the most in a home game, though, since 2008. Meanwhile, out in Ann Arbor, the Wolverines dominated McNeese from the opening tip and did not look back. Morez Johnson Jr., leading scorer and rebounder in the game, 24-11, as they win 112-71. Michigan's defense held the Cowboys to just 29% shooting. They also swallowed their offense to just 6 assists on 23 made shots. Both teams have big top 25 matchups this weekend on Friday, as Michigan hosts USC, and Michigan State is out against Nebraska. At the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
By the way,
Yeah.
happy birthday, Dusty May.
Oh, shares a birthday with
Tiger Woods and LeBron James.
Well, it means Michigan Hoop's going to be destined for greatness.
That's right.
Will they lose a game? 248. How about this? Will they play a game within 10 points? 248. Unbelievable. To
know.
just blow people out. 40-point wins.
Even the Maryland game where they didn't play well and they were, I think, losing at one point, they came back and won by double digits.
They pummel people. It's ridiculous. We'll talk a little more about them and MSU coming up at 7:35. We got Red Wing tickets to give away this hour on the show, the next 60 minutes. You're going to want to listen for a chance to win a pair of tickets for their New Year's Eve showdown with the Winnipeg Jets. For tickets and event info, NHL.com/Red Wings. To win them with us today, you're going to wait, you're going to listen, and when you hear Red Wings, my Red Wings, you'll call in.
Oh, I can't even sing it right now because that would,
I want to confuse people.
I
You think you're
do
that
not want to
good?
confuse
It would be confused with the actual
Yes.
rendition? Okay.
exactly.
Okay. This hour, you'll hear it, you'll call it, you'll win. It'll be great. We have tickets to every Red Wing home game for the Centennial season. Stone, a couple quick texts just to wrap up our Lions chat. Because I want to make sure people get their voices heard. This guy says, I've been living here for 64 years, and I'm giddy that the Lions are SOL and never winning. The city's a bunch of loser suckers. Me and caller Brian are loving this.
Congratulations.
Yeah, you guys sound like a
Yeah. Well, what's your team?
riot. It makes you happy when other people are miserable. What does it say about you? This one says the Houston Texans, you brought up the Texans defense. Their defense is what Brad Holmes tries to sell us this team is every offseason.
They're good.
So they had young pass rusher on a rookie deal in Will Anderson, and they added Danielle Hunter.
Correct.
And achieved bookend elite pass rushers, which supposedly was a myth.
Well, they traded up to get Will Anderson, too.
Yeah. And Danielle Hunter, by the way, was available at the deadline. Oh, this is so painful to even bring up. I'm sorry.
That's right.
Guys.
He
was
was.
available at the deadline in the 23 season where the Lions played in the NFC title game. So if they had swung for the fences and given up the pick, they might have made the Super Bowl that year. And who knows?
That was the
Or
year.
they could have
that-
pursued him that offseason.
That was the year everybody wanted Chase Young at the deadline.
Yeah, that was the chair drop.
Yes.
And, yeah. And then I know Danielle Hunter wanted to go to a home state of Texas, but they could have pursued him in free agency. Or a different player. It didn't have to be Danielle Hunter.
No, I think one of the off-season things that listeners got mad at was the constant talk of you need to make a move. You need to get an edge. You guys, the armchair quarterbacks, the Monday morning quarterbacks, aren't supposed to be absolutely right. And that's why I'm so mad about this. You guys were absolutely right. This station, for the most part, was completely right and overkill on that topic. And it was overkill.
Like I
But
think there's
you're not supposed to be right over Brad Holmes.
No, look, I think there's a tendency, maybe people on the outside go, there goes the radio station riling people up to get phone calls.
Enough
No,
Hendrickson.
we want the team to win, and we were bringing up things that we thought would help them win,
Yes.
and those things, including the offensive line, which I feel like we hit ad nauseum this offseason, came back to haunt them.
There's no doubt about it. They neglected the trenches.
Anyway, Heather had it in her news. There was that scary wipeout crash on 75,
yeah.
and we're thankful nobody was injured.
No, which is crazy.
Stoney, I had a slip and fall a couple weeks ago. You had a slip and fall last week.
Yeah, I had the dogs out on a leash, took one step out and on the driveway, no moat, and moat was under repair. And I just flipped. I fell on my back. Thankfully, I didn't hit my head because I always wonder, well, what happened if, God forbid, you do that and you pass, concussed or whatever.
Knocked
you're
out.
Okay, there's nobody home. I just have dogs. It's 4:30 in the morning. I just lie there.
Oh, I thought about it when I showed you guys that video from my
Yes.
porch. It would have been hours
Yeah.
before someone would have come out and been like, hey, dude, you all right?
Well, we would have made some phone calls when you didn't show up for
That's
work.
true.
So there would have been at least that going.
Right.
But somebody would come around and find you, Stoney.
I don't know.
I mean, if I saw somebody laying on a driveway,
But it's up towards the house, towards.
somebody
Do you have
would
lights?
see you.
I mean, people would, yeah.
Yeah.
Eventually somebody would see you.
They gotta be
Our next door neighbors are out of town.
Oh, it's holiday season.
Yeah.
People are sleeping in. They're not going to work.
Yeah,
couple extra
my
hours.
wife was out of town. Would the dogs just go and just curl up with you?
Not my dogs. They'd be like, peace out. We're out of here. Making our escape.
Running, our dogs would be running with the leashes on them.
If we could not have any overly sad or morbid calls, we'd love to hear your winter wipeouts. Yeah, what I don't want this to turn into is people start calling in with something horrific and puts everybody in a bad mood. But if
Right.
you have like a winter wipeout story that's funny or interesting or unique, 248-539-9797.
I'm sure there's like tons of them. 'Cause
There has to be.
I gotta say, when you see video of people falling down, it's pretty damn funny.
Yeah.
As long as they're not hurt, it's
Exactly.
hilarious. I've seen the kind where it's like, I just baked this beautiful cake, and they walk down the steps, kind of like you, Jim. They're walking down the steps, and then they slip, and the cake goes flying, they go flying, and it's sad because whatever they just worked on is completely destroyed, but also hilarious because they're not injured.
Yeah, look, it's not a winter wipeout, but I'm a sick effer that laughs during the Olympics when they fall down ice skating or do gymnastics stuff.
Oh, you do not.
As long as it's not the United States girls or boys.
So that's some
it is so-
Romanian, you're all about
Oh,
it.
it's funny as hell. The guy will go up with a triple axel in the air. Oh, and then he falls on his ass. That's funny.
What? Oh, okay.
I don't know if those falls are funny, but other unintentional falls, like I don't laugh when an ice skater falls. That to me it looks painful and it's sad because their whole routine is ruined.
I know, and they train their whole life for it, but
Yes.
it's
They've
still
got that
funny.
one moment.
Where you see like runway models.
Oh well, that's a little different, and then it also
they
looks painful.
fall.
Their ankles start to like wobble back and forth, and then. No, but then you got that poor woman who fell off the stage at like the Miss Universe. She was
Right.
in the
Miss Jamaica?
ICU for
Yeah.
like-
weeks.
well,
That's awful.
You said as long as they didn't get hurt.
As long as it's nothing
Yes.
overly, yeah.
I remember
gruesome.
once we were at a restaurant, me, my wife, and one of my daughters, and we were walking to the table, and Cindy, for some reason, like she was heels, and she just completely fell, took one, and it was hysterical. Me and my daughter still laugh about that today.
So this didn't turn out poorly, but it could have. I was driving home from college, and I was just past Lansing heading to Livonia, so I'm on 96. And it's one of these days where conditions aren't ideal, and I'm in the left lane. And you got the shoulder to the just to the left of
Right.
you. And I must have got a little too much of the shoulder, and you start doing a little bit of one of these, you're fishtailing, trying to keep it between the lines while you're on the highway. And I must have been unstable enough that the person behind me really started braking, because at some point I lost control and did a 180.
Whoa.
I'm now facing oncoming traffic. Now the
That's
person
scary.
had enough time to like, hey, I'm going to slow down, and we kind of made eye contact as I'm staring them down, and the car's coming to a stop, and it was kind of like, you're good, you're going to be okay. But at that point, you're spooked. I pull off into the shoulder. You take several
Oh,
deep
yeah.
breaths. I was rattled probably for a full day because your whole life
Right.
flashes before your eyes. Now, nothing bad happened, but that's always what I think about with like when these conditions get all slick and slippery roads or sidewalks.
Some of the time, that stuff's scary as hell on the highway. This is a wipeout. I'll never forget. I was driving on the Jersey Turnpike, and for some reason, the hood of my car
Opened?
opened.
While you were driving.
Yeah, and it was not operator error, because believe me, I would admit it if it was.
So you kind of you have to go out of your way to do that.
Yeah, and it's like I'm talking New Jersey Turnpike. There's a lot of people there, and there's really not a show. I was freaking out. I couldn't see, and finally it worked out. I pulled over.
Let's say you got to pull over at that point, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. 248-539-9797. We'll collect some of these on the text, and you can call in 248-539-9797. Anything back there with you guys? Nothing gruesome, nothing graphic,
I
nothing
don't
comedic?
have any crazy winter wipeouts that I can remember. I'm sure I've fallen in
Yeah.
at some point, but I do remember one time being with my grandpa when I was a kid, walking the dog.
Right.
And I don't know if the dog had anything to do with it or the fact that it was just a little icy, but he slipped. He ended up breaking his ankle.
Ooh.
But I mean, he was like, you got to go back to grandma. I'm like, oh my gosh. I was so little. I'm like, by myself, because we were out like in the woods. And I'm like, okay. And I ran back to his house. I'm like, grandpa fell down. And he was fine. He had
Right.
to, but he did have to have a boot on his ankle for a while there. And I kind of felt like it was my fault at the time, because I think I was the one that wanted to go out with the dog. And I took responsibility for it for a minute, but he was okay.
You got to think about people like this. This guy's a mailman.
Oh, yeah.
Says, I slipped on some ice, did a full feet out from under me style
Yeah.
fall, flat on my back.
That's kind
Issue
of like
for-
what you
That's
had.
pretty much
What
happened to me.
you?
Yeah.
I did that with freezing rain when I was a kid on a step. Just totally didn't know there was ice on the step and just went flying.
I know.
My tailbone hurt so bad. I had one like non-winter once playing basketball, like pick up hoops, and I was fading away and took a shot, and I'm going. So my body's kind of going backwards, and my feet kept backpedaling to the point where I almost ended up at half court. Like I couldn't stop doing it. I don't know what was happening. Like I'm saying, stop. I want to go. I want to fall down, and I just kept going like back. It was an awesome stony back pedal.
Says, guys, I was shoveling the porch and going backwards and stepped off and fell backwards into the snow.
Oh, softer landing, maybe?
Yeah, maybe.
Not bad.
I'm trying to picture this, though. You're shoveling and walking backwards off of the porch. Don't you want to shovel like the way you're walking?
Yeah,
You
would
probably
think so.
would, but who knows?
I shredded the side of my face at a treadmill. Being a fool.
Oh, those are
How
bad.
fast would you be going?
Well, I actually almost did this the other day at the gym. I was reading while I was walking, and my foot went off of the treadmill, and I hit the, whatever.
Yeah.
And I almost bit it. And then I looked around because I was like, did anyone
Did they
else see
see?
that? I'm sure they did.
Let us know, 248-539-9797. We're going to talk a little bit about the college hoop scene. Both teams in action last night. That's at 7:35. Dan Campbell, 8:02. It's 97.1. You do Christmas music through the new year, right?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Sure, absolutely.
Makes sense to me.
Yeah.
Good morning, 97.1. We got Stoney in for John this week. Jim Costa with Stoney, Heather Park, Gov and Greg behind the glass. How about this perspective on the Lions? Then we'll get to more of the winter wipeouts. For me, 46 years old, Lions were and are everything to my old man and me. Other than 1991, I don't recall a fever pitch like this team created, and it was amazing. I was starting to buy into the SOL stuff, but it's incorrect and illogical. The team will be fine, but this season sucks.
We'll see what happens this offseason. I mean, it's that simple. They have obvious issues. Some they can control, some they can't. And the ones they can't, like injuries and things like that, who knows when these guys are going to come back, they have to do something to make sure they're not going to be completely out of luck because they don't have enough players. It's like, I mentioned Branch probably won't come back till like October. I mean, they might be in a position. I don't think they would be, but, like, let's say, hypothetically, Caleb Downs is available. I mean, yeah, you could use a great safety, but that's not your priority. You could do it specifically D-line or O-line? I would think so.
Yeah. Look, the window's not closed. You've got all pro players both sides of the ball.
Right.
You got a good young nucleus. Now, it's got some cracks in the foundation with guys that need to get healthy and play well. Aleem McNeil and Brian Branch and Kirby Joseph, guys that they paid that need to play better and need to be healthy. But San Francisco went from 6 wins to fighting for the 1 seed.
Yes, and they had injuries too.
Yeah, the Bears went from Nowheresville to might be the 2 seed.
And I believe they had the most man games missed due to injury than any team in the NFL.
Yeah, I look at the Eagles 2023. You lose 5 of 6 to close the year, fire both coordinators, and win the Super Bowl with some bold moves mixed in.
Right.
I mean, that's the key, though, is there needs to be an urgency to this offseason that wasn't there last offseason.
Now, they draft both the Eagles and the Lions in 2024 drafted 2 secondary guys with their first 2 picks. Now,
they got Quinyon Mitchell and Cooper DeJean.
Right.
We got Ennis Rakestraw and Terrion Arnold.
Now, obviously, Quinyon Mitchell, unless they would have even traded up higher, which they did trade up to get Terrion Arnold, so they didn't have a chance to get Quinyon
Correct.
Mitchell. It appears right now, it's still early, that Cooper DeJean is going to be better than Terrion Arnold.
Yeah, I know. That's why, look, skepticism is earned for this team at this point. Some of the winter wipeouts. Last week at a motel in Livonia, they plowed but didn't salt the parking lot. I slipped on the ice. A guy grabbed my arm, and I took him down with me.
Whoa.
He busted his face on a parking block.
Oh.
I landed softly on a snow mound. Oh. Bought him beers that night. He had a black eye for Christmas, and it hasn't gone away yet.
Oh, wow.
Yikes. Guys, I'm 14 weeks out from a ruptured Achilles, and I pray that every step I take is not a winter wipeout.
Yeah.
That's rough. Says a few weeks back, porch was icy. Went to get salt from the garage to use on the porch. Couldn't get there that far. Slipped on the way. Says, you guys are freaking me out on my way into work with all this slipping and sliding talk. It says, guys, a couple weeks ago during the previous snowfall, I was entering my work, which has marble floors. The mat was about 4 feet away. As soon as I hit that mat, hit the marble, and had to be comical, slipping and dancing before bang when I went down.
Love to see the video.
It normally is now with all these Ring cameras.
I know. Hey, I have a question.
Yeah, what's up?
About he'd been talking about salting his porch and stuff like that.
Yeah.
I was always under the impression, I think I was wrong, that salt is great if you put it down before the ice or before the snow or whatever. Once the ice is formed, then you put the salt on that. It really doesn't do squat. Is that true?
Is that true?
I don't know. So any of our people who know a lot more about that stuff than me, I'm just curious.
But, don't you see trucks salting the roads?
But they usually do it before, they try to get ahead of it.
But they also do it after. They wouldn't be doing it after if there was no purpose. Maybe it's not as effective.
Right. But I mean, like the jugs of salt you can buy at the convenience stores.
Yeah, you're saying you should use it before.
Yes. And it doesn't do much once your driveway or your porch or whatever, your walkway is ice skating rink, it's too late.
Maybe you're right.
I don't know.
I don't know. It still makes me feel better to throw it out there when
Yes.
even if it's too late. I think it does something.
At least it gives you some traction, right? You would think a little bit.
I would think so. Heather, do you have any idea if this
I have
does
no
it?
idea.
Okay.
I don't know.
Okay.
Obviously, the Oakland County Road Commission behind the glass, they have no ideas either.
Anyway. We will talk a little college hoops coming up at 7:35. You had Michigan rolling last night to another win, still undefeated. MSU played Cornell, and it was tight at halftime, but MSU was more than comfortable in that second half. We'll talk about the state of both of those teams, and I have a question. Wonder if I can get Michigan and Michigan State fans to play nice. First, Heather with the news.
Well, after a 4-hour closure, northbound I-75 was reopened in Detroit following that massive crash caused by blinding snow squalls Monday morning. So according to police, there were about 25 separate crashes, which is huge, involving 59 different vehicles and semi-trucks. Troopers also say there was obviously several vehicles that were trying to leave the scene that weren't involved in a crash, and it was just like commuting chaos for a while. There's one man in particular that was interviewed that has kind of taken over social media. His name's Cooper. He went viral based off of his look alone and what he was wearing, but he slammed his car under a semi-truck, and he says everything just kind of came out of nowhere. Thankfully, he wasn't injured, and there were no other injuries reported in this massive pileup. So that's great news. And of course, it took hours to clear. Did you guys run into any trouble yesterday morning?
Not morning, but as the afternoon went on, I was running some errands, and it just came out of nowhere.
It did, because on my way home from work yesterday, I'm like, there's no winter storm. And then I literally turned onto a different street and it was boom, it hit. I couldn't see very far. I mean, visibility was definitely hindered. And we got quite a bit of snow out by where I live. Topgolf in Auburn Hills is now temporarily closed
did you see this
to
video?
Yes, it's unbelievable.
Some structural damage to the facility's netting, the safety netting, because of the winds and the ice and the storm. So Topgolf said that the safety of its players and employees are the company's primary concern, and that guests that had existing reservations are going to be contacted directly about refunds, rescheduling. They say that they're going to be closed at least through December 31st because they have to find like the specific equipment, the specialized equipment that they can get to repair the netting. So, man.
It was so bizarre to watch. It's one of those things you'll have to check these days. Is that AI? Because it looked so ridiculous.
Yep. This is so cool. An employee at Arrowhead Stadium got a surprise Christmas gift when Taylor Swift left her a very generous tip. So this woman, her name is Robin Gentry, was working during the Christmas Day game. And she said she was finishing up some end of the season work when all of a sudden she noticed like stadium security walking by her. And then she noticed Donna Kelce. And then right after Donna Kelce, she saw Travis Kelce and Taylor Swift, right? Like, that's just exciting enough. And she said they were all going around just kind of thanking everybody for working on Christmas, saying Merry Christmas. And Taylor Swift walked up to Robin and said, thank you so much for working on Christmas, Merry Christmas, and handed her a tip. She didn't look at it right away. And
Sure.
She just said she was so taken aback and thankful, and of course said, okay, thank you and Merry Christmas. And then she later looked and she got $600 in cash. And for her, she said that was her entire 2-week paycheck.
Wow.
So that meant a lot to her. She said she began crying and she didn't want to spend it right away. In fact, when this article was written, she said she hasn't spent any of it. She decided to frame one of the $100 bills. And then she's not sure what she's going to do with the rest yet, but pretty generous.
Very generous.
Whether you like her or not, it's a great gesture for sure. Okay, this week brought a kind of a fiery moment between a college football dad and a national analyst that had social media buzzing. So after ESPN's Danny Kanell, is that how you say his name?
Yes.
Criticized USC quarterback Jackson Dart's performance, Dart's dad didn't hold back and posted his displeasure on social media. So here's how it all started when Canal shared his thoughts on Dart.
I think that's fair.
Yeah.
Well, his dad didn't like it, right? Like, don't criticize my son in any way, right?
Oh,
So that's not what he said, but he got on social media and said, well, he didn't say it. He wrote it. I'm like dreading saying this because it's going to be turned into a drop.
No, we're not going to do that. So
Okay,
just what did
so
he
he
say?
said, bro, eat a fat one.
That's a drop. I don't care what anyone says.
Say, she said it's so good, it might have to be.
Yes, exactly.
And then,
I
of
love
course, the
throwing the
response
bro
went
in.
the bro, yes.
Yes.
And the response went viral. Some people are like, "Yeah, you stand up for your son." Other people said, "Yeah, you kind of cross the line. Let's not."
I don't think the criticism was that
No.
ridiculous.
He didn't say he was a bad quarterback. He said he wants to see him develop more as a passer, as a rookie. Of course. Absolutely.
Okay, so I don't know about you. This could be shocking, but back in the day, a junior bacon cheeseburger was my jam. We used to go to Wendy's.
Whoa.
Yes,
What?
yes.
You,
Yes.
Do we have any pictures of you eating like?
I don't have any pictures of me eating a cheeseburger or a junior bacon cheeseburger, but they were on the dollar menu.
Yeah.
And yes, all the time used to grab one.
Remember when
Anyway,
dollar menus used to be a thing?
if you're also a fan of the junior bacon, you should go and get one today because Wendy's is selling them for 1 cent. 1 cent. It's all part of the chain's celebration of National Bacon Day. The deal is available to customers who redeem it through the Wendy's app, only offered on December 30th. And it does require customers to purchase another item at full price. So,
Okay.
And you wonder why John's off today.
Bacon Day.
Heather with the news. All right. You're asked and you're pulled in all different directions as a sports fan. We want to know where you draw the line. And then we have a question about Michigan and Michigan State, both playing extremely well in hoops. It's 97-1. Talk to Lions head coach Dan Campbell coming up at 8:02, top of the hour. Good morning. Thanks for spending it with us. Stoney, we got a couple really good teams in college hoops right now.
Yes, we do.
Michigan rolling last night. That's their 6th game this year. They've won by 40 or more points.
They've only had 2 games that were somewhat tough, and that was they beat Wake by 1, and they beat TCU on the road by 4, and that's it.
It's been a lot of ass whoopings. Not only do they win the game, not only do they cover, they've been covering by an average of 20 points per game. They are a machine. They're undefeated. And it's not like MSU has been a slouch either.
Oh, no.
Top 10 team, only 1 loss. That 1 loss is to Duke.
Yes.
Last night, they're in a dogfight at the half, but then, look, they flipped the switch. That's a smaller Cornell team. They weren't going to bury threes forever, and MSU took care of business. Between the two teams, they have 1 combined loss.
And it was to Duke.
Yeah. So I have a question involving Michigan and Michigan State and whether the fans can play nice. Over under 9.5 combined losses. Got to work together for this. I don't know how many Michigan's going to lose total.
Well, so we already have 1 loss in the books.
Yeah.
There will be 2 others because they play each other twice.
Yeah, that is part of how this goes down.
So that's 3.
3.
So you're talking.
Will they disco? Will they have 10 or more combined losses?
I'll say yes.
Okay, that's probably the safe bet.
Yeah, because if Michigan keeps playing like they're playing, they lose 2 games maybe.
Lose?
Michigan, yeah.
Yeah.
If they keep playing like
I mean,
they're
I'm
playing.
waiting for them to play a close game, let alone lose.
Okay, but I'm looking down the line. That's the Big
So
Ten
their
Conference.
toughest games are going to play Purdue once, and they play. People forget about this. I forget about this. They got Duke still in the non-con in the new year.
Right.
But I mean, what, like two losses for Michigan? And then again, why am I conceding they're losing to Purdue or Duke?
Yeah. Look, because in conference play, especially if you go on the road, you know, they have to make the Washington, Oregon trip. Those teams are pretty good.
So there's like the oops-a-daisy, you lose a game you shouldn't.
Yeah. Okay. And Michigan State, you know, let's say they lose 5 games, which is or 4 or 5 games.
Be a phenomenal year.
Yes. These teams will lose those few games like under 5, or it's so rare, especially in a really competitive conference. And Michigan's a wagon, as they say. I get it.
But if Michigan loses 2 and MSU loses 7,
you win the
we're
bet.
under.
Yeah.
That's how math works. Greg, I know you get a chuckle. What's up?
So I do want to add a little context to this. KenPom does have a projected record based on your aggregate win probability.
Oh, this will be good.
For Michigan, it is 28-3.
Okay.
Michigan State's is 23-8. That is 11 projected losses as we stand right now in the college basketball season.
All right. I don't think I said a terrible number. I was just a little generous.
Yeah.
I think both teams are playing so well. You're right. There will be a course correction. But they both seem to be very deep.
Yes.
They both defend. They both rebound. There's a great deal of size for both of these teams. Now, MSU's got some shooting questions. Mm-hmm. And I think, to be fair, they'll lose, the majority of the losses between the two. But if Michigan can play, instead of 3-loss ball, 2-loss ball, I mean, I think it's right there on the nose.
It'll be close. It's a good number you set out. I've watched this conference so long, for so many years, and even great teams lose 3 to 4 conference games.
Yeah.
Minimum.
But what about the argument that Spartan teams typically get better as we flip the calendar?
That's true.
Like normally they've taken on losses early so that Izzo breaks them down and builds them up. Normally an MSU team's got, 3-4 losses at least going into this stretch?
Yes.
And they only have the 1. And Stoney, I think they're still figuring stuff out. Like they should be getting better. They're still working on that starting lineup and that rotation because Tang was starting and now he's coming off the bench. They play Scott some.
Fort plays a little bit now.
Yeah, Fort hit a couple threes. Nick Ward, I know he's still dealing with the wrist, but
yeah,
I like how he played.
No, Cam Ward.
Nick Ward was the old
yes.
the big man. Cam Ward has looked pretty good in spurts. Watched him a little bit last night.
It's amazing. There's 3 Cam Wards you can think of in sports. You got obviously
the quarterback of the Titans.
Right, the former goalie.
Oh, yeah.
Carolina Hurricanes.
Yes.
Can I share one stat that I really do enjoy as this team's sharing the basketball? Both teams are top 20 in America in assist rate. That's assists per field goal made. Michigan is 20th. Michigan State is second. They've always been good under Izzo.
I know. And I like Fears, man. I don't know how you feel about him,
Yes,
Stoney,
he's
but
really
the
good.
next in a long line of Spartan guards.
If they can just, if Cohen Carr's shot selection, stays where it's been lately, it's been pretty good. I mean, he's an exciting player. And then they're big guys. That's what it's so fascinating to see when they play Michigan.
Mm-hmm.
Because with, Cooper and Kohler and even McCullough.
I know he played a little bit last night, too,
Yes.
the freshman. So, look, that's question one. Over, under, 9.5 combined losses for Michigan and Michigan State in hoops. And, again, you tell us what you think. If you're a Spartan fan, if you think your team can hold up there into the bargain, Michigan, I don't know how many losses you're going to have. The other question is this. Yeah, sure, why not? Don't factor in their losses to this. Stoney, the other question is, Michigan hoops played last night on something called Big Ten Plus.
Oh, that's where you watch like field hockey and volleyball, right?
Yeah. And it's like $13 a month. And I don't know how many games Michigan's even going to be on Big Ten Plus. But last night it was another hoop to jump through, another expense to add to your monthly budget. And I wonder where fans have drawn the line. Because to watch the NFL over this last week, Netflix, Amazon Prime, Peacock for the Saturday night game last week. You need cable for ESPN.
Which wasn't one of the Saturday games NFL Network.
I think maybe one of them was NFL Network too. That was the Chargers and Texans, right?
Yeah, I guess so.
So you've had to have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 different services just to watch a week's worth of NFL football. And I wonder if you're a Michigan fan, you're like, I don't need to pay $13 to watch them bomb McNeese State. Was that the breaking point? Was it some other point along the way where you said, I don't need Peacock and Paramount Plus? At least with those, you get like the library of shows.
Right.
Like I know Landman is a big deal right now.
Big Ten Plus, you can watch any episode of The Journey, probably.
Like, that's the thing. You can go, hey, with Netflix, I already had it because I'm watching Stranger Things or whatever. You're watching whatever show already. You go, all right, fine, I'll watch the NFL. Prime, if you have, like, I use Prime to watch FanDuel. You can watch the Pistons and Red Wings with Prime.
Oh, okay.
So I do it that way. Like, okay, fine. At that point, cool. But has there been a breaking point for you with all of the different streaming services? Because I just thought, come on, Big Ten Plus to watch McNeese State, to watch the team win by 40 points. You're probably skipping that one unless you're a super fan.
I would think so. And how many people actually have Big Ten Plus? I'd love to know.
I didn't, as I sat down last night.
Right.
You didn't have. Who has it? I mean, I guess if your kid
Doug Karsh.
plays, Doug Karsh, and if your son or daughter plays at a Big Ten
Yes.
school,
Yeah.
that's the list of people.
I bet you maybe Rico might have it.
You think so?
Maybe.
Now I'm thinking about people at the station that would have jumped out and purchased it in advance.
Well, Karsh, yes.
Yes. Maybe Rico.
Because he likes more of the other sports that they would probably focus on too.
Now, Rieger is a big Michigan basketball fan.
Correct.
Maybe he would have done it. I think that's it, man. You think Gator had Big Ten Plus?
No.
I don't
and I'm
think he
not
knows
shaming
what Big
him.
Ten Plus is.
Right, yeah, he has a landline still, right? I don't think he has Big Ten Plus.
God, you don't have Big Ten Plus, do you?
No.
No, me neither.
I can go without watching a game.
Yes.
I was saying this to Greg earlier. I'm like, what big game have you ever missed because you couldn't watch it?
I can't think of any.
I mean, the NFL with the Netflix, you got the local coverage because of the NFL rules that
Right.
they have to show on local TV.
And if you were like, hey, I need to watch Commanders Cowboys, first of all, no, you didn't. But
Well, I'm perplexed at this point who doesn't have Netflix.
Right.
Like Netflix and Amazon are pretty much givens at this point.
but Heather's talked about this. You'll rotate.
Oh, we definitely rotate. We will get like a streaming service for a month and we put it in our calendar. Get it for the month, then we call and we cancel it. It's just we watch one show, cancel it, and then get a new one. We just got Apple.
See, but Netflix
we're gonna
has
watch
so
a show.
much there. Why would you cancel Netflix?
Oh no,
every month?
Netflix.
Okay.
Netflix is like what Tom said. Netflix
Yes.
is there to stay. Amazon is there to stay. But we'll get Max for a little bit, then we'll get Apple for a little bit, then
But
we'll
I get that because you go through you binge a show, it's gone. It's not going to come back for another year.
I think one of the most interesting things to watch here is Amazon Prime, your deliveries, going to separate from Amazon Video,
Maybe.
where you have to pay separately. I anticipate this happening.
By the way, our Red Wing ticket winner, it's Mike in Lake Orion, won a pair of tickets to see the Red Wings take on the Winnipeg Jets for New Year's Eve. For tickets and event info, NHL.com/Red Wings. Mike heard Red Wings, my Red Wings.
Red Wings, my Red Wings. Red.
I couldn't tell the difference between you.
Yeah, I know.
It's 97.1. It's funny, Heather, the thing you said, like, if you're disciplined, it makes sense. Like, you go through stretches where you binge a show on one streaming service, and if you can just cancel it, you save so much money.
It's so expensive to have every service.
Well, that's what sports fans deal with. They got to have every service just to watch the NFL.
I know.
And then, like, the NBA has now picked up some Peacock exclusives.
Correct.
And if the Pistons are playing well, you're like, well, Peacock, I at least get shows. I get some NFL, I get some NBA, but it's this fractured space where I wonder where you draw the line. Last night, Michigan basketball is on Big Ten Plus. Unless you're really trying to have that subscription.
Or you're an McNeese alum.
You skipped it. You
Yes.
draw the line. I'm not paying $13 a month to watch volleyball, field hockey, and one college hoops game.
No. It makes no sense to the average customer, but I don't know what else they can do. I mean, does it make them money?
I mean,
you would assume.
Yeah, that's why you do it. But I wonder where people have drawn the line. And then I had my over-under, play nice, Michigan State, over-under 9.5 losses for the season. First text says over. Michigan will finish with 2 losses. MSU will have at least 8. That's Nate in a van.
8 is, I think, a little extreme.
That's right on the line then.
I know.
Spartan alum, I'm taking the over. MSU will hit it by themselves.
Oh.
Okay. Guys, the real question, could Michigan be one of the best teams ever?
It's so funny when you look at the two teams, they're built, so differently. I mean, Michigan State is built the conventional way for the most part.
Yeah.
And then you look at Michigan and they just, and you could, kudos to them if you want, or you can not like the fact that their whole roster or most of their roster, their starters were bought.
Yeah. Well,
that's the way college
is.
sports is. I understand it, but
yeah,
it's true.
The guy that asked if Michigan would be one of the best teams ever is a State guy. He says, I can admit Michigan is intimidating.
Yeah, they are. They're a wagon. I love that expression.
Costa, you're given a hard time for the 9.5 over-under being premature, but I think it's actually perfect. Michigan could lose 2 conference games and to Duke. MSU could have 5 conference losses, and you'd still make your under. Ever so slightly, I would lean under.
Well, he forgot the already Duke loss, so that would, I'd put him at 9. So, yeah, it would be slightly
just under.
Yes.
And if they split the head-to-head, you'd balance out the losses. Mm-hmm. Look, it's a narrow number.
You're just
There's
looking
very
for
little breathing
It's
room.
basically, the question is, it's 7 losses because we already can bank 3.
Yes. And if you think Michigan could go undefeated or lose 1 or 2, you feel a lot better about this.
Yes.
Now, if you think Michigan's going to take on the normal water that even great teams take on and they're going to lose 3 or 4 games, yeah, there's no way this is going to hit.
And look, injuries, even though they're both really deep teams, it's still, Lenenborg gets hurt, that would really affect them. And, Michigan State had a severe injury, whether it was Carr or Fears or somebody else or one of the big guys, know.
On the streaming divide, Tex says, at this point, I just listen to the game on the radio or watch the stat broadcast. I've tapped out. I'm not paying more. I get it. Says, think about the old people who don't even know how to use the streaming service.
Believe me, I'm trying to, explain stuff to my mother, how to do certain things. It's crazy.
Well, if you call in, the people who screen your phone calls, these producers, they'll get calls during the Tiger season for an Apple TV broadcast. Where's the game? How do I find the game?
Right.
People have a hard time jumping through the hoops. Rieger doesn't have it. He'll use someone else's login, though. Scott and Carlton. Big Ten Plus, I'll use it for Michigan and Michigan State college hockey, and you get the occasional basketball game. That's Hippie Dave in Ann Arbor.
Okay. Well, look, both teams are really damn good in hockey, too.
Yeah. I told you I'm going to the Frozen Four again this year, right?
Oh, it's in Vegas this year.
It's in Vegas this year. I'm hoping you get Michigan State out there, and anybody but Western would be great.
I think you'll get at least one of those two.
I think so. Odds would be in my favor.
Would you have any desire? Did you? My nephew, who went to Penn State, they're going up to see the Penn State-Michigan State game at Beaver Stadium.
Oh, with Gavin McKenna?
Yeah, the cold, the outdoor game. I don't know if I'd be up for that again. Not again. I didn't even go when it was here because I think I was away. But
Penn State could make the Frozen Four too. I don't know.
Yeah, they did last year, didn't they?
Yeah, they did, and they spent on some guys, so it could be. Hey, look, it'll be fun.
Yeah.
248-539-9797. Matt in Roseville. Good morning. You're on 97.1.
Good morning, all. First of all, I'm with Heather. I looked at my calendar last night, actually, and I've got to cancel Peacock before January 9th, or else they'll bill me for another year. But I had to throw a humble brag out there. I'm a huge Disney dude, and I've had Disney Plus since it launched. I'm about to pay for it next September for the second time ever. When it first launched, they launched with a $170 promo for 3 years. So I signed up on that, and then when Verizon started offering Disney Plus with their packages, I switched onto that, which paused my subscription for the 3-year. I stayed on that for a couple of years, and, lo and behold, yeah, they made me switch off that plan finally, but next September is when I finally pay for a second time.
Now, does the Disney Plus include all the ESPN stuff now?
It used to, but it did when I had the Verizon stuff. But once they had me switch off that plan, I lost my ESPN Plus, which kind of sucks.
Oh, yeah.
Especially that they have
So
the
now
app.
it's just
They're the same
ESPN.
company.
I know.
You can choose to
yeah.
add the
Yes.
ESPN, however much, all access to your Disney Plus plan.
Okay.
Yeah, like I have Hulu for my cable. And with that add-on, I do the ESPN, the Plus. I think we even have the Disney on top of it, too. So you can do both. But it's you pay more.
Yeah.
Heather, you said Netflix is like your
Netflix
always.
is, we always have Netflix, we always have Prime, and then we just kind of rotate between Hulu or, you know what, now with the kids, Disney is kind of a
it's
staple
important.
too.
Yes.
But we didn't used to always have Disney until we had kids, and otherwise we just kind of rotate through Max and Hulu and Peacock and whatever
I
else
feel like
there
I've hit
is.
a wall with Netflix. What's good on Netflix right now?
I really like The Beast in Me. That was good.
That was
You should
really-
watch that.
was really
Haven't seen
good.
The
that.
Hunting Wives was good.
Saw that. I'm not a Stranger Things person.
There's a lot of some sports docs that are on
Yeah.
Netflix, usually pretty damn good.
There's some good, just like reality TV junk too. Those bad shows that are so
Sure.
good. Yeah.
Do you remember when Netflix used to deliver like the discs?
Yes.
Oh, man. Remember when Redbox was
Yes.
a thing?
My gosh.
Yes.
All right, we're going to talk to Lions head coach Dan Campbell, top of the hour, get some of his thoughts. It's the final time we'll have him on for this season. They'll play the Bears on Sunday, 97-1.
Morez Johnson Jr. went off for Michigan basketball last night as he tied a career high with 24 points while adding 11 rebounds for his second double-double this year as the Wolverines blew out the McNeese Cowboys 112-71 last night. Dusty May talked about what worked for one of his star players and his team after the game. The Wolverines are now 12-0 and haven't won a game by less than 15 points since November 14th. In East Lansing, the Spartans breezed past Cornell 114-97. Jeremy Fears Jr. had a double-double with 21 points and 11 assists. Fears trails only produced Braden Smith for the second most assists and assists per game in the nation this season. Now both teams will get ready to ring in the new year with big matchups against Big Ten opponents. On Friday at 7 o'clock, the Wolverines will welcome the 24th-ranked Trojans of USC to Ann Arbor. Then at 9 o'clock on Friday, Michigan State will hit the road to face number 13 Nebraska in Lincoln in one of the biggest Cornhusker home games in program history. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Good morning, 97.1. We've got Stoney in today and for the week, as John's off on vacation. Kind of. He's got the bowl game.
That's right.
Yeah.
Helping out down there, too.
That's right. We're going to check in with Lions fans, kind of the emotional state of everybody at 8:35 this morning. And at 9 o'clock, this could be fun. We got the godfather of Detroit Sports Radio in. 9 o'clock, Detroit's best moments of the century.
Yeah.
The all-century team. All that stuff. The best team of the century. However we want to do it. We're going to tap into your scope.
Right. because whether you want to go by the technical, the century start in 2000, whether we've had 25 or 26 years, it looks like it's the quarter century mark we're at.
Yeah. So good time to check in, especially as the year's ending. We'll do more end of year stuff tomorrow. We'll do picks tomorrow. Things a little off. TJ Lang's going to be in tomorrow.
Oh, good.
Yeah. By the way, he was getting some sun this last week. Saw him posting some stuff on Instagram.
Oh yeah, I know. Yeah. He went somewhere. So.
I think if you're working Christmas Day, you try to make it up with the family and take a little time afterwards. So we didn't have him Monday this week, but we'll have TJ on Wednesday.
Right.
This week.
He wasn't getting his son outside in Minneapolis.
No, I can't imagine he was. That crowd was into it though. Looked like it anyway.
Oh, I know.
Yeah.
I mean, hey, they love their Vikings.
They do.
And they're the one team in the division that I think is the least hateable by Lion fans.
You think so?
Yeah.
I mean, I have more hatred towards the Packers and the Bears.
Yes.
So I guess but process of elimination, sure.
Absolutely.
All right, we're joined by the Lions head coach, Dan Campbell. Let's do it. This will be the last time we have Coach on for this season. Dan, we've appreciated having you on all year. Unfortunately, last time, but good morning.
Good morning.
When you talked about that NFC title game and some of your comments about just how hard it is, were you talking about kind of the way this season's gone, just how difficult it is to get back to that point?
Well, yeah. I mean, it's a dose of reality. This is a tough league, man. It's hard to win, and you got to do a lot of things right, and you got to do it right on every level in the organization, on the team. Coaches, players, all of it. And you get a little bit off and you get out of line and it becomes very hard.
I know you still have one game left on Sunday, but as Jim says, it's the last time you'll be on with us. And I know you can't give specific names, but you guys you even mentioned that we have to stop or don't, I should say, fall in love with our own guys. In hindsight, do you think with, player acquisition, things like that this organization, you guys maybe fell in love with your own guys a little too much?
No, I don't believe that. I mean, there's guys on this team. There's a lot of guys on this team that I know exactly who they are. We know exactly who they are, what they're about, what they're made of, what they stand for. They've been here for a long time, and then some that we've acquired that really have shown a lot this year, man, that we've been able to depend on and feel like they fit everything we're about. But there'll be a time to deep dive all that stuff. We're going to have to do a deep dive on everything, top to bottom, and really, just get to the bottom of all of it, and because we got to get this thing corrected. And honestly, even with where we're at right now, as hard as it is, I'm a realist enough to know we're not as far off as it appears to be. It's easy to say, but we clean up one or two things here, and all of a sudden that equals 3 wins. That's the balance of it, man. It doesn't take much, but it does require a lot, and there's nothing easy about it.
I know you'll do more deep dive evaluations after this week, but if you could give us your thoughts on how Kelvin Shepard has done in his first year as defensive coordinator heading into Week 18.
I like Shep. Shep has really grown this year, and I think with any first-time coordinator, first-time coach, you go through a lot, and and you learn along the way. You make adjustments, you find things that you believe in, you throw other things to the side that don't fit you. You find ways to adjust, and it's just part of the process. And I think Shep's done a damn good job, There's always going to be things that you learn from this job, but I like Shep.
Because there's going to be a question about, do you bring in a new offensive play caller? Safe to say you don't plan on making a change at defensive coordinator then?
Listen, I'm not anywhere yet. I got one game left here.
Okay, fair enough.
I mean, I'm not about to start going through what I'm going to do here or there. I'm not. I mean, Has my mind gone there over right after the game for a day or so, 24 hours? You go through a lot in your head, but most of it is about yourself. I mean, that's what most of it is. I think about myself. Because the bottom line is I'm the one who's not done a good enough job here. That's very evident. So, I got to figure out my own stuff here. What do I need to correct? And then I'll start working through with the other stuff later. But we got one game left here.
Is it safe to say that whatever happens during the offseason, you, Brad, in discussion, there's going to be a lot of uncomfortable things that are going to have to take place with players, maybe some coaching staff, and that's the trademark of a good team. You have to be able to deal with things that are uncomfortable.
Yeah, I mean, listen, that is part of it, and so much of it is, there's things that, for example, we got a new staff. Well, there's things. How much of that is because there's a ton of new. I mean, I got 8 new coaches here and 2 new coordinators. Does that mean we just need to get some things in sync and we buy a little more time, or is it not salvageable? Is it, these are all the little things that you think about when the time is right. And I'm not there. I still got another week. Yeah. Same thing with players. I mean, yes, we have more talent. Are we the same team we were in 2022 at the end of that year? You got to start asking yourselves, and if not, why? What is it about that? Is it, there's all kinds of things, but we're not there, and there'll be a time to get there. But yeah, anytime you fall below your own standards, and certainly we didn't get in the playoffs, it's a disappointment, and so it's going to be uncomfortable, and it should be uncomfortable.
I promise we have a couple Bears questions. Just one other zoomed out question. We're going to get a ton of calls and already have about Jared Goff and how he played on Christmas Day. Just if you could share how you feel about him long term and how
Jared
you got.
Goff is a stud. Yeah. He's an absolute stud. We're fortunate to have him as a quarterback. He's a winning quarterback in this league. He played at a very high level all season long. He played even better than he played the year before, and he's continued to play better. We're thankful to have him. I'm thankful to have him. He's an absolute stud. He's a pro. He's going nowhere.
Dan Campbell joins us on the Costa and Jansen program. All right, you do have one game left. It's the Bears. Obviously, Ben Johnson is the focus from a lot of the fans. How have they gotten better since when you guys basically kicked their ass in week 2?
Well, they're more polished. It's anytime you come in and you bring in new players. They brought in a lot of free agents, and then the players that were there are new to what they're trying to implement. It's going to take a minute to get your system up, and they've done a good job. They're more polished, man. They're more sound on offense and defense. Certainly defensively, the big thing there is takeaways. Man, they're getting the takeaways. I mean, they lead the league right now in defensive takeaways, and really nobody's close to that. So, it's become part of what they do, and the yards are irrelevant now. When you're able to take the ball away and give it back to your offense, that's always going to be. That's really the most important stat you can have. So, and I know DA, he's going to make sure that they're sound. They play hard, which they do. And so those two areas are where they're different. Offensively, much more polished. Ben's got the system in. Everything's much more crisp. The run game is where it all starts for them. They're able to run it. I mean, they're rushing for well over 100 a game, easy. That offensive line's doing a really good job. Tight ends, using the weapons. Caleb's playing at a high level. Play action pass now is really thriving with him because of the run game. And so it's a much more polished team than it was before, and it's no wonder why they're winning. I mean, they take care of the football, they take it away on defense, and they don't beat themselves. That's good football.
I know there's no such thing as a meaningless game for you. So what is the emphasis and what meaning do you guys put for this game against Chicago?
Well, anytime you line up to play in this league, coach or play, it's meaningful. we're fortunate to have an opportunity to do this, man. Not everybody gets to do this, and yeah, it stinks that we're out. You know, you got one left, but I don't view this as meaningless. I don't, and I know exactly what I'm looking for, and sometimes this is the best way to find out what you got in the building. You know, you don't want it to be this way, but then when you do, there is a silver lining. You find out in a hurry, just like I did in 21, we did in 21, early part of 22. You find out a lot about guys.
Will we see a sighting of either Wingo, Manu, or Hassanin at all?
You might see a sighting of someone.
Dan, have you kept in touch with Ben Johnson as the year goes on? I can't imagine you talked to him this week, but what's your relationship like with him as the season has unfolded?
No, it's been a while. I mean, really, I haven't talked to him. I don't know the last time I've talked to him. But I mean, that's part of the season too. I mean, we're busy, man. I mean, your head's down, you're just going. So, and it's not like I've been able to stay in contact with AG very much either. It's just, you know, that's the nature of this business, man. You're working. If you're fortunate to go home, see your family, it's a blessing. And otherwise, you're back up here trying to grind and win games.
Well, Dan, we've appreciated having you on all season long. We'll see you out at training camp. But thanks so much for getting up and spending these weeks with us.
Yeah, all good. Appreciate it, guys. Have a good one.
Thank you.
Happy New Year to you guys.
Happy New Year, Dan.
All right.
It's 97.1.
Well, I guess we'll be seeing somebody.
What do you mean?
Oh, I asked him if we're going to see a sighting of Makai Wingo and
does that mean?
Manu.
I
and-
know, it's ominous.
I know. You'll see a sighting of someone.
That's his way of
I
not
know.
answering it.
Of course, I know.
And look, I respect that they got a game left, okay?
know.
And I know the way we approached it was it's our last chance to ask him some of these big season-long questions.
Right.
With all respect to everybody involved, the Bears game doesn't really provide a lot of juice.
No.
And I respect that they have a job to do, and they're going to go out and
they're
they're
gonna
going to
try-
play.
they're gonna
and
try
they're
to
gonna
win.
win.
Damn right. And they should try to win.
The players and coaches should be trying to win that game.
Yeah.
Our interests are obviously just broader at this point.
Correct.
And
And it's all for the good of the team, not for the good of us.
No. And I think he gave us,
Yeah.
his best answers he could.
Likes his quarterback a little bit.
Yeah, I was that part of that question, and because I sent you some of it ahead of time was, and how do you get the most out of him long term?
Right.
I'm not a guy who thinks they should be moving on from Goff.
No.
But he was effusive. He was emphatic in the praise of the quarterback. Better this year than even last year. There's absolutely no doubts in their mind about what they have at quarterback, and he left no doubt about it.
Right, which leads me to believe that they know for him to have another great season, they got to get him some help and protect his ass.
Well, and I'd read it, and maybe this is, okay, I'm going to read into it maybe a step too far. I've always felt they were going to extend and restructure him from a
Yes.
cap standpoint. If you feel that strongly about him, you have no hesitations about adding on extra years and spreading out the money.
Right.
And he's not answering. That's not even a question to ask him. It's a Brad
No,
Holmes question.
yeah.
It's nothing they're even going to discuss now, and they might not do anything. But his cap hit's going to jump. I believe it's from $32 to $69 million.
Correct.
If you want the money to add around him, you probably restructure his deal.
You have
and
to.
if you have no hesitations about the player he is moving forward, that's a non-issue.
Right.
Of course, you just kick the money down the road. You believe in him long term.
Right, because if you don't restructure, you're coming back with pretty much the same team besides your draft picks and pray you don't get a lot of injuries.
Yeah, you have two pretty
not-
bloated years on his deal coming up.
Right, because you're not going to have a lot of money to spend on free. Even though the cap's going up, you won't have a lot of money to spend on free agency.
Yeah.
Unless you cut other players, which I'm sure they're going to be doing.
The Shep thing will be interesting. Like we all like Calvin Shepard, and Dan has really taken him under his wing and said, "Hey, as a first-year DC, you're learning all kinds of stuff."
Yeah, I mean, look, I know the performance on the field, with the exception of a few games, was not very good. It doesn't show well for him. But I've always been, and I've shortened my windows a little bit, I don't think you have to at least give him a second year. And if things don't get better, then you get rid of him.
But the argument would just be you could hand the defense to a proven DC. Like, this isn't the climb up the mountain. You're trying to finish this thing off, and if you're wrong, if you, out of the kindness of your heart or the belief and the hope that he'll get better, you end up throwing away another season, they're just in a position where they can't throw away seasons. And if they're going to bring him back, they have to be so confident that the thing's going to be humming next season.
Well, they might have to hire better position coaches around them, maybe.
I think that's maybe fair too.
Maybe that's it. I don't know.
But the idea of all of these great defensive coaches that fail as head coaches, but then they take ownership of one side of the ball and they produce, man. Look at these defenses that win the Super Bowl. They're often architected by a guy who's run a whole team,
right,
and it was a little too much, but is a great defensive mind. And those guys are going to be out there this offseason.
Yeah. There will be, probably. Yeah. I mean, I understand it. I just think sometimes you have to give people a chance to get better.
Yeah.
Their jobs, just like rookie players. You don't get rid of rookie players right away.
And the difference is you have team control at a low number. It's a little different with rookie players.
Yeah, I know, but it's the whole developmental thing. And even coaches need to be developed. He's still a young guy, and I would hate to see them let him go, and then he goes somewhere else and, turns into a all-time great defensive coordinator, head coach, whatever. I don't know. I'd give him one more year.
Here's what some of the people are saying. And I don't know that I agree with this. It says Dan got a little sensitive on the Goff question. Do you think he was sensitive? I don't think he was sensitive. I think he wanted
I think he knows there's a number of people in this town who don't like Jared Goff.
But you'd said this yesterday. They did the same thing to Stafford. It's surface level scapegoating.
Yeah.
The problems are deeper. You can win with him. if you just want to go surface level, like I know Christmas was bad. I'm not defending Christmas,
No,
but for the season,
Right. He's had two really horrible games.
to end their season
In
the
their
last 2
season,
years.
okay?
So
That-
that those end up feeling heavier
No doubt about it.
and weighing more on people's mind. No, I'm actually happy he stood up for his guy because I'm not someone who wants to move on from Goff either.
No, first of all, so look at the quarterbacks who go in the playoffs. Tell me, are they much better than Jared Goff? All right, so we'll start with what the NFC. All right,
Stafford's better than Goff.
Okay, yes.
Hurts is better than Goff.
Is Sam Darnold is not
No,
better than Goff?
Darnold is not.
I think Goff's better than Jordan Love,
I do too, and I think Purdy, it's a toss-up.
and I think Goff is better than Caleb Williams.
Yeah, me too. At this point,
Right.
Maybe a year from now, 2 years from now, Caleb ends up.
And Goff
another
is
leap.
better than Bryce Young.
Yes.
Or Baker Mayfield.
Yes.
All right. AFC.
I think he's better than Bo Nix.
Is he better than Drake May?
This is the
Drake
classic
May's having
of
a
the
great
moment. I know.
But look, I don't have it in front of me, but I looked. Somebody posted the quarterbacks who Drake May beat, and they're all awful.
I know their schedule was historically very
Look,
soft.
For the future, you'd
He's still
rather have
making big time
Drake
throws.
May.
I don't want
Yes.
to turn this into a Drake May deal.
No, I know.
Just set him aside.
Right.
Josh Allen's better.
Correct.
Who else? Who are the other playoff? He's better than Aaron Rodgers, who's currently in out of the AFC
He's better than
North.
C.J. Stroud.
Yeah.
He's better than Huntley.
Yes.
And you said you wanted to, if Lamar's for the playoffs. Look, Lamar's better, but Lamar's playoff record has been awful.
Herbert or Goff? I think there's more talent with Herbert, but Goff has played the position at a higher level.
I think Goff is, has had better playoff success.
Yes. Yeah. I'm cool with that. Guys, the better way of looking at this is what's easier? Choosing not to restructure Goff, paying through the nose the next 2 years while searching for a top 5 quarterback, or adding a couple dudes up front so you can get back to what you were doing, which
Yes.
is ripping off 10, 12, 15-win seasons.
And one of the things that Brad Holmes has said that I definitely agree with him, it's a lot easier to get worse at quarterback than get better.
Oh, yeah, I agree.
You better be damn sure.
Dan sounded so beaten down. He gave it his all, but he knows he's in over his head. He needs help with so many issues. Breathe, Dan. We know you're tired.
I didn't get that impression at all.
I didn't either. We talk to him every week. I'm not saying I know the guy or know what's in his heart, but I didn't get the impression that he's beaten down.
No.
I think that losing takes its toll on everybody.
Right.
But I don't get that impression. People can say what they want. I love hearing directly from DC. He's honest. He takes responsibility. He understands that changes need to be made. If Holmes understands the same, I feel much better than I did prior to having him on this week. Mike and Novi.
That's the uncomfortable part of the discussion.
I
It's
like
gonna
that
be
you
with
asked
Brad
that.
Holmes.
Yeah. Uncomfortable conversations.
Yes.
All right, let's get to Heather with the news.
Well, after a hectic day of weather conditions, it's going to kind of level out today, so that's great news. But it doesn't mean that the snow is officially done. So winds are going to stick around. There's going to be more cold air moving over Detroit this week. So it's going to be cold, and we could have some snow redevelop this evening with forecast saying plan on an inch or so overnight. So we're going to get a little bit more snow. It's going to be cold. It's going to be windy. But hopefully we won't have any of those crazy days on the road like we had yesterday. Speaking of the weather, some customers at Topgolf got quite a show when Mother Nature basically caused the netting surrounding the facility to come crashing down. It was captured on cell phone footage. Happened on Sunday, but it was basically because of the ice, the winds that had collected on the nets. It was so heavy, and it was wild because it literally just broke apart and came crashing down.
It
And
almost looked like AI, like it didn't feel real.
yeah, I mean, if you've been to Topgolf, or you know what it is, it's about, the netting is 150 feet tall, right? It's huge netting surrounding the entire facility, and it just it just crumbled, cracked. They're going to be closed for probably quite a while. They need to find the specific equipment to come and make the repairs, and it's bad news for them. They had a big New Year's Eve party planned, and that's how they make their money. So they're hoping to get things back up and running as soon as possible. San Francisco 49ers wide receiver Kendrick Bourne hit a major bonus last week when he surpassed 500 receiving yards for the season against the Indianapolis Colts. And he opened up about hitting the milestone with NBC's Melissa Stark on Sunday night. And during that interview, he kind of threw his wife under the bus. And then, of course, people kind of went through and dug up some social media, and there was a picture of the Valentine's gift she got, a Rolls Royce. So, some expensive taste there, but not denying it.
If they're a happy couple.
And they've got the money.
Yeah.
Why not?
And that's, by the way, that's what this next week's games are going to be for a lot of guys, are these incentives. Mm-hmm. It's Heather with the news. All right, we'll take more of your phone calls. You got thoughts on what Dan Campbell had to say? It's 97.1. want to get to the phone, some of your feedback, some of your thoughts on Dan Campbell joining us for the final time in season today. Let's get to Mike in Livonia. Mike, good morning.
Hey, good morning, guys. I love that talk by Dan, man. It's just, he's so honest. I know you asked pressing and very important questions, Jim, and honestly, it was warranted. But just the way he comes off, the way he said he was going to evaluate everything, there's going to be some hard questions to look at and hard things to discuss. I mean, this goes back to Brad Holmes, honestly. I am anti-negativity at this point because I'm done with Rieger and the whole, let's get rid of everything. Let's burn Goff out of town. Let's run him out of town. Let's burn the whole system where our window's closed. That's not true. Look at San Francisco. They look like their window was closed last year, and now they're 12-4 and in the playoff run right now. So that means what were our weaknesses this year? It was the O-line. It just goes back to the O-line. We're a ball-controlled team, dude. Goff needs to be able to progress to his third and fourth read. He wasn't able to do that in many games this year.
And he still had a strong season, albeit not the season that everybody wanted. And I think it said more about the pocket than it did the person. No, I don't want to throw Goff out. I don't think the window's closed.
No, me neither.
And if anything, I think there are harsh conversations that need to be had. But I felt this way before we talked to Dan. I don't think Dan Campbell's afraid of an uncomfortable conversation.
No.
I don't think he's shaking to have to go pull someone aside and tell him some tough news, whether it's a player, a coach, position coach, coordinator, whatever it is, offensive line, defensive lineman. Dan Campbell's not afraid to have a tough conversation. And they're going to have several of them this offseason if they're going to get back to who they want to be.
Look, he's fired. Anthony Lynn, John Morton. There was a defensive back coach, I forget his name, that they got rid of during the season.
Yeah.
I forget which. It was either 21
Aubrey
or
Pleasant.
22. Yeah. So he's not afraid to make tough decisions.
No. So if you felt better hearing him acknowledge that, okay. Let's get to Jerry in Canton. Jerry, you're on 97.1.
Yeah, I mean, he is not going to say in the middle of a conversation, I'm going to fire Calvin Shepard. You still think about that, what that would do to that team and whatever. He's going to rebuild the offensive line. They're going to lose some players. Davenport, Anzalone, Reeder, because they brought the other kid in. They're going to have the draft to address, I think, both the offensive and defensive line. But they have to go out and get a guard and maybe a center, depending on what Ragnar. If Ragnar comes back, I'll bet you Decker will come back. So they're not going to sit there. They're going to fix that offensive line. But he's not going to say that stuff that I'm going to fire somebody in front of the home media. That'd be torture for him. He'd hang himself.
Oh, yeah. No, look, I think just so we're on the same page here, he was defending the job that Shep had done this season. So I was wondering if he was going to say, we're definitely bringing him back. Right. The way he rushed to defend Goff immediately, would you have said, hey, I just got done saying Shep learned some things in year one. Yeah, we're going to have him back. I didn't expect him, and I wasn't asking him to fire his defensive coordinator on our radio show today. I don't think any coach would do that or should do that.
No.
Just vote of confidence.
But any coach out there who would like to do that on our air, give us a buzz.
If you want to break news to your staff before they hear it themselves.
Yeah.
I mean, they're in limbo right now.
I know.
It's a very difficult spot.
Correct.
To do an interview like that, and he talked about the disappointment of not making the playoffs and still trying to gain something this week. They have to do that. That's their world.
That's the professionalism part of this.
Yeah, I'm sure they're
other teams' seasons end, but you still have to play the games, and you owe it to yourself and your teammates to play the games.
I mean, you got to look at what Atlanta did last night.
Right.
And, I mean, we know what was there to gain for Atlanta last night, other than screwing up a draft pick.
Yes,
trying to save jobs, maybe, but yeah.
Well, they were trying to screw up the Rams draft pick because the Rams have their draft pick, right?
True.
That's kind of funny, actually.
But yeah, no, I mean, I was surprised he even went as far as he did with the Goff stuff. So, it's.
I thought he was terrific. I thought he was good.
We're so impatient. We need answers right now.
I know. Well.
And they still have games to play.
Yeah.
And the professionalism that they have to conduct,
Yeah.
So
I get it. 248-539-9797. All right, where we want to take the conversation now is just the emotional check-in for Lions fans. You got the stages of grief, and in some order you have anger and depression, and the end is acceptance. I don't know that anybody's accepted that the season's over this early. But what would you say your emotional state is right now as a Lions fan as we gear up for the final game of the season. And you know it's the last game.
Yeah.
Like the last couple of years, you didn't know when the last game was going to be.
This is the last time they've played a meaningless game since 2022,
right?
Yeah.
At the end of that.
And we didn't realize it was going to be meaningless
No.
until like an hour before kickoff.
Right. So the last time they've truly played a meaningless game, you're right, would have been where you had the whole week knowing it, would have been the 21 season.
Yes. Which
Is that right?
crazy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So what would you say? Are you angry? Are you apathetic? Are you sad? Do you how would you describe your emotions today?
I'm sad because it's coming to an end, the season, not the run. We expected more. I didn't expect them to be a Super Bowl team when the season started, but I definitely expected them to be a playoff team and probably win the North. So I'm just sad because this team, in a weird way, just brought a lot of people together, and we're not going to have that this year. Granted, a lot of it was, we had some misery at the end of, the last two seasons, the way they ended, with the blowing the lead in San Francisco and, pooping the pants at Ford Field against Washington last year. But it's sad. I mean, people around this town were wearing Lions garb everywhere. I mean, you don't see that all the time.
No. Look,
you see it in cities where your teams are usually good or expected to be good. You don't see that here. And people who were not necessarily Lions or football fans, they got on board, and it was a great time. People were, like we always in our business and our sports geekdom, your happiness or sadness on Monday is a lot determined what happens on Sunday.
Oh, yeah, your whole mood, your whole outlook.
Now, to a lesser extent, or to some people, more of an extent, what happens on Saturday to your college football team.
Well, you're passionate. You take this stuff
Yes.
seriously. You invest a lot of your time, your emotions, your money in a lot of cases.
Mm-hmm.
And, yeah, you ride the wave. And, Stoney, I mean, sports will always bring us together. For most of Lions history, it's been bringing us together to bitch and complain.
Yeah.
And I've much appreciated the shift of coming together to deck out for a playoff game or playoff games. Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's much better. I was angry on Christmas at the wasted season. And maybe you're still angry because you look at the Rams who've lost 2 in a row and 3 of 5, and you think nobody's truly great. If this team could have just found a way to put this thing together, they could have, this current team wouldn't have gone on a run.
No.
But if they were a little better, they'd be in the mix like everybody else.
Correct.
Maybe you're angry, but it is, as it passes, it's sad. It's sad that this is going to be a game on
Yes.
Sunday that doesn't have any meaning for fans.
None.
See, I'm angry, and it's because of the way the league is this year. This thing is so wide open that had they been very aggressive in the offseason and not maybe extended people yet and used that money to get super hyper aggressive, that this was the year to do it.
Yeah.
Because then if you have the injuries, you would have been able to cover them up with depth. They didn't have depth.
And big extensions don't hit the books really until next year.
Yeah.
And they can still restructure, but now it becomes harder.
They thought that because they went 15-2 and they know that they've lost in crazy fashion, well, not crazy, but the way they lost last season, that they thought they were good enough to basically run it back. And they were wrong in their evaluations of many of their own players and what they needed to do to make this season better than it ended up being.
9 o'clock, we're going to get into some of the Detroit's best moments from the century at the Godfather Detroit Sports Radio, and it's a good time to do that. We'll do that at 9 o'clock. Want to hear from Lions fans as we round out the hour. Got texts in front of me, open spots on the line, 248-539-9797. It's 97.1. More of your feedback on what Dan Campbell had to say today, plus how you're feeling emotionally as the season comes to a halt on Sunday. Stoney, text in all caps, 4 words. We will be back.
All right. I hope so. You have to have some faith in your front office that you'll be able to get in that position to be back in caps.
I have no doubt that the opportunity will be there for them to get back. Mm-hmm. It's whether they're going to do what they need to do this offseason.
Right.
But the path is there, man. Like the Niners were a 6-win team a year ago. They're fighting for the 1 seed. The Bears were a last place team. Somebody goes worst to first every year, Stoney.
I know.
If the Lions finish 4th, do you think they're going to be a popular worst to first team next year?
Yes.
Especially if they upgrade the trenches.
Yeah.
You know?
Look, Washington made it to the NFC Championship game last year. Now, they had a big injury, but still.
Look, the sport is designed to pull teams from the top down and pull teams from the bottom up.
Mm-hmm.
Detroit was a team at the top. They got yanked down. And now they're going to have to make some real tough decisions and uncomfortable conversations, as you put it, for them to get back where they need to be. This text says, no game is meaningless. Pride, boys, and resilience. Signed, Lou. I think it could be meaningful to players playing for incentives, players playing for future contracts, players playing because they love to play the game. I don't know the meaning for a fan. Does that make sense, Tony?
Not really.
No, I'm saying I don't see the meaning for a fan.
Oh, of the game.
Yeah. Like, I get why it would matter to a tackle, a guard, a linebacker, a safety, a coach, a kicker.
Yes.
I don't know, like, the fan in section 125 that his team can't make the playoffs. You just hope nobody gets hurt long term.
Right.
You want to see a bit of a spine and a backbone, but other than that, win does you no good.
I wouldn't mind if the game's on BTN Plus.
Right. Like, who are we kidding? As a fan, like, I don't know what you get out of this.
Do we get the D team, or because it's the Bears have something to play for? I just can't have another Kenny Albert, Jonathan Vilma game.
We've had too many of those this year. I don't know. I know the time has set, right? It's 4:25 kick.
Yes.
I don't know if the broadcast has been set. If it is, I'll get it for people here. But yeah, I mean, that's I don't know who they'll give us. I don't think it's out.
No.
Tex says our window's not closed. We still have a very good football team. We need to improve the offensive line, throw in a defensive end, and revamp our secondary. We can compete with the best of them.
You got to get the defensive line, not just another edge rusher. You need guys up front.
Look, ideally, the fastest path is the guy you took in the first round, Tyleik Williams, plays a hell of a lot better as a second-year player.
Correct.
And Aleem McNeil, who you already paid, is a full year removed from an ACL, does the job.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. And we see where they want to invest beyond that. Mental state on the Lions isn't great, guys, but winning my fantasy championship took the sting out of it. I forgot what it was like to look forward to the draft this early.
Well, he could be drafted anywhere from 13 to 16, right? Pretty much.
Yeah. Now, you've already done mocks on our radio waves, right?
I mentioned somebody, okay. I believe, yes.
Ideally, I would like to get to 2026 before I'm presenting a mock draft.
Yes.
It's just so depressing.
I know, but that's what we are.
I know. It's not our fault. No. It's the reality. Honestly, a mixture of sad and relief, guys. This team had not passed the eye test all year. I expected a not great season. They proved a massive doubt wrong before last year, so I hung on. Ended as I expected, sadly. We're on to the next year, Logan and Southfield.
All right, let's go to our broadcast maven, Greg Hargrave. Who will be calling the Lions-Bears tilt?
This is from ListWire. The Lions-Bears game is America's game of the week. Kevin Burkhardt, Tom Brady is on the call for that one.
One glove or two gloves?
God.
I don't know. Kenny Albert and Jonathan Vilma are going to go see the Rams.
Oh.
Okay.
Who do the Rams play this week?
Rams play the
Cardinals. Oh, okay. Yeah, it's kind of a nothing game. Is there actually nothing to play for in that game? Like the Rams are locked in?
I think they need to win to get the 5 seed.
Okay. All right.
Prepare yourself for the gushing of Ben Johnson.
Oh, from Brady?
Oh, from Brady.
Yeah. I advise Lions fans to coordinate the tickets broadcast with the game.
Sync them up?
Yes.
Yeah, you can do it.
Helps us, and you won't be sick to your stomach. It's going to be awful. It is going to be gross.
Yeah, now I'm starting to picture the talking points.
And they'll never mention Ben Johnson had nothing to do with the deterioration of the Lions' run defense. Because I actually think That is one of the most alarming things that happened during this season. Their
think
run defense was so good the last 2 full calendar years, and then it just went back to looking like some of 2022.
Look, it's a.
Why is that on Ben Johnson?
No, that's exactly what I
No,
said.
I know.
That they'll never mention the Lions' deterioration has everything to do with Ben Johnson and nothing to do with the Lions' run defense. That's what I was saying.
Yeah, what I wanted to point out, I don't think it's going to get enough oxygen this week because the storyline is already ready, made, set, and they're going to hand it. It's on a silver platter. Look what Ben Johnson did in his first year. Look at the Lions. They're not in the playoffs. How badly do the Lions miss Ben Johnson? And look, they'd be better with Ben Johnson. He's a damn good coach. But I think with Ben Johnson, without the ability to run the ball consistently, I don't think they would be a Super Bowl team if they had Ben Johnson, but they had this offensive line and they had this defense.
Ben Johnson also took the heart of the Detroit Lions and the soul of what made them and incorporated it into Chicago with the offensive line and the acquisitions that they made in the offseason.
Yeah, if we got Ben Johnson to stay and added Joe Thuney,
yeah,
you know what I mean? Like, all right, maybe that's a difference.
Right, and I don't want to hear anybody say, "Oh, I wish we'd have still had Ben Johnson." You're not going to. We had Ben Johnson a year longer than many people thought we were going to have him because he didn't get along with what was his name? Oh, Washington. Didn't he fly to Washington? Or was that,
allegedly.
Was that?
Well, no, wasn't it? He was.
Oh, Carolina too.
No, wasn't. There's a thing with a plane.
Washington,
in Washington
was coming here. He decided to stay
while they were in the air.
Yeah.
If the reports are accurate. Yeah. And again, revisionist history. There were a Lions fan that said, "Good riddance. He coached a terrible game against the Commanders."
Well, when you go empty in that play where he got with.
Well, he thought he had 2 downs because that's what they had done all year.
And
Now we're litigating a play from over
and the
a year
Jameson
ago.
Williams pass that was on Ben Johnson.
I mean, what if Josh Reynolds catches the ball?
Oh, I know.
Here you go.
Yeah. That's mine.
What if Sterling Sharp wasn't wide open?
You did that, not me. Usually it's me.
248-539-9797. Guys, I want them to beat Chicago and regroup for next year. Go Lions, all caps. It's different, though, than when they ended the year beating the Packers a few years ago. And it felt like
because
kind of
they were a team on the way up.
Yeah.
Yes.
If the Bears win, do you think they carry Ben Johnson off the field?
Oh, no.
Do you think he rips his shirt off? I think if a Lion scores, they should take their pads and shirt or jersey off.
Oh. This is going to be nauseating, isn't it?
It is.
You took this from a game that I had no meaning. It was just kind of like, So now I'm kind of like repulsed by the game.
Yeah.
I wonder if there's something that Ben Johnson hates that if they did Selly that would just piss him off.
They would know. I mean, they got to know him really well.
I know.
You know what's wild? Again, I still stare at it. Why is the line 2.5?
I bet it yesterday.
Did you?
Mm-hmm.
And which side of that did you bet?
I took the Bears.
Okay. What I'm saying is, and I have no right to tell you the Lions are going to win this game, and I don't actually believe the Lions are going to win this game. Why the hell is Vegas making that line 2.5?
I have no idea.
That's Vegas saying, hey, I'm telling you, these Lions are going to fight their tails off for Dan. Is Chicago, do they really care 2 seed versus 3 seed?
Yes.
I don't know. I mean, maybe Vegas is telling you that this isn't the slam dunk that you think it is on the surface. But that you did the thing they want you to do, which is run in and bet the game immediately.
The 2 gets the Packers.
Yes. They'd rather play the Packers than play the Rams,
Then
right?
you also play at home in round 2.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's something to play for them.
You can't tell me that they're not a field goal better than the Lions.
Well, that's what I'm saying. So the line doesn't make any sense. So what is it? That's why I'm grasping at straws. Why? Why is it only 2.5?
I know.
It might be the outcome earlier in the season.
Okay.
Yes. It wouldn't surprise me.
And how the Bears D looked on Monday or Sunday night.
Yeah. Slightly shorter week for them. No, significantly shorter week for them. Lions get the 10 days to prepare. Bears played on Sunday night.
Oh boy, the Lions, they certainly look good when they had all that time to prepare for Minnesota the first time.
You know what, Stoney? You're absolutely right. I'm sorry. Just bet your mortgage on the Bears. I don't know.
And I took the Bears money line as well for a little bit.
Of course you did. You're going to help set this next topic up. It is all yours. Stoney in. It's 97.1.
Michigan and Michigan State men's basketball cruised to a pair of wins last night. In East Lansing, Jeremy Fears led all scorers and passers with 21 points and 11 assists in Michigan State's 114-97 win over Cornell. Tom Izzo said after the game that he and Fears have been focused on pushing the tempo as of late, and last night was the proof in the pudding for the point guard.
Well, I thought he pushed it pretty good the first half, to be very honest with you. I thought that was the best job he did. I mean, we had meetings after meetings after meetings, him and I, this week, about pushing the ball more. And finally, I took 4 games and showed him the film of those 4 games. And I think, as they tell me, that young kids learn more from visual than they do from explaining. And I think he got it, and I think he did a good job.
In Ann Arbor, Michigan blew out McNeese 112-71. If you're good with math, you know that's a 41-point margin of victory, marking Michigan's 6th 40-point victory this season. That's the most in a single season in Big Ten history. We've only played 12 games. Game number 13 for both Michigan and Michigan State will be a big one. The Wolverines will face a feisty Trojans team in Ann Arbor. That's number 2 against number 24. That game's at 7 o'clock this Friday. Just 2 hours later, the 13th-ranked Cornhuskers of Nebraska and 9th-ranked Spartans will tip off in Lincoln in what will be Michigan State's most difficult road test of the season. At number 13 in the country, the Cornhuskers hold the highest ranking in program history since 1991. At the Cornwall Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
All right, we're going to do some more year-end stuff tomorrow. We'll also have TJ Lang in studio this time tomorrow. Everything's kind of thrown off with the holiday, but TJ will join us for the last time.
It was so weird with that game being on Thursday and doing Friday's show just seemed like a Monday.
Yeah.
It was bizarre, and then you're done for the week. And after one show.
It's the 2 weeks at the end of the year where nobody can keep track of what day it is. I don't even know. Do we have TJ next Monday, or is this the last time we have TJ? We do have TJ Monday. Okay, so never mind. We have TJ twice before the year's over. See, I'm trying to keep track of it.
Yes.
But Stoney, before we do all that stuff tomorrow, kind of a year-end deal, you wanted to put some perspective on the quarter century.
Yeah, because I saw something that had MLB had like the best team of the quarter of the century.
Yeah.
Okay, and they had by position, and there were some Tigers in there, including Justin Verlander and Max Scherzer was part of the starting rotation, and they had Miggy at third base.
Played there briefly.
Yeah, but because Pujols played first.
There you go. That's you get both in the lineup.
Yes, exactly. But so I was thinking, you know what? Why don't we make this Detroit or the state of Michigan?
Okay.
So I have 2 categories here: 248-539-9797. What was the best team? And you can even, if you want to go your favorite team, that's fine too.
Okay.
Favorite or best team this century, and what was your favorite or best moment this century?
Best team is easy for me.
Were they your favorite as well?
Yeah. Yeah, I'd say so. The 02 Red Wings.
Okay.
Loaded, start to finish, expected to win a championship, hit a couple bumps along the way, but delivered.
Right.
Delivered on that promise. You had Hasek, you added Hull and Robitaille to a team that already had Yzerman, Shanahan, Fedorov, Lidstrom, and I'm leaving more guys out. Datsuk was on that team.
So
they had the grind line, McCarty, Maltby, Draper. Yeah, that's my favorite team. And they were the best team we've had in my mind. I don't think we've had a better. How many champs have we had since 2000?
Well, Michigan State basketball.
Flintstones, yeah.
We had Michigan football.
Yep.
We had Pistons basketball. And
Yep.
we had 2 Red Wing hockeys.
Okay, so you got 5 to choose from.
Yes,
Okay.
exactly.
For best.
Yes,
Favorite.
or as champions.
Yes.
They were champions.
Favorite could be any of them.
Yes. What about your best and favorite moment?
Magson and the Tigers of the World Series. They didn't even win the World Series, but that's just as a standalone moment.
It's weird because I think that's not my favorite moment per se, but I think it was the best moment for most people.
You got to understand
I kind of thought, because I was there. I'm in the minority here. I kind of think that was like an overrated moment
because it was inevitable.
They were up 3-0.
Yeah,
but what it represented.
And I'm going to break some news to you here, Stoney. I'm a little younger than you are, so those moments to me happened at really
great times,
critical, like young sports fandom moments, like. those are the moments that hook you. So the 0-2 Wings, I would have been, I don't know, like 9 years old. And Mags, 3 years later, you're 12 years old. Like these are the moments that hook you.
I get it.
10 and 13, I think, were my ages. But yeah.
My favorite, the best team, obviously, was the Wings. But my favorite team would be the 04 Pistons.
Okay.
And
I don't know if a team has connected with the city better in the last 25 years than the Going to Work Pistons.
Yeah. I mean, they getting to be around them. Like I was around the Red Wings, too, a lot. But it was just different. And the 0-2 Wings, as good as they were, it was expected. And the 04 Pistons basically came out of nowhere.
And you had a lot of big Chauncey shots along the way.
Yes.
Like I'm thinking about for the 0-2 Wings, even though it was expected, didn't they have Lidstrom had that shot against the Canucks?
Dan Cloutier, they were losing by a goal or 2 goals in the second period. They were down. And they lost 2 games at home at Joe Louis.
Yeah.
Came back to Vancouver.
That's a critical juncture of the series.
That was it.
And then didn't Larry Onoff have like a double OT winner in the Cup?
That was, yes.
Yeah.
Triple overtime.
Triple OT.
In Raleigh.
Yes. Again, pivotal swing game. Yeah. So even though they won, it's not like they did it without any drama. I mean, you still got plenty of tense moments. It's just the difference. It's like the perfect season to sign your team up for. You have a group of guys who have proven they can win a title. But just to be safe, you cram in a few more Hall of Famers so you know your team is all in. There's nothing like that feeling as a fan. I miss that feeling.
Yes.
But you're all in. And then you're going to win, but we're going to do enough to make it interesting along the way. That's the perfect season as a fan, where I know I'm going to have the most talented team. I'm still going to have to work for it. I'm going to be rewarded, and I'm going to see a championship.
My favorite moment, it edges out the Mags thing, and you can call me, whatever. I'm sure there'll be some people with some snide comments. My favorite moment was being in the stadium when Michigan finally beat Ohio State, and people running on the field and all that. That was just
2021.
Yes, that was just unfreaking believable. They finally beat those bastards. And it was
cathartic, I'm sure.
It was crazy, and the whole game. I was there with my my niece and my nephew were in, and Marissa she worked a little bit for Michigan football PR, and it was her last game, and they let those kids run through the tunnel in the beginning of the game, and
that's cool.
It was just that was just really, really cool.
Well, you were putting like decades of despair in the past.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, how Michigan, we forget about it now. Didn't they only beat Ohio State like once or twice in a 14, 15-year span?
Yeah, absolutely.
So, Stoney, that wasn't tainted later by the...
Nope.
Because it happened, right?
It happened. And you can take your asterisks for 2023 and stick them up your ass, too. I don't care. Because everybody would have done the same thing.
I got to tell you, specific moment. It's hard not to go with Mags because I absolutely jumped out of my seat. I was at Fridays in Sandusky because we were at Hollow Weekends at Cedar Point, and we made it a point to go watch the game at the end, and I went nuts, like in a public setting. And there's half the TVs were on a Buckeyes game. I got to tell you, Patrick Waugh getting chased in 02.
Oh, that's a good one.
Yeah.
That's a really good one.
That was like, we win. The rivalry had pretty much been neutral along the way. And it wasn't that they won 7-0, but that moment in the Joe with how the TV cameras were and how people would there wasn't a person sitting, and everybody was just going nuts when he had to make that skate to the bench.
And it's funny because he only got to Colorado is because he had a game like that in the Montreal Forum when he played for the Canadiens.
It was full circle.
Yeah, it was completely full circle.
So the Waugh stuff, do you remember? I was young. They had like a voodoo doll for Patrick Waugh.
Mm-hmm.
Like that's how, like, man, that's when the rivalry was still at its best. You know, I know that you had the battles in the late 90s, but 02 it was still there, man.
Yeah. The reason the Avs matched the Wings almost in that era was because of him.
Yeah.
And it started with the Statue of Liberty goal that he gave up when they were trailing 3-2 in that series. It's like, it was great to see Patrick Waugh fail.
Absolutely.
It was so great.
I know.
Because I hated that bastard.
And that's why I mentioned last week when I was here or whatever that he's got like the most punchable face. even when he was standing behind the Islanders bench.
Yeah.
He just is something about that guy. And he's a very good coach.
Yes.
But he sits there and he has those blinks and things like yes.
How about when he thought he had the puck? Like he raised up his glove, he thought he had the puck.
That's
and
the Statue of Liberty.
Yeah. Okay, we're all on the same page here.
Yeah.
248-539-9797.
That was little cookies back then.
That's right.
Or wait, no, were you fat as a kid? I know you were fat as a teen.
It's kind of a weird question to ask someone. Were you a fat kid? No, I plumped up as I was late middle school, early high school.
Getting ready for football. Right?
That's right. Playing in the trenches. Hold your laughter.
Are you aware of Fat Jim Costa, Stoney? That was a nickname he had for a little while on the show.
Really? No.
Well, I haven't been fat since I've been on the show, but the younger version of me was
Okay.
plump, as John put it. Some of the early response on the text. 04 Pistons, easily my favorite team of the last 25 years. Perfect representation of Detroit, and they did it right, Kevin in Battle Creek. Second vote for the 04 Pistons. Third vote for the 04 Pistons, but the 06 Tigers deserve an honorable mention for favorite team. That woke up a ton of sleeping Tigers fans because for people born in the 80s or later, it was their introduction to having a great baseball team.
Yes.
Yeah.
Baseball, we lost a generation.
02 Wings, not even close. Favorite moment, sending Mags sending the Tigers to the World Series. That's Andrew. Let's get to Dave. You're next up. You're on 97.1.
Hey, gentlemen. I agree with Stoney on the 2004. I would add a punctuation mark to that. That was the second season among 6 consecutive seasons, at least 50 regular season victories, and at least the Final Four in each of those 6 years.
Yes, they made the Final Four 6 straight times with 3 different coaches.
Oh, by the way, that Red Wing goal, are we talking about all the same, the Statue of Liberty and the holding up the glove? Was that
Yes.
the one that broke his webbing, that slap shot in the playoff game?
I don't
think that's different.
No, that's different.
Oh,
I love that we have
That was awful.
several moments of wild misery that we
I
can
know.
reflect on. It's awesome. Didn't it get petty to one point where they wanted to measure Hasek's stick?
Yeah.
I remember that's how petty it got between these teams.
Oh, yeah.
I think he's using an illegal stick.
So do you like the 02 team maybe because you were younger more
Yeah.
than the 08 team?
Yeah, the 08 team I was in high school, I still appreciated
Right.
it. But some of this is, and you'll see these responses pouring in. It's like, where are you at in your life?
Right.
Are you falling in love with sports and the team that gets you hooked? It's hard to top that.
Yeah, I mean, that's similar to me with the 84 Tigers. The timing was similar. I got to say, an underrated moment, too, was for the 08 Wings was when Babs benched Hasek.
For Osgood?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Like, I remember going to that Game 5. It's about to get spicy around here one way or another because he's going to be crucified if this doesn't work.
Osgood was great in that postseason.
Yeah.
Yes, he was.
248-539-9797. We got good response coming in on the phones and the text. Sony has a 2-part question, 25 years. Who's the best team and your favorite team? And then we also want to know your favorite moment. It's 97.1. It's funny. Right when the mic's turned off, you said, I'm surprised no one brought up
Trouble with the snap
as a favorite moment of the 25 years, quarter century mark. Stoney, some people have brought it up.
Oh, good for them.
Trouble with the snap favorite moment. How about the Tayshaun block on Reggie Miller?
That was a great moment.
Palace Brawl, signed John Green. Who wins in a fight, Current Costa or Fat Costa? Now, I did show you a photo of FJC, Fat Jim Costa.
You're a little plump.
Plump is the right word.
Very good adjective there.
I think I'm in better shape. He would have had me on weight, but I'd outwork him.
Mm-hmm.
Stoney, did you seriously say everyone would have done it when referring to Michigan's cheating? Wrong. Only Michigan did it. Not only does the championship have an asterisk, but so does your 2021 win.
Okay.
Cheaters, Glenn and Grand Rapids.
Whatever. I think if your school would have done it, you would be very happy with a national championship. That's all. Yeah. I'm not going to litigate that again.
Best moment Detroit sports
They
this
did
century.
cheat, by the way, just to make sure.
Yeah, no one's running from that.
No.
It's just, are you okay with it? And if you have those memories,
Right.
they don't go away.
Right.
You're at peace with it.
Yeah.
Best moment Detroit sports this century. Trouble with the snap game. Crowd was divided, so it won't win. But deep down, we know it was the most iconic, maybe the wildest in all of sports in 25 years.
Mm-hmm.
Them wanting to measure the goalie stick is an iconic memory because Hasek intentionally used a longer stick in warm-ups, left it out there to trick them into challenging and giving Detroit a power play.
The gamesmanship.
That is incredible.
Yeah. Well, that was a huge play in the 93 Stanley Cup Finals with the McSorley stick with the Kings and the Canadians. So it has some history there.
James at work, not my favorite moment of the quarter century, but a crazy moment, the Galarraga imperfect game.
Yeah, that's
not really
we're not doing that.
Leave Stoney to pick a game where the winning team knowingly cheated.
Okay.
Favorite moment has to be Kenneth Walker scoring 5 touchdowns, leading the Spartans to a defeat of the Wolverines.
That was a hell of a football game.
Was
that the best game between Michigan and Michigan State this century?
This century?
I mean, some
So
people
this
might
century
say trouble with the
includes
snap.
The Braylon game and Spartan Bob are both this century, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
But I mean, pound for pound, the competitiveness in that game. Well, Michigan was up 30-14. Maybe, was it the best individual performance?
Yes, I think it might have been. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. I mean, it's that or Braylon probably.
It's so crazy because that's one of the most impactful first portal moments.
Yeah.
Like high stakes portal moments. Because State went on to play in a
New Year's Six game.
Yeah.
Yeah. And Kenneth Walker fell just short of being in New York for the Heisman.
I mean, all would have changed if they'd have called Aiden's touchdown, right? I'm such a Michigan fan saying that.
Yeah.
How about this from a Spartan standpoint? The COVID Spartans team with Cassius and X-Man. Heart still breaks for how that season ended.
Yeah, they
Our
were
favorite team.
a great team.
My favorite moment was going on OnlyFans before the national title game, signed Sharon.
That's awesome.
Well done.
Yes, that is awesome. By the way, just to clear the record on the cheating thing, yeah, Michigan cheated. I'm never going to deny that. Never will. They deserve everything they get and everything they got. But I saw with my own eyes, and I can't prove, and nobody can prove how much, if at all. Well, no, it did help a little bit, even
The
more than that.
NCAA also admitted how archaic the rule is when they changed those rules and allowed electronic communication. By the way, that bowl season in 23.
Yeah. So, yeah, they cheated, and whether other teams did the same thing, I have no idea. They got caught.
You know who else cheated? 22 Kansas basketball. 5 level 1 violations,
Yes.
and they're wearing rings by the time it comes to April.
Right. I don't care.
How about a couple more of these moments? MSU beating Ohio State in the Big Ten championship game. Ken from Oxford, favorite moment.
Was that the one where Geiger was going
Was that the
crazy?
Big? I don't think that was the Big Ten championship game. It was in Columbus. Tyler
Oh, that was
O'Connor
that
the
was that
quarterback.
one. Yeah,
Yeah.
But they beat him, and they beat him in Indy one year, I believe, didn't they?
Yes, the Jeremy Langford run.
Yes.
In 13.
Yes, 2 different ones.
And then when they beat they beat Iowa in the championship game.
Yeah,
one
that
year?
was the LJ Scott
Yes.
on a 20-some-odd play drive.
Yeah.
Yeah. Got some good ones. How about this one? Oh, this doesn't count. Iserman double OT slapper. That's not the last 25 years.
No.
Yeah, we've had quite a few not last 25 years. Even somebody getting mad at us saying that Mags is the best moment when Lolich won 3 games.
Oh, come
We
on.
did get a 68 Tigers call.
Listen. Get a Q-tip. Take them, get the wax out of your ears, and start listening.
Okay,
Now, you
easy,
remember the
Stoney. We
68
don't need to demean people. It's okay. It's just correct people. 25 years.
And do you remember the 68 series?
Yes, I do.
Like it was
actually.
yesterday.
I remember watching. I remember calling in sick, or not calling in sick, playing hooky from school so I could watch it on TV.
From a moment standpoint, Trey Burke's 3 against would have been Kansas, right?
Kansas, yes, I remember. That was awesome.
Lions making the playoffs for the first time with Stafford.
That was pretty good.
Like, I'm not going to judge you if that's your personal favorite moment, but like in the same span, they've won home playoff games.
Who wasn't it? Was it this century when the Cliff Averill the play?
Yeah, that's I think the year they went to the playoffs.
They played the Chargers on a Saturday or Christmas Eve.
I think it was Christmas Eve. It was in December, late in the year. I think it was Christmas Eve because we were going to my grandpa's. And yeah, Cliff Averill had to play at the end of the game. That punched their ticket to the playoffs first time in forever. That was the 2011 Stafford who threw 41 touchdowns. Yeah, I guess maybe if you like emotionally in that moment they felt invincible.
Right.
To me, it just as great a moment as that was to see them then beat Matthew Stafford in Ford Field at a playoff game and the emotion in that building. Like that's a pretty good moment too.
What about when the Pistons actually won the lottery and got the second pick in 2003? Unfortunately, they chose Darko, but they got I remember when they got this, people were going crazy.
What about when the pastor in the afternoon show delivered Cade Cunningham to the Pistons?
That's true.
It's got to be up there.
Didn't you see the text? Somebody talking about blocking against you?
Oh, I had to block against FJC in high school. He pancaked me a few times. My money's on FJC. Johnny Mission Livonia.
Way to go. Pancakes. Send some of those videos. Jeff Saturday.
Yeah, right. All right, let's get to Heather with the news.
Well, USC head coach Lincoln Riley is weighing in on why the Trojans and Notre Dame are no longer scheduled to play, and it's pretty clear who he thinks is to blame.
Okay, your thoughts, Tony?
I'd love to know the real truth. Look, I'm not a Notre Dame guy, but I blame it on USC.
My guess is that USC wanted to play the game earlier in the year.
Right.
Right? And Notre Dame probably wants to play it later in the year.
Right, the road game.
Yeah. But here's the reality. Notre Dame was replaced by Ohio State and Michigan and Penn State and a tougher Big Ten schedule for USC. Sorry.
I want that game.
So they're supposed to play extra power games just to do Notre Dame a solid?
No, it's to do the tradition a solid.
Then join the Big Ten and the traditional live on.
That's two different arguments. That's number one. First of all, you want everybody from those conferences to at least have one really good non-conference game. So let it be Notre Dame every year for USC. I mean, come on. The pageantry, the the sweater girls. I mean, come on, the horse. The two of the three greatest fight songs of all time. All right,
then.
I'm done.
The Sweater Girls.
That's why I looked over at Heather.
I don't even know
They're
what.
cheerleaders. They have like the sweaters.
Oh, the Sweater Girls.
Sweater girls.
First called the Showgirls quote.
So NBA legend Shaquille O'Neal is stepping up to help a young man become the tallest police officer in Texas. Yeah.
Okay.
So Jordan Wilmore is 24. He's 7 feet 3 inches tall. Okay. And after he completed the police academy, he took the state peace officer exam and he scored just 1 point below passing. So almost passed, but not quite there. And instead of just walking away saying, you know what? I didn't make it. I'm done. I'm going to do something else. Obviously, he's going to prepare for another attempt, and this time he's got the support from Shaq, who is a certified peace officer himself. So basically, Shaq saw him on social media, said, you know what? I understand this guy. He says, Shaq says it took him 5 to 7 years to graduate from the LA Sheriff's Academy. So he wants to make sure this guy follows through and keeps trying. So he's agreed to sponsor Wilmore, and he says that when he passes, he's going to have a custom-made car ready for him, which is like extra incentive. So he's going to keep going for it, and hopefully he'll pass and walk away with not only a custom car, but probably a custom uniform as well.
Who doesn't like Shaq?
I don't know. Everyone likes
best.
Shaq, right? Yeah. The FBI is hoping to solve a seafood mystery. $400,000 worth of lobster went missing after leaving a Massachusetts warehouse, and now federal authorities are investigating what they're calling a sophisticated cargo theft. So this lobster was actually headed to Costco stores in Illinois and Minnesota, and it disappeared on December 12th. And now investigators say that the heist was highly organized, that these thieves posed as a legitimate carrier by like spoofing the trucks, like the company's email, credentials. They had this truck and they disabled the GPS tracking after they picked up all the seafood. And they believe this wasn't a random attack because the same warehouse lost another seafood shipment earlier this month. And so far, no arrests have been made, but law enforcement do say that this kind of theft can cost businesses millions and ultimately contribute to higher prices for customers as well.
Did lobsters show up in Mexico by any chance? Just trying to figure out who did it.
Okay. That's Heather with the news. Stoney, you are one of a kind.
We're not drop fishing, buddy.
Our conversation with Dan Campbell next, 97.1. I think he made it very clear where he stands on Jared Goff.
Yeah.
Stoney's in for John this week. We had Dan Campbell on for the final time this season. I mean, you guys were taking calls last Friday. People unhappy with Jared Goff.
I know. I mean, one guy said he'd rather have Baker Mayfield.
Well, that's the guy hosting 2 to 6 in the afternoon.
Really?
It was earlier in the year. I'm just needling him.
Oh, okay. Well, look, Baker's a gamer. There's no doubt about that. But, I mean, he's not the most accurate quarterback in the world these days, is he?
Did you just cash a receipt on something? What's your receipt this year that you regret? I'm throwing this completely.
Oh, I don't know. What do you mean? Like that I could be smarmy about that I wasn't? I typically don't miss many chances.
No. I mean, like, what could we cash on you? Like,
that I was wrong about? There's
that.
so many that I mean, look, we do this. You get stuff wrong all the time. I thought the Tigers won the American League Central in July. Took plenty of flack for that. I mean,
something about the Tigers.
Right. I remember.
Look, I had Klubnik winning the Heisman and Clemson playing for the national title. I don't know if you're looking out this weekend. They're not playing.
I remember the Tigers thing because I worked with you that day, and I endorsed, because usually I do the burials, and you wanted to do it. I just endorsed it.
I just leaned on your sage wisdom.
Yeah, exactly.
Led us all astray.
Wisdom being the key word.
No, I thought the Lions would make the playoffs. You can cash that receipt. I thought they'd win the division even after the Parsons trade, although I thought it'd be tight.
Those aren't bad, though.
Yeah, we do this. You get stuff wrong.
I mean, mine was discoing the Lions at the Rams, and it happened for 29 minutes and 30 seconds.
I know. 10 points in the first half. No, it does suck because you watch the Rams lose last night. They've lost back-to-back. They've lost 3 of 5, and you're thinking, man, is anybody truly great in the NFL? Not that makes the Lions good. It's just that much more painful that the Lions aren't at least a playoff team that could take a shot at this.
Greg is really good with history and putting seasons together. I honestly, and I know this is subjective, I don't remember an NFL playoffs that's been this wide open in my life. To me, it's head scratching.
It is. It's crazy. This Roger Goodell, this is why he gets the money.
It's
parity.
It's why I'm high on the Texans, because they have a great component that usually wins in the playoffs, and it's their defense.
Because it travels.
Yep. Yeah. And there's no Mahomes.
But I think the Goff stuff has gotten already a little too out of whack. And I didn't hear the calls from Friday, but I was on social media, and I can imagine how calls are when a quarterback plays the way Goff did on Christmas Day. And the way Goff played, to be fair, in their final game of last year, too.
Yes.
But he is their quarterback long term. They're financially in bed with him at least 2 years. And if they're going to try to win with him, they're going to restructure his deal and commit to him beyond 2 seasons. Like, I don't think he's going anywhere. Part of why I asked that to Dan was almost for him to, here you go.
Right.
You set the tone for everybody's going to be calling in and making these points for the next 9 months. How do you guys actually feel about it? Let me finish the question. He's effusive in his praise. He's got his guy better this year than last year. He's all about Goff.
And he should be.
Yeah, I don't have an issue with that.
No. I mean, they need to tweak some things, as we know, to make it more palatable.
Yeah. And I didn't think he was going to fire his defensive coordinator with us this morning, but he was praising Shepard. I was wondering if they were going to commit to him beyond this year, and they just haven't had those conversations yet. I get it. They got one more game.
Yeah. We'll hear a lot more coming up next week.
Yeah, whatever they do Monday or Tuesday, whatever it turns out to be.
Yeah.
Campbell will probably
be
week.
Yeah, Cam will probably be Monday, and Brad Holmes will be next week. So.
Do you guys want them to lose this week? Like, for the benefits of the pick and the schedule?
Yeah, but I won't be rooting. I watch the game. I never root for the team to lose, even if I hope it's a weird dynamic. I just can't physically and mentally sit there and cheer for another team.
So my understanding is if the Vikings beat the Packers, Detroit is locked into the last place spot schedule-wise, even if they beat the Bears. So you could root for them to beat the Bears.
The Lions lose. They're last because of division record.
I'm saying if the Vikings win and the Lions win, the Lions are still last. So if the Vikings win earlier in the day, the Lions can win, and it doesn't impact next year's schedule at all.
Yeah, you're correct about that.
Yes.
See, and the impact of the schedule, here's the deal. Right now, the draft order, they would get 3 teams on their schedule picking in the top 5. It'd be the Titans, the Cardinals, and the Giants.
Right. Yeah.
Like, the benefit of that, like, I don't see how...
I mean, that's the difference could be you end up winning 2 more games than you should. Well, what would that have done to this team?
Yeah.
Doesn't make you a Super Bowl team, but it gets you in the dance.
Right.
And with the proper offseason, maybe you are chasing the title again sooner rather than later.
That would be interesting.
That would be nice. I'm not someone who believes the window's closed. I get Gator. I know you're not either. You don't think they can't compete next year or things are all over.
With the Lions?
Yeah. You get these people pushing this. I don't think the window's closed.
No, of course the window's not closed. I mean, if you don't... I think the number one reason they took a step back this year is the offensive line.
Yeah, period.
You can fix the offensive line.
Yes.
And the number two reason they didn't make the playoffs this year is injuries. Now, what you can't do is predict how guys are going to come back from injury. But I default back to the first part, which is the offensive line. So, fix the offensive line. And
fix the defensive line.
Yeah, so the defense is still an issue, too.
Yeah, there's parts of the defense that are an issue. But, I mean, I still like the front. I like the front seven. I wish that the tackles played better this year. And they're going to have to do something there because I don't know if you're DJ Reader. I mean, he's
probably gone,
back, right?
Yeah.
And Aleem McNeil, you have to say what happened this year.
Is this
it
just
a
who he
recovery
is,
season?
or is it?
Yeah. Now he'll have a full off season to get ready for it.
You hope Tyleik Williams gets better.
Takes a
Yeah,
leap in
and
year
I would
two.
expect that he would. I mean, rookie defensive tackles don't typically make some kind of major impact.
Right. Not everyone's Ndamukong Suh.
Right. Well, not everybody was the second overall pick.
Right.
So yeah, I mean, there's exceptions, but those guys are truly exceptional. And Tyleik Williams was drafted where he was drafted, so he should get better. But the secondary is the biggest issue. Because you've got cornerbacks that are getting hurt every year.
Yeah.
That are starting their careers getting hurt every year. It's not going to get better. And then you got two safeties that are all pro safeties, but they're injury riddled too. So you got to start looking at I'm looking at safeties in the draft, always looking at corners in the draft. I mean, there's a lot to look at.
We're already doing draft stuff. I know. I hate it. I'm not mad at you.
I put it off as long as I could, and because I love this stuff, and I really have not looked at many mock drafts, except to see where are the Lions taking, where are they picking at, But the other day, I think it was on Sunday, I was sitting at home watching football, and I ended up going to a mock draft simulator and going through 4 rounds with the Lions on fast speed, and it's with trades, and I'm trying to see, who am I going to get at 15 and all this, and trying to make as many trades as I can to get more and more draft picks, and it's ridiculous.
Did you like who you selected, or they selected for you?
Well, no, it's who I get to select. So in a lot of cases, sometimes you trade out of the spot that you want to, but I tried.
Have you presented Gator Mock 1.0 yet?
No. with these? No, because I've literally done like 50 of them. Because it goes so quickly, it's easy to do. So,
yeah, I've done them too. I know.
Almost every one of them, I'm taking an offensive line with the first pick. And,
I hear it.
But then there's a couple that want to take a chance and see if I can get the safety from Ohio State and move up to get him. Yeah. Because I think he is a difference maker.
You guys got Jared Goff today.
We do.
10:30?
Yep. 10:30. We'll talk to Jared Goff at 10:30 today. Hopefully, I don't know, hopefully talkative. I don't know if he will be. But we'll see. He's a great guy, and it's the end of the season. It's got to be disappointing for everybody, and I'm sure it's incredibly disappointing for him.
Does he stay in town?
Afterwards, I'm not sure.
Probably not. I don't blame him. It's cold. He's from California. Anyway, you got Goff at 10:30. Carson Anderson next, 97.1.
And good morning, everybody. Welcome to the Karsch Anderson extravaganza. Kang is in, along with, I believe I see Corbin walking into the building, so he'll be screening the calls. Doug will be out until Monday, although we're efforting to see if Doug can join us in tomorrow's show, given that Michigan is playing Texas in Orlando, and Doug will be there for that, so we'll be talking to him, I hope. But in the meantime, we welcome everybody. And if you want to join along, feel free. You can follow the show live streamed on twitch.tv. Search for 97.1, the ticket, and you'll see it. You can see live audio of the studio, or live video, I should say, of the studio, along with the audio. Also, you can go to youtube.com and search us, and you'll find us there. But we look forward to communicating with you as well. 248-539-9797. The telephone number, same number to text as well. We will have Jared Goff coming up at 10:30. Our final interview of the season with Jared will take place in just a little bit. I look forward to talking to him one last time. Unfortunately, it's obviously the season is what the season is. One more game to go, and it's done because there's no playoffs, and that sucks. Can't imagine that. I mean, just think of it this way. As bad as we feel as fans, we're pissed about this, right? How do you think the players feel? I mean, they're on a team that won back-to-back division titles, and then this year things take a left turn. They can't be happy about it. I'm sure they're incredibly frustrated. And we'll see what the mindset is going into the last game of the season against the Bears. All that's left to play for is really pride and, guys that want to put stuff on tape to make sure they stay in the league, and it does matter. But we'll talk to Jared about all that stuff. But, Kang, I did want to start with what my eyes saw last, which was last night's football game, where the Rams and Falcons were playing on Monday Night Football. And by the time I flipped it on, the Falcons were up 14-0. And I'm like, what's happening here? 14-0. Is Stafford not playing? Are they resting their starters? And you look at the box score, and no, Stafford's playing. Yeah, there's Puka Nacua. He's playing. They got both running backs are going. Huh. What's happening? How is this happening? And then I'm watching a little bit, and Stafford is just willy-nilly throwing the ball over the place. And the Falcons are making some plays. And before you know it, it's like 21-0. Like, this is kind of crazy. And then you start seeing, some weird things happen. There's a blocked field goal for a touchdown that the Rams get. They get back into the game. There's the most fantastic one-handed catch that I've ever seen in my life, and we've seen a bunch of them. This one, had it been in between the numbers, it would have been a catch. But because it's on the sideline, you got to balance at 2 feet in bounds and all that. And Puka Nacua has 2 feet in bounds. The ball in his one hand, his left hand, but then it kind of gets taken away by the defensive back, and then it goes back into Nakua's hand. But by this point that he's got it all again, his feet are out of bounds. And it's too bad because it took away what was really a spectacular catch. Like I said, I think it may have gone down as the greatest catch I've ever seen in my life. Had it actually been a catch between the numbers, but because it was out of bounds, it was not. And there's some other missed opportunities by the Rams at the end. There's some strange officiating again. And I hate to do this, Kang, but my God, what is the officiating in the NFL? I don't know what interference is anymore. You think you have a handle on it of what pass interference is, and then you get like a string of calls that are either not pass interference or they end up being pass interference on the offensive player now. And it's not, I'm not even talking about what happened with the Lions a week ago. I'm talking about what happened last night. I mean, there's a play at the end. Atwell has a chance to haul in his deep pass from Stafford. It would have put him right in field goal range. They could have kicked the field goal and gone to overtime. Maybe. I don't know. Actually, I don't know if they would have had enough time to line up and do it. But nonetheless, it was they would have, because it would have been interference. Then the penalty would have stopped the clock. But they don't call it. And it is blatant. I mean, the defenders got two arms on Atwell's one arm, pulling it down so he can't get it up to try to catch the football. It's crazy. I don't know what is what anymore when it comes to pass interference in the NFL. I think they got a real problem with this and need to figure it out quickly.
Well, first of all, what you saw last night was the NFL. I asked you guys a few weeks ago, why isn't there any dominant NFL team this year? And I forget what you guys' answer were. I think Doug said there was going to be at the end when we all see it shake out. I'm not sure what your answer was, Gator, but I still stand by it. There is still no true dominant team in the NFL this year, and that includes the Rams, because everyone had the Rams, right? For the last couple of weeks, they were the hot team. They're not even going to get the 1 seed in the NFC, and they're supposed to be the best team in the league. Any given Sunday is true. So Atlanta showed up, and they beat the Rams. Now, going to what you're talking about with the refs and what is pass interference, what isn't, unfortunately, I think the referees have gotten worse. And I'm not saying they're terrible or all should be fired or anything like that, but I feel like they're just making calls. The calls are based on whoever's making the call instead of the rule. You know what I mean? It's too much. It's not objective form of pass interference or what a catch is anymore. I just feel like whoever happens to be working that day, it's whatever their interpretation is, and that's a problem with this league. It's not enough black and white. There's too much gray.
It's the NFL's version of the strike zone. You know, each umpire has a different strike zone. You don't know what to expect from one day to the next. Now, Major League
That's not the way
Baseball
it should be.
I know it's not. You know, if you know going into it, I guess if you know going into the game, if each umpire is going to say, all right, now look, here's my strike zone, I'm going for you. And now I guess in baseball, it's not going to matter because they're going to go to the automated balls and strike system, hopefully this upcoming season. But if you go into that knowing what the strike zone is, I'd feel better about it as a player. Okay, so this is where you're calling a high strike. And he's like, yes, I call a high strike. Okay. And if you talk with the officials ahead of time, and the officials are like, look, we're allowing hand fighting. Hand fighting is hand fighting. What you can't do is grab somebody's wrist and pull it down. But to your point, they shouldn't have to explain to the players on a daily basis what it's going to be, or on a game-by-game basis based on the crew. The crew should, and every crew should be in lockstep of what is and is not pass interference. And it clearly isn't happening. And I know what some people will say, well, it's because we don't have full-time officials. These guys work full-time enough, okay? I get that they have other jobs in the off-season and stuff like that, and people have been complaining about that for years. I think it's ridiculous. These guys get paid plenty, and it shouldn't be some job where you're literally working 40 hours a week to make sure that you know the rules of the league. You know the rules of the league. You should know how it's called. But for whatever reason, it feels like a crew by crew call, and it's not even crew by crew. It's back judge by back judge. It's line
umpire
judge by line judge. Yeah, umpire and
ref.
referee. Everybody is calling it different, and they need to find some way to get some uniformity to it, because it feels like it's tough. It's a subjective call, so it's not simple. To say, oh, let's just go ahead and put it up to review. They had review for pass interference that 1 year, and it was awful. It was just the thing took too long, and maybe they're better suited to have it now than they were 10 years ago when they had it. But I'm not really sure what the solution is, other than the league needs to, come down pretty firm throughout and say this is and this is not pass interference, because it's so damn confusing right now. And I can't validate this, and there's had to be some research done, but in games I watch with my eyes, it feels like in the last few weeks, or maybe it's just been all season long, offensive pass interference has been called a lot. And I also feel like it's called inconsistently.
Yeah, just like the defensive pass interference.
And I get it, because I think there should be a lot. I think a lot of times there is offensive pass interference. And when I see it, I'm like, there it is. Why isn't there a flag? And then other times they'll finally throw a flag. I'm like, that was there in the first quarter too. Why didn't you throw it then? The consistency just isn't there. And it's starting to wear at me more than a little. And I would imagine that, if you have if you've got a wager on the game, you're going to look at the things an awful way more closely than you would have before. Everything goes through with a fine-tooth comb once you got money involved. And I think the league should recognize that too, because the league is in bed with all the gambling companies. So I think they have to figure out a way to be more consistent with how it's called. Now, I don't know if that means that you get, an assist from the replay booth without having to actually go to replay with a challenge flag and all that. But maybe you get some sort of replay assist where they just call down and say, yeah, no, dude, you missed it. That's blatant. That's absolutely interference. And then you go down a slippery slope of, okay, well, if you're going to allow it for that, do you allow it for holding and for other calls? And for, the one that I actually do think it should be up for review, which is hands to the face or face mask. That one should be a reviewable call because that's pretty black and white if somebody's grabbing your face mask or not. But, that's my wish for an offseason rule change that probably won't happen. But how do you people feel about how games are officiated right now? 248-539-9797 is the telephone number. Has it gotten worse? Is it okay? Am I overreacting based on, a game last night? But it just seems like we've seen this all too often. There's just too many controversial calls, and should there be a way to alleviate this? And how do you get that consistency? 248-539-9797. This is 97.1. Welcome back to 97.1, Karsch and Anderson program. Gator and Kang with you today. Doug will be back next week. Taking calls and texts at 248-539-9797. Some ticket texts coming in. Officiating is part of the gambling experience, all part of the risk. Worst thing they ever did was legalize sports betting. It's gotten so much worse since then.
Well, more people care now. That's the thing.
Well, it's being scrutinized, yeah.
Yes, more eyeballs, more people. I know people that don't really even like sports, Skater, that gamble on sports, and now they watch it.
Yeah, get a little action on the game, give you an incentive to watch.
They don't know all the rules.
No.
No, I'm serious.
Is that an interception? No, that's a touchdown. What?
Did I win? Did I hit my parlay?
What do I win for that?
Yeah.
You win nothing. Let's go to the phones. Jim is in Lake Orion. Jim, welcome to 97.1.
Hey, Gator. Yeah, to me, this is a problem that's been brewing. And the minute the NFL took gambling dollars as sponsorship, it's just hard to believe that there's some not favoritism being shown to certain lines and stuff. I mean, I go back to the Chiefs-Texans playoff game last year. I don't bet, but I bet. I seldom bet, but I bet this one, and I bet the spread. I went to go get my pizza at Buddy's for the Lions playoff game, which is one after that, had the point spread covered. And the Chiefs, for no reason, no football reason, no logic reason, with 30 seconds left to go in the game, take a safety. Instead of covering the spread, they covered by 8.5, and the spread was like 9.5, something to that, or they covered by 8. But whatever. My point is, these lines shift way too much, and you see too many things that defy logic from a football sense, from a coaching standpoint, and then certainly from a referee standpoint. Like, I go back to the Lions Thanksgiving Day game, that touchdown that they gave the Packers, where the guy clearly didn't get 2 feet in bounds, it's just, it defies logic. And I don't know if there's any truth to this. I've heard twice now that the league has changed its designation with Congress as far as being a sports league to an entertainment league.
Yeah, I'm not sure about that, Jim, but and thanks for the call. I appreciate it. As far as your comments about what's happening, I think you got to be careful. There's a difference between, an official getting a call right and getting a call wrong, and a team making a conscious decision to manipulate the point spread. I don't remember how that worked out with the playoff game last year with Kansas City and Houston. I'll take your word for it rather than going back and looking at the box score. But it's troubling because things like that, decisions like that, if it's a decision during a football game where a team just wants to, take more time off the clock and, force whatever situation they want by taking a safety, because we've seen that happen in the past. Some teams will just take the safety so that it speeds the game along and they know that they still have the game won. But once you've got money on it and it changes that line where you were above the line, you were winning this game, and now it's below the line and now you're losing your bet, people get upset, understandably. Can't trust the replay booth in the NFL. They have Mr. Magoo working the monitors. That's John in Dearborn Heights. I trust the replay booth a lot. Are there calls I think that they get wrong? In the end, I think they just think they're inconclusive, and that's how they get ruled. But, you come across thinking, wait a minute, they just confirmed what happened. Well, no, it's just they have to go with the original call on the field because it's too inconclusive, or things, you're literally slowing it down frame by frame, and it's just unfair in some ways. Terry is in Bloomfield Hills. Welcome to 97.1. Hey, Terry.
Hi. Thanks, guys. I just had 2 points. One on the pass interference issue. I just think that the NFL should adopt the college rule and make it a 10 or 15-yard penalty instead of this spot of the foul rule. Mm-hmm. It changes the entire game. You can just heave a bomb and hope for a call, and you're likely going to get it. And then, you can never say with certainty that the guy actually would have caught the ball. So to me, making it, a set yardage penalty makes all the sense in the world, and it would remove this incredible momentum shift you get from that. And then the second point is, can anybody explain what the replay assist, the quick call from New York on certain things, how the heck does that work? I mean, it comes out of the blue, seems to be no rhyme or reason when it occurs, what type of call, and I don't understand that at all. So
I actually, and thanks for the call, Terry, I love the replay assist because I think that's just another step in the direction of we're going to try to get the call right rather than have the teams try to work through their own system of replay. Do we throw the challenge flag or not? It's something that can be done quickly. It's something that obviously is done from a booth location or from New York, whatever, they buzz down or whatever. I just think that's done in the spirit of getting everything done right and having it done right. The interference, whether a guy's going to catch the ball or not, that's not the thing. It's does he have the opportunity to make a catch? That's what interference is about. So, his point about going to the college rule and not being a spot foul, just being a 10 or 15-yard penalty, I could see that.
I don't think it will ever happen. Here's why, Gator. The NFL loves offense, and offense brings more eyeballs and ratings, right?
Yep.
They want the defensive players. You have to give the opportunity to the offensive player to make that spectacular catch, and that's what the NFL wants. So that's why they're really trying to say, do not interfere, do not grab the hand, do not pull the jersey. If the ball's in the air, you got to play the ball, and that's it. Because they want those big splash plays. So if you start saying it's a 15-yard penalty instead of a spot foul, you're going to see a lot more DPIs because why would I give up a 50-yard bomb when I can just make it 15? And that's going to happen more often.
Yeah.
So that's why I don't think the NFL will ever go to the college rule, personally.
The funny thing is, the instance, okay, let's look, how is it officiated in college? And I don't think it's egregious in college like what you would suggest it would be in the NFL. But maybe it would be, but they don't do that. It's not like a strategy in college necessarily. You see it time to time, but not typically every game. The other thing I'd like to see done with interference is I'd like to see them wave it off more by saying it's uncatchable. Just because there's contact doesn't mean this guy has any chance of getting to the ball.
Well, it just all
getting
depends.
His hands on
to me, like did the defensive back impede the receiver from even getting to the ball to make it look uncatchable?
No, I get that.
I mean?
And I think there's a line there. But a lot of times you'll see the ball just being thrown 15 feet high and it's going out of bounds. Like Shaq wouldn't be able to come down with these passes. And it's called interference because too much hand fighting going on the sideline, or one guy is definitely restricting an arm, but there's no way in hell he's going to be able to catch this football because the ball was thrown so poorly. But it's not ruled that way either. Let's get another call in real quick. Here is Mark in Windsor. Mark, welcome to 97.1.
Yeah, hi, guys. Between the time I made the call and now, you started talking about replay assist, and that may supersede what I was going to suggest. But I got a question. Who decides if there's going to be replay assist? Can a ref decide that, or is that?
No, I don't think a referee has a say in that.
Okay,
I just think that's just from either
right.
New York or from a booth or whatever.
Okay. So here's what I want to say. I think the refs want to get things right. I think being a ref in the NFL is incredibly hard. Making these decisions a split second is tough. But they don't really have a mechanism to kind of check their work and throw a flag if they're not 100% sure. If you think about hockey, the refs in hockey can call a major, and that gives them the ability to go and check on replay themselves. And oftentimes they'll switch to either a minor or they'll wave it off completely.
Yeah.
So we need a way for a ref to be able to call a play or call a foul when he's not sure. And maybe it's like a blue flag, and he gets 3 of those a game or something. I don't know what the rules are.
Well, yeah, and I'm not sure what, and thanks for the call. We got Jared Goff coming up here in a second. The other thing is I'm not sure if that doesn't kind of go on already. When they start to have a discussion on the field, I feel it's like they're looking for, corroboration from the rest of the officials. And at the same time, New York or wherever the replay assist is coming from, they're taking a closer look too, and they can communicate and say, yeah, you're doing the right thing. It's not interference, whatever, and they'll pick the flag up. 248-539-9797. We'll talk with Jared Goff next here on 97.1. As we do each and every week during the football season, time to talk with the quarterback of the Detroit Lions. All right, Jared, we thank you again, as always, for taking time out during the season. This will be our last time we talk this year, which is kind of sad. I'm sure you're very disappointed by that, and I know that we do enjoy our time talking with you, but it's going to be tough this week because of what happened last week, kind of ending the playoff hopes of the season. How did you guys cope with that after the game immediately once you were finally eliminated?
Yeah, it's hard. It's hard to deal with knowing that you're playing a meaningless game at this point. And, the way that we played and the way that game went sucked. And even if you rewind 2 weeks, if we're able to pull off that Pittsburgh one and then somehow pull off last week, we're sitting in a great spot right now. And it sucks to play that game, but that's the game your brain goes through. And after that game, that locker room was real tough.
Do you ever get a sense before things happen that if it's going to be good or bad, that it's going to be good or bad? Like, did you get a sense before the game started that things may not go your way, or did this just unfold during the game?
No, you never think that way. You always think it's going to go great. And sometimes, they get paid too, and they played really well, and we didn't. And I certainly have my hand in that. And you look internally, and how do you improve? How do you get better? How do you find ways yourself to be better, and you hope all your teammates are doing that as well.
Jared, what is it about the Vikings defense, or maybe specifically more a Brian Flores defense, that makes it difficult to play against?
They do a good job of kind of forcing your hand schematically by putting an extra guy blitzing, then you have the block and then bluffing out of that, and so there's various ways to get after that defense, and we didn't really do any of them.
I know you guys have and so does everybody else. It's throughout the league, the next man up mentality. Did this team just kind of run out of gas after all the injuries and constantly having to lean on that moniker? Or, I mean, it's been a few days. Can you kind of put your finger on what went wrong and make sense of it? And where do you guys have to improve in the offseason to make sure that things get back to playoff football next year?
Yeah, we got to improve in a whole lot of areas. Obviously, we've got 8 wins right now, 8-8, and hopefully we can finish it with a winning season. But yeah, a ton of areas to improve. And if you could put your finger on it and it was one thing, you'd probably get it fixed pretty quickly. So it's probably a lot of things. And I know it's above my pay grade for Dan and Brad and everyone to look at when the season's over. But I think for us as players and for me as a leader of the team, to look internally, look at yourself. How can you get better? Look yourself in the mirror. Don't point fingers. Don't say, well, if this is better, then this would be better. No, just look at yourself and see how you can improve. And usually, if that's done collectively, it's a collective improvement.
We know that you and Frank Ragnow had a great relationship with the quarterback center. I know you play with another center against the Vikings on Christmas Day. The quarterback center relationship is an important and a unique one. Can you explain to us what goes into building a connection with your center or that relationship? Is there something every quarterback's looking for, or are all you guys are different? How does that work?
Yeah, it's a good question. I've had great quarterback center relationships with all my guys, really. I can't think of any that I had a bad one with. And you spend so much time together. You always joke that I probably spend more time with Frank last year, Graham this year than they do with their wives. And so, we get to know each other very intimately. And, those guys have been great. This past week, Kingsley, and the week before, I thought he did a good job. And we'll see what we have this week.
So it feels different as a fan following a non-playoff team going into the last game trending upward, and versus last year, or I should say versus this year when you've got a 3-game losing streak. It's a non-playoff team. Everything was at stake the last game. What's at stake this Sunday against the Bears?
Yeah, our pride and who we are. And it's not, it's different than 2022. It definitely is different because of the expectations and like you said, the way it's finished the last 2 games, but the same thing remains where it's still your resume, it's still who you are. It's about to be put on tape for 4 quarters, and what do you want the rest of the league to see? What do you want your own teammates to see? What do you want your coaches to see in front office across the league? Well, that's what you're putting on tape. And for myself and everyone on our team, how do we want to finish this year, and how do we want to
at least, have somewhat of a stamp on feeling good about this last game.
Do you try to treat this at all like, hey, this is our playoff game, this is our Super Bowl, it's the last game of the year, it's the Bears, obviously they're going to come loaded for us? No, you don't treat it any different?
No, I think because it's a division game, you want to win, a little bit extra maybe. I mean, they're going to go on to the playoffs and do whatever they do, but we'd love to, put one in their loss column before the season's over.
We've spoke to you before about kind of like the Lions' superpower seemed to be you guys always would bounce back after a loss. Like you went forever without back-to-back losses. What, if anything, changed the last 2 weeks that have just kept you guys from bouncing back like you normally do? Like where did the superpower go, I guess, if you can pinpoint anything?
I can't pinpoint anything. If we could, I promise you we would fix it. I don't know. We had been good at winning after losses, and I don't know if that's, you don't want to, lose, but it is nice when you have a good feeling that you'll get the win after it. And it had been a calling card of ours, and that Pittsburgh game didn't go our way, man, and that was the one that made it 2 in a row, and then obviously 3 in a row now with that Minnesota game.
Different teams take different approaches if they're not in the playoffs going into the last week of the season. For those who want to rest starters going into the off season, can you explain to the listeners why it matters to you that you play on Sunday?
To me personally?
Yes.
Because I'm the quarterback of this team, and that's what I do. I play on Sundays. Like, that's bottom line. And I think that's not just for me. That's for St. Brown. That's for everybody. Like, we get paid an exorbitant amount to play football on Sundays, and I don't care what the situation is. We're going to go out there and give it everything we have and try to win. And like I mentioned earlier, there's certainly guys that won't be on this team next year that are playing for future jobs, and they know that, and so they want to put their best foot forward as well. But I think the guys that will be here next year, they want to express to their teammates and to their coaches, how much they care about each other and make that known on Sunday.
Obviously, this is a division game against the Bears, so it always means something, especially all the other stuff that you mentioned too. But knowing that you're going to go up against your former offensive coordinator, Ben Johnson, does it feel a little different or any difference at all this week?
Then what? Then
going against like someone that wasn't your former, offensive coordinator, I guess. Or
no, I don't think so. No, not this week. Maybe there was something to it that first time we played them, just because we hadn't seen each other and that was the first time back and whatnot. But no. And when I say there's something to it, it's just like the familiarity of seeing a guy again. Now at this point, we've played them already, and they've become a much better team than they were then, and so we'll have our hands full.
Yeah, I was just going to follow up on that. Like, it's been a while since you guys played them. Obviously, they look a lot better than since you last played them. You've seen more tape on them now. How are they compared to the last time you played them? What you've seen on tape, at least?
Yeah, at least defensively, what I can tell, they play with good energy. They fly around. They're well coached. They're sound. Dennis Allen's a great coach. Been in our league for a long time, and I've got a ton of respect for him. And they do a good job, man. I think the acquisition actually of C.J. Gardner-Johnson has given them a little juice, and he was a teammate of ours, and we'll see him. I'm sure he'll be chirping at us. That'll be fun for us. And yeah, man, they've done a good job of improving every week, and you can see it.
What was it that you guys threw 52 points against them in week 2, and from week 1 to week 2 it is like polar opposite in games and in the way that the team executed and the team played. How do you get back to being that team that was so laser focused in week 2 that threw up 52 points against the Bears? Not that anybody is expecting to throw another 50 burger against them, but how do you get back to playing like that?
Yeah, that's the $1 million question, right? We got a lot of work to do. It's a lot of work, and I think I've kind of belabored it at this point. Like, looking internally, how can you improve? How can yourself get better? And I think if we had the magic potion, the magic button to press to get to where we're scoring 50 points a game, I'm sure we would have pressed it by now. So it's look internal and get better, and try to find ways yourself can improve, like I said, and not try to say, well, if this is better, then this will be better. No, that's not the right. We're not looking for problems. We're looking for solutions. And if everyone has that mentality, it'll collectively get a lot better.
So at the end of every season, every team in the NFL has roster changes. This just happens. That's the nature of the business. This Sunday being your last game this season, has it crossed your mind at all that this might be the last time you play a game with some of your current teammates, knowing how far you guys have come as a team, where how the team was when you got here, Jared, and now where you are and the expectations where they are? Has it ever crossed your mind at all yet? Like, this may be the last time you play with some of these guys?
Yeah, it happens every year. I guess now we know this is the last time, so you're more aware of it than when you're playing in the playoffs. But yeah, there's guys that are on expiring contracts that are going to be free agents, and happens every single year. And if they come back, great. If they don't, you wish them the best.
Kenyon mentioned this earlier about Frank Ragnow, and he tried to come back, and obviously had a torn hamstring that prevented him from doing it. Will you be talking to Frank this offseason and trying to convince him to make sure that he heals up the proper way so that he can play with you guys again next season?
No, I don't think that's in the cards at all.
You talking to Frank, or Frank's not going to play next year?
No, of course I'll talk to Frank. I just don't think his interest level is there.
All right, I just got one last one. Last week I talked to you about your newfound dad strength. I just want to give me a couple examples of any dad strength you experience. Like, are you opening up jars easier? You have quicker reflexes. Have you arm wrestled anyone recently?
Oh man, I don't know. You're holding the baby a lot. I guess that helps. In the left bicep strength a little bit. Left forearm. I'm holding her in that left arm a lot. So yeah, I guess I'm getting stronger there.
Are you bringing in extra bags of groceries than you normally would? Like normally you're like, I got 3, but now I can get 5 in there.
That's right. Yeah, you're getting 5 on each arm, walking in, holding 10 bags. That's exactly it.
Lastly, for me, we got hit with snow yesterday. Have you gotten used to it after being here for the last 5 years? And also, can you see a reaction from your daughter when it comes to the snow? And how does Quincy like the snow?
Gosh, that's a great question. I love it. I think it's cool. I hate when it rains and goes away and gets all muddy and gross. But yesterday was fun. It was cool outside to see all that. And I don't know if she quite notices it yet. She sees it a little bit. The dog loves it. Quincy loves it. He runs out there. He does everything out there. But I don't think she quite notices it yet. But yeah, I'm used to it. I love it here, and love when I get a little snow in the winter. And wish I could experience a little bit more of it through the next couple months. But we'll do our best again next year and hopefully have better results.
I was going to say, how much time do you spend after the football season before you go back?
It depends every year. I don't know. It totally depends. I don't have an exact time or whatnot, but I love being here, and I know Kristen does too.
Well, Jared, we appreciate the time as always, and we wish you best of luck on Sunday to go ahead and go beat the Bears.
Hey, thank you guys. I appreciate you all year.
All right, thank you, Jared Goff, here on 97.1. Welcome back to Carson Anderson here on 97.1. Kang is in for Doug. Doug will be back next week. Well, Kang's here every day, but Kang's joining me today with Doug being on a much more pronounced role with the show. So we always appreciate it. Getting back to our discussion that we started the show with regarding the officiating, and in particular, it's interference calls. And does the NFL have an interference issue? Because it seems like it's just kind of arbitrary when they're calling it. There are some plays where it looks like it's blatantly obvious that's an interference and there's no flag, like late in the game last night. Atwell clearly has a chance to make a play, and the defensive back grabs his arm with both hands, and there's no flag. And then we've seen it also where there's no interference. It doesn't look like there's interference, and they'll throw a flag for it. And we saw that happen against the Lions in the Pittsburgh game, and also against Pittsburgh in that game. I thought there was DK Metcalf got called for a pass interference call that I didn't think was interference, and then you had the very questionable offensive pass interference calls against the Lions on that last drive. I did think that the St. Brown one to end the game, I did think that he got a pretty good piece of the defensive back pushing him backwards. I didn't have as much of a problem with that one as I did with the Tesla getting called for it. And even then, for me, it didn't bother me as much, but I know that people were very bothered by that. National people and the pundits were saying that there's no way that should have been interference. So I asked the question, 248-539-9797, same number to text as well. Does the league have a problem when it comes to pass interference? Do they not know what they're doing? Do they have to come up with a uniform policy to get everybody on board with this is how we call it? Because as Kang pointed out earlier in the show, it looks like it's different crew by crew, and it might be different, official by official. And that's the problem. Like in baseball, every umpire has their own strike zone, and it can be maddening. But the part that gets really maddening in baseball is when the umpires stray from what they've called. If what was called a strike in the first inning is called a ball in the eighth inning, that's a problem. There has to be the consistency. And I think the same thing goes with football and with pass interference. You've got to find some kind of consistency. Some feedback coming in. Being a back judge is one of the most difficult things in sports. I'm not saying they're perfect by any means, but I challenge anyone who criticizes it. Well, I'm sure it's a difficult job.
I'm personally not saying I could do it better. What I'm saying is they need to find people that can do it better, which would not be me. Yeah. Maybe an idea I have is there's got to be more former football players becoming refs and umpires because they've played the game. They know how fast it is. And by the way, they're younger. I feel like the refs and umpires in the league have gotten younger, but a lot of times you see a lot of older guys out there, and is the reaction time faster? Their eyesight is good? I don't know, but I feel like that would help. Also, going back to what I feel about how I think they just call sometimes what they think they see or what they feel like calling. If you watch a lot of podcasts or listen to a lot of podcasts, a lot of former athletes and players feel the same way, and they're playing the game. This is just me viewing it, but the guys playing the game feel like sometimes they're just calling stuff, and they don't. It's whatever they feel like. It's not an actual following the letter of the law or the rule book, and so sometimes they'll call and sometimes they won't. So how are you supposed to play that as a player?
Let's go to the phones. Ken is next up here at 97.1. Hey, Ken.
Hey, Gator. Merry Christmas.
Thank you. Same to you.
So I was thinking the same thing when I was watching that game last night, and I kind of was thinking what bothers me about the pass interference is, you got the human factor of the refs, right? And I don't think that's ever going to change. I don't think you're always going to get everybody on the same page. But what if you changed the penalty? I mean, pass interference, it came into the league, I looked while I was on hold, 1977. This is not the same game as it was in 1977. And you get, 15 yards from the spot of the foul. You get an automatic first down. Guys are heaving it, a Hail Mary in the end zone. And if you get pass interference, it's first down on the goal line. What if it was just like a 5-yard penalty?
Yeah, I mean, somebody brought that up earlier. And thanks for the call, Ken. If it's ruled like they do it in college, that it's no longer a spot foul, it's a penalty. whether it's 10 yards or 15 yards or whatever you want to call it. What if it's just ruled that way? Does that change the game? I mean, it changes some strategy for sure. You're not going to have, I suppose it's not as punitive to the defense if there's a pass interference call in the end zone. You're trying to prevent a touchdown. It's just a penalty, and here comes 15 yards marched off. Team needs a touchdown. They don't need a field goal. They get another crack at it because it'd be a penalty. But as King points out, the NFL loves offense. The offense is money, and the NFL is all about making money. So that's not likely to change. I meant to, when I read the previous text, I cut it off, which is my mistake. So here's what it said in full. Being a back judge is one of the most difficult things in sports. I'm not saying they're perfect by any means, but I challenge anyone who criticizes them to go ref a game or two at any level. Yes, the NFL refs should be the best in the world, and I promise you they are. It's just insanely difficult to be perfect at. Seeing calls during replay is easy. Now, that's full context. And I would agree that, yes, watching things in replay is a heck of a lot easier than out there on the field. I'm not able to go out there and call the game, nor do I have any desire to go out there and call the game. What I expect is that the officials that are out there are going to do it to the best of their ability. And I understand the calls are going to be missed from time to time. But you get plays like last night where there's an isolated, you got one official who's there specifically looking at this play, and he's in position to make it and doesn't throw a flag on something that's blatant, no matter what angle you look at it. And that's where the issues are coming in. And I do think that there's too much subjectivity of what interference is. I get the feeling that if you put the officials in a room and ask them individually or have them take a test, and it's with video evidence, is this interference, is this not interference? You're not going to get 30-0 and everybody's voting the same way. You're going to get a much different ruling on things because it's not uniform. It's not enough. And I think that's a big problem. The officiating problem in the NFL is less the humans and more the convoluted rules. Simplify the rules and you'll see better outcomes. That's Kevin in Wixom. Maybe, but maybe then that's just getting down a slippery slope. Then now that you get that, handled, now can you fine tune it? And that's where I guess you start to blur the lines a little bit. Nonetheless, I do think it's an issue in the NFL. I think pass interference in particular is an issue. I think they knew it was an issue years ago, and that's why they decided to make it reviewable. And then they realized it was just too much to take on, and they took it away from being reviewable. Maybe it's something that has to be revisited, and they review it again. Or is this something where replay assist helps out a little bit more and when the referees can throw the flag or not? 248-539-9797. This is 97.1.
Brought to you by the University of Michigan Credit Union. The Pistons will take on the Lakers tonight in their final game of 2025. Yesterday, the NBA released some early voting numbers for the All-Star game. Pistons star Cade Cunningham was fourth in the Eastern Conference with just over 1 million votes. Cade is currently averaging over 26 points per game with 6 rebounds and north of 9 assists. He's also shooting 46% from the floor and 33% from deep. Tonight, Cade and the Pistons will tip off against the Lakers at 10:30 right here on 97.1. Dustin Fiocca hosts pregame coverage beginning at 10:05. And the Lions are getting ready for their final game of the season this Sunday. Despite their playoff hopes being dashed, Dan Campbell told 97.1 this morning that this game still has meaning. Campbell went on to refer to the 2022 quote-unquote meaningless game the Lions had against the Packers in Green Bay to close the season. Detroit won that game, embarrassed Aaron Rodgers in his last game as a Packer, and spoiled the Packers' postseason chances. Lions and Bears will kick off this Sunday at 4:25 in the Windy City. At the Carlwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
And welcome back to the Carson Anderson Show. Doug will be back next week. Got Kang behind the glass, Corbin behind the glass. Corbin will be answering the phones. We take your calls at 248-539-9797. Same number to text if you'd like to do that. Been talking about the officiating in the NFL. I just watching the game last night, and I thought, my goodness, what is going on here? Some strange non-calls, and it really comes down to pass interference. And I just... And I asked the question before the show when I was talking to Kang, I'm like, is this becoming more of a problem? Are we? And Kang, you had asked the question with our football questions weeks ago. Is the NFL better or worse with the officiating? Has it gotten better or worse? And now you're changing your opinion.
Yeah, I was kind of like, it's the same, maybe slightly worse, but now I think I'm full on it's worse. And not like dramatically worse, but I think it has gotten worse. And do we have more angles and camera views and ways to bitch about it with social media? Yes, we do. But I do think, objectively, there's too much gray area now. Before, if someone caught a touchdown pass, we all thought it was a touchdown pass. It was a touchdown. Now, in 2025, did he control the ball? Did he follow through with the process? Did he roll over with it? Did he tuck it in bed? You know what I mean? All that stuff.
Did it move?
Yeah.
Did it brush his teeth?
Now it's just too much. And then you throw in all the OPI and DPI stuff. I just feel like certain refs are calling what they think is the rule compared to what is the rule, which I'm not even sure the NFL knows.
What I actually enjoy seeing this happen on the field when there's a flag thrown, or if there's not a flag thrown. The play's over. You got people from both sides complaining about something. I like when the officials get together and they have their powwow, because what that tells me during that powwow, not only are they getting input from everybody else, hey, what did you see? What did you see? This is what I'm thinking. I'm not sure of it yet. I want corroboration. Not only are they getting that, but it allows New York or wherever the hell replay assist is, it allows them time to take a look at the play as well. And then they can say, hey, if you guys are worried about if this is pass interference, we think it's pass interference. And then you kind of get the go-ahead to drop the flag or to pick a flag up if you don't think it is. Hey, if you guys are thinking this is roughing the passer, we don't think this is roughing. He actually didn't. It's not helmet-to-helmet hit. Or it was a helmet-to-helmet hit. You guys missed it. I want them to get the call right. And I recognize that people that don't like instant replay, or they don't like replay assist, or they don't like any of this added stuff, because they think it adds too much time to the game. I've never had a problem with that if the call gets right in the end. And I do think replay assist helps to speed the game along and make it better because you're getting the call right. And there's going to be less complaining about it. I'd like to see more of the replay assist, actually. And it doesn't necessarily mean that interference calls have to be, challenged. I don't necessarily think that is where we have to go, but I don't mind the replay assist in helping the officials along with their job, because you're assuming that the guys doing the replay assist our former officials or current officials, maybe it's just a capacity. They rotate it. Hey, one guy's up in the booth. I don't know. I think there are ways around this to make it better, for sure. 248-539-9797. Philip is in Detroit. You're next up here in 97.1. Hey, Philip.
Hey, good morning, Gary. Good morning, Ken.
Hey.
So, in reference to last night's call, I think that the main reason why the official did not, and by me being an official in basketball and football here in Detroit and on the high school level, I think the main reason why the official did not make the call is because he did not initially within that interaction, the receiver interfered with the defender because he did somewhat grab his face mask and was hands to the face and pushing the defender off. In the same process with the defender, he did grab his arm. So I don't think he wanted to penalize the receiver and call offensive pass interference and to give them to penalize them at a crucial point of the game. And he also didn't want to penalize the defender because it was more of a cat fight type of situation going on when you look at the replay.
Yeah, I thought there was hand fighting, and I think even the guys doing the game last night during the broadcast, they said the same thing. Like, there's hand fighting, and then there's a restriction of the arm and trying to make the catch, and that's where the interference comes in. So I think the hand fighting is both sides. You can allow that to happen, but when the hand fighting turns into I'm grabbing your arm as the ball is coming to you, and you're not able to move your arm in a position to catch the ball, that's restrictive, and that's pass interference, and it should have been called.
Yeah, I agree. I agree. It was defensive pass interference, but there was some level of offensive pass interference at the same time. But I agree with your point and whatnot, and I am of the ilk of like Kane. To me, the officiating in football has gotten a lot of worse, but they kind of train us to and when we're doing high school, you can always just throw a flag if you think there's something in, and then you can have a conversation like you said. And then if you feel like another official saw something different to help you out, then you can pick the flag up. Me personally, my biggest problem with the officiating is like when you do an instant replay and it's an obvious either no call or an obvious call, and you get this assist from New York, and it goes against everything that your common sense and your eye is telling you. That's what I have an issue with, and it makes the whole process like stupid. It's like, okay, why do we even have this here? If you're gonna, you know what I'm saying, but you understand what I'm saying.
Yeah. You don't want to bastardize the whole system. I mean, it is what it is, and thanks for the call, Todd. And I do, I think, and this goes back to having to define what the hell it is in the first place, or what is allowable and what isn't allowable. And if as officials as a whole, if you're going to allow hand fighting to a certain point, then do that. Or don't do that. But the rule has to be pretty clear of what's acceptable and when is it not acceptable. Well, hand fighting is not acceptable when you get to, the last stage of the ball coming into view and when a player is trying to catch. If you're still hand fighting, it's going to be a penalty somewhere. It just feels like that just makes more sense. Todd is in White Lake. Todd, welcome 97.1.
Yeah, hey guys, how you doing, man?
All right, Todd.
So, I think everything changed, when Megatron didn't complete the process. It's funny. I'm a Bears fan, so I was elated. We won the game, but I think forever the game was changed that day when we had to complete the process and this whole thing about a football move and I swear before that, growing up, I'm 50 years old. That was about 15 years ago, whatever it was. Everything I knew before that was you get two hands on the ball, you secure the ball 2 feet down, and that's a catch. And I don't know what happened that day, but it changed.
Right.
And, think about it. Think how much more exciting the game would be, how much grayness would be taken out of the game, right? How many times do we see guys get the ball 2 feet down, he gets blown up, the ball goes flying, right? There'd be turnovers galore. There'd be all this grayness would be gone, right? They need to get back to that.
Thanks for the call. I'm not sure if I want to get back to that, but I would say that I think he's right, Kang, when he talked about the Calvin Johnson complete the process. That changed everything.
That definitely changed everything. I mean, that was the moment. That was the flashpoint.
I watched that play today. And I might actually side that, no, he didn't. That's not a catch.
Stop.
Because
the
of the way
man
they're
used the
calling it.
ball to get up from the ground, and they called
I understand.
it not complete because of it. It's
I'm
absolutely
just-
ridiculous. And now we have this ridiculous, like, we have to, like I said, you've got to take the ball home, tuck it in bed, wake up in the morning, take it to school with you, and announce it present for class before they call a touchdown. This is insane.
Did you think the Puka Nacua catch at the end of the game was a catch on the sideline?
Now I think maybe because of what we have going on. Now, remember the catch against the Packers receiver? Was it Wicks against the Lions in the corner? As soon as it touched his fingertips, apparently they called that control. He dragged the toe, left the feet off the ground, then brought the ball in, and they called that a catch. I don't know anymore. To me, what looked like a touchdown catch before, I'm not sure what it is anymore. Like Isaiah Likely earlier this year had caught the ball in the end zone with 2 feet, hand in the air, or hands away from his body with the ball, and then the DB knocked the ball out of his hands. After he already had 2 feet in the ground in the end zone, they called that incomplete. That looked like a touchdown to me. Why are we even having this debate? We used to not have this debate. We used to be like, that's a touchdown.
Yeah.
That's not. Now it's always, everything's up for
It
debate.
does seem like it was so much easier
Yeah.
before. Like that's a catch.
If it looks
that's
like a
not
touchdown,
catch.
it's a touchdown.
Touchdowns are that takes it to a different level, right? And it seems so stupid. It's like if I'm making a play in the end zone, there's a different rule than if I'm making a play at the 2-yard line.
So the Puka catch you're talking about last night, which was incredible.
It was amazing.
They ruled it incomplete, and I think they got it right personally. But if they would have ruled it a catch, I think people would be like, well, he had it for that split second, 2 feet down, right? That's the argument. Why are we arguing this?
If they ruled it a catch, it would be the catch of the year, the play of the year, the play of the century. I mean, it
Unreal.
was absolutely. If you haven't seen the Puka Nacua catch from last night, it actually wasn't a catch. On the sideline, late in the game, he lays out with one arm, catches it with the ball is in his hand. Did it go off the defender first or what? I mean, the defender's arm is there too, and he's making a play on the ball, and somehow it's sticking like it's a Nerf ball to his hand. Like, I'm not letting this go. And then the ball does come out for a half a second. At this point, his feet are no longer in bounds.
But he's going out of bounds, he regathers the ball.
But he's able to regather it, and still it would have been a catch if it were in the middle of the field, but because it's on the sideline, you have to have the feet in. They were in initially, and at the end they weren't. It was an amazing play that ends up not being a catch, and just it's part of this whole thing. Yes, I think we can all agree it is hard to officiate. I'm not killing the refs here. I just think that interference is a call that I'd like to see, kind of smoothed out and understood better and get more consistency out of. I don't think that's asking too much. 248-539-9797. Same number if you'd like to text us and get your thoughts in as well as we continue here on 97.1.
feel like I need to make this clear too, Kang. I love the NFL. I love professional football. I have since I was a kid, since I got my first box of football cards when I was a kid, since I watched my first Super Bowl, the Cowboys beating the Broncos 27-10. And I love football. That was Super Bowl 12. There are things that annoy me about it, and that's just the passion that comes out as a fan. Like when we talk about here, the inconsistency of the officiating when it comes to, specifically with pass interference. It bothers me a little bit. But everything else about it, there's something to like. And I've always been a guy, even though I suck at math, I love statistics. I love the numbers of the game and going into it. And I saw this come across on a tweet from Josh Dubois. It was retweeted by Ed Werder. But Josh Dubois is he's a writer with the Associated Press. He says Sam Darnold has the most giveaways in the NFL with 20. Geno Smith of the Raiders is second with 18. The only quarterbacks since at least 1990 to win the Super Bowl in a season with 20-plus giveaways. Eli Manning did it twice, and Ben Roethlisberger did it as well. I bring this up just because I'm not mining for stuff to hate Sam Darnold over. Kang, not a big Sam Darnold fan.
Are you sure?
I'm not mining it.
Sure.
If it happens, it happens. If it happens to come up on the Twitter feed and it's a stat that can support me in calling Sam Darnold one of the luckiest guys in NFL history, then I'm going to do it. Sam Darnold lucked into a situation last year when he was in Minnesota and they had all those weapons to work with. And, they had a 14-win season. This year, they're out of the playoffs. He gets a deal, free agent deal, signs with Seattle, and they've got a ton of weapons to work with in Seattle, a good offensive line that protects him, and he's been okay. His quarterback rating's at 99, but he's got 20 giveaways. He leads the NFL in giveaways, and yet that's the team that might be the number one seed in the NFC.
That's why I go back to there is no dominant team this year in the NFL. If I had to pick one right now who I think is going to win it all, the best team at least, I'd probably go with the Broncos. I think they just have, Bo Nix on offense.
Good, yeah.
Their defense is incredible. Sean Payton and Bo Nix work well together. I'd probably go Broncos, but it's not like by a long shot or anything like that. Seattle, they might be the number one seed in the NFC, and I don't think anyone's really fearful of the Seahawks. They can be beaten. You just mentioned all the turnovers Sam Darnold is prone to give up. Stat-wise, he hasn't had the best year, but I'll say this, Gator, about your Sam Darnold dislike. He's not nearly as bad as you make him out to be. Now, he's not great, but he's not nearly as bad. Look what the Vikings did without him. Same team, basically. They suck. And Seattle, with him, they're going to win 14 games again, maybe, too. He might go back-to-back seasons with 14 wins on different teams.
Which I think he'd be the first point in NFL history to do that. But how many quarterbacks are going from a 14-win team to not being on that team?
Well, I guess my point is you got to give him a little bit of credit, man. He's the common denominator. It's hard to find good quarterback play in this league, and I don't think he's great or anything, but I think he's pretty good. The problem with him is big games. Can he win big games? And they'll come in playoff time. We'll see. Last year he choked against the Lions at the finals regular season game, and then the playoffs he choked. This year, earlier in the year, they played the Rams when it was a big game. He had 4 picks. They just played the Niners, right?
They just played, I think.
Oh, no, that was the first game of the year. They just played the Panthers.
Played. And didn't they play the Rams the week before?
Yeah, 2 picks in that game.
Yeah, I'm not a fan of Sam Darnold. So just get back to him being he was the number one overall pick.
We have a big game this weekend for him, man. Niners for the division.
Yeah, it's for the number one seed.
Yeah,
it's a huge game.
If the regular Sam Darnold shows up, he's going to lose this game.
Look, I'm not mining for it. I'm just saying sometimes something gets presented in front of you, and you have to, why not read it? 20 giveaways this year to lead the NFL, and yet, he's on one of the better teams in football. Is it because of him that they're one of the better teams in football? Look, he's not hurting them. He's good enough. And when you combine that with the Geno Smith is second in the league with 18, he's with the Raiders. So Geno Smith goes from Seattle to the Raiders. Now, the Raiders are a team that doesn't have the talent. They clearly don't have the talent. And probably made a mistake by, hanging all your hopes and dreams on Geno Smith. Anyway, 248-539-9797 is the telephone number. Let's go to Greg, who's next up on 97.1. Hey, Greg.
Hey, guys. How's it going this morning?
Good. How are you? Thank you. Same to you.
Good. Hey, back to your pass interference conversation. I agree with the one caller. Make it a 15-yard penalty rather than a spot foul. But I would expand that to coincide with what college football does with targeting. Call a penalty, and if it's flagrant and it's obvious, make it a spot foul, particularly in the end zone or on a scoring play.
Well, then you're going to have to really define it because, I mean, they have it pretty well defined what they think targeting is, and even that gets misinterpreted, in my opinion. I don't think it's adjudicated properly, but if you're going to say if it's flagrant, then you have to define what flagrant is, and that's just going to make it more convoluted, I think.
It's like pornography. You'll know it when you see it, right?
Maybe.
They should write that in the NFL Shield. Goodell would pass that, right?
The NFL. It's just like pornography. You know it when you see it.
It's in the game.
Yeah. Pass interference. Uncensored. Aaron is next up here on 97.1. Hey, Aaron.
Hey, thanks for letting me on, guys. Great show today.
Thank you very much.
So, when is the NFL going to start treating its referees like full-time employees and making them full-time employees? All these guys that play in the NFL have off-season workouts and OTA, did all the other things. But who was it? Ed Hockley famously was a lawyer.
Yeah, all these guys
and
have
an
other
NFL
jobs.
referee.
They all have other
and I'm
jobs.
pretty sure lawyer is a full-time job.
Yeah, no, all the officials they're basically all have other occupations. But these guys are the referees. In a quick Google search, NFL referees earn an average annual salary between $200,000 and $250,000, depending on experience.
Okay, so let's increase that by a factor of 3 and let them not do this anymore. The NFL is a multi-billion-dollar sport that does not treat their most important pieces like part of the family. Like, bring them in, do this stuff so in the off season they are watching tape over and over. We're changing.
Yeah, but I mean, how much do you need to watch? I mean, you're talking about a full-time job, so 40-hour-a-week job. How much tape do you need to watch to understand what's what? I mean, I guess, and thanks for the call. I guess I've never been an advocate of it has to be a full-time job or treat it like it's a full-time job. I think there should be pride in their job for sure, and if they're not getting it done, find somebody else. You hire the best of the best, and you hold them accountable to a degree. Now, will they eventually capitulate and make this a full-time endeavor? Probably down the road. I mean, I've been hearing this argument for 30 years. But they make a pretty good living. Now, could they make more and make it your quote-unquote full-time job, double the salary, and hey, an official is going to make $400,000 to $500,000, and then you have, or the referee will make $400,000 to $500,000, and the other officials are going to make, well into six figures. Sure, whatever. I guess whatever. Hook 'em. I don't really care with that. The idea that these guys would be spending 8 hours a day during the week watching film. There's only so much film you can watch before got caught up. It's like doing your seminar or doing, some sort of at work survey that you have to do. I don't know. I don't know if it makes as much sense for that. I'd like to have a way to hold them accountable. And if it means that they get paid more, fair enough. And but it's more than just a Sunday job, I guess. And they should treat it more than just a Sunday job, or find people that will find the time where they're not constrained by another full-time job. 248-539-9797. Got some Dan Campbell sound we want to get to coming up at the top of the hour, what he had to say about the defensive coordinator of this Lions team, and also what he had to say about Jared Goff as we continue here at 97.1. Got a question for the people that we're going to bring up in about 8 minutes or so. It's something we were kicking around yesterday that I think should have an interesting response to the question as it relates to football. 248-539-9797 is the telephone number. Same number to text as well. Joe is in Grosse Ile. You're next up here, 97.1. Hey, Joe.
Hey, Gator. Over the years, pass interference used to be objective, obvious, everybody knew it. Now it's morphed into so subjective, especially offensive pass interference. When they call that pick play now, where a guy's running a route, all somebody's got to do is run into him. Whether he's push it off or all you got to do is bump into him and say, I couldn't cover my guy. That is the most ridiculous call in sports, and it's cost the Lions 2 games this year and the shot in the playoffs. They need to revisit that in particular. It used to be clever scheme play. Now they're calling that offensive PI, and it's a joke.
Well, it's one of those calls that, I mean, I could see either way. I do think that teams do it specifically to try to get a pass interference call on the defense, and I think the referees have gotten wiser to that. And I think there are times that absolutely it's an offensive interference, that they're just, it's a pick play, and I don't, picking somebody it should be illegal.
Well, it should be, but when Tesla's running his route and the other guy who's covering St. Brown runs into Tesla because he can't cover Brown, hoping to get the offensive PI and gets it, that's an awful call. And it costs the Lions a game.
Well, it is, except, and thanks for the call, Joe, but they were ruling that he was, did he do it on his own? Because it looks like Tesla lowers his shoulder when he gets into it, and I don't know if he's just instinctively bracing for impact or not. Then there are other people that say, well, that the first defender pushes Tesla into him, and then that starts the whole thing going downhill. Whatever. I do think there needs to be clarification with pass interference, and pick plays are particularly difficult to deal with. Ray is in Romulus. Welcome to 97.1. Hey, Ray.
What's going on there? Hey, I just want to preface it. In regards to the pass interference, I played wide receiver in college, pretty good at it. And I want to say this, that the wide receivers and the pros get the calls all the time. From those push-offs, you see it all the time. They extend their arms right before the ball comes, and the refs never call that play. So it's very difficult from a defender to try to stop a ball to get into a receiver's hands. If he can push that, and you see it all the time, he extends that arm out, push the DB away to get that little space to catch the ball.
Yeah, Ray, let me just out curious, when did you play college football?
Oh, I played, this was 89 through 93.
Yeah, it's unbelievable how unfair the rules are for defenders when it comes to pass interference or even just doing their job as a defender. Being a defensive back in the National Football League is near impossible to do it successfully because every rule is stacked against you. It's all in favor of the receiver.
And then additionally, in regards to this is something that your counterpart always says, offense wins championships. That's not the truth. Defense wins championships. Defense carries. You talked about Sam Darnold. See, the Seahawks defense is carrying those guys. Sam Darnold has 20 turnovers. I would take the Seahawks defense and Sam Darnold over the Lions offense and our defense. Okay, it's all about defense. You look at Denver, same deal. You got a young quarterback, but you got a hell of a defense. So if you don't solidify that defense, because that carries no matter where you go, and you just say he had 20 turnovers, That's incredible. That's incredible. So, I would take Sam Darnold in a minute and that defense over our team.
Well, the way our offensive line is played, I mean, I would understand that when you've got a healthy defensive roster, that's gonna help too. I think it's cyclical. I think everything is cyclical. I think you shift from one area, go from defense wins to another area, it's offense wins, and I think now it might be in another transition and it's blended a little bit, and we'll see who ends up winning and why. The best thing to do is have a really good offense and have a really good defense. That sounds like a plan. If you can do that, as far as the Lions are concerned, yeah, it'd be nice to have a secondary, a healthy secondary, and it'd be nice to have a healthy offensive line or just a different offensive line. Maybe is what it's going to come down to when the offseason hits. A week from yesterday, I think there's going to be some really, I don't know if there are going to be some hard decisions. There'll be a few hard decisions to make for the Lions of what they're going to end up doing. But I think the toughest thing they're going to have to do is rebuilding that offensive line and decide what has to go where. And Dan Campbell he had said about Tate Ratledge that it's the door is still open, or the book is still open, and whether or not he moves to center won't happen on Sunday. But in the offseason, they're going to think about that and in training camps, and are we going to let Ratledge play center, even though he's been a right guard his entire career in college and now the first year in the pros. But they did draft him thinking he might play some center, and did play a little bit for a few days in training camp before deciding Glasgow was a center and Ratledge be right guard. But, the fact that the door is still open for that discussion tells me that Graham Glasgow is not coming back. And so they're going to have to find somebody else playing center. Is that going to be Frank Ragnow? I don't know. If you heard what we talked to Jared Goff about it, Jared Goff didn't seem to think that Frank was going to come back and play.
No, that was one of the things that I took out of that interview was this was the one-time deal, I think, that Frank was going to come back. They were close. They needed some help there, and he was going to give it a go. But after, obviously, they found out his hamstring was torn off the bone or whatever it was, that he's done,
I didn't
man.
know. I just thought that's how tough Frank Ragnow is. He had I didn't know it was torn. I just felt a little tweaked there, but I thought we were okay.
Yeah, I haven't looked this up yet, but I'm pretty sure the Lions are the only NFL team in history had a retired player that put on IR. That's how bad the attrition's been this year.
That's how bad it's been.
We had to put a retired player on IR.
Oh, man.
It's not even on the team.
I still think there's a really good chance that Frank comes back.
No way. Come on.
I don't know if
seriously? You said really good chance.
I did.
Take that back, dude. I'll let you walk it back.
No.
Okay, really good chance. You're staying
really good
with
chance.
I'll say less than 1%. So I'm like complete opposite.
Because he's been away. He's had time to. Now, I don't know if he had surgery or if that was even an injury that you need surgery for. I don't know. Now, let's say that it is an injury you need surgery for if you're going to play in the NFL, or you did not have surgery, you just live your life. I don't know. But
you're sticking with really good chance, even after hearing Jared say, I don't think so.
Because I think we talked about this earlier in the season. At some point, I think we asked Jared Goff, or maybe it was either Jared Goff, or I know Dan Campbell was asked about Frank Ragnow coming back, and he's like, nope, that ship has sailed. And then 2 weeks later, what happened? Hey, Frank's coming back. Until he wasn't coming back. So I don't know. I think that, I think there's still a really good chance. Maybe it's just my heart hoping that he's going to come
whatever
back.
Whatever it is, man, you're sticking by it.
Yeah, I'm holding on to it.
I think it's.
I appreciate you giving me the opportunity to walk it back. I'm not going to walk it back.
Sometimes we just say stuff that comes out of our mouths. I'm like, hey, maybe you didn't mean really good chance. Because I don't know. Do you know what really good chance
means? Did you say really
means?
good chance? I did say really good chance.
Okay.
I think better than 60%. But here's the thing. Percentages mean nothing. It either is or it isn't.
Well, it depends.
I mean, there's a probability.
I mean, that's no.
How do you measure probability?
The result is binary. Doesn't mean how you get there is binary.
I feel he's going to come back, and I'm hopeful he's going to come back because they need him. They need him badly.
You want to do a long-term lunch bet on this?
No, I'm not going to do a long-term lunch bet on this.
Well, I mean, long-term because you get the full year. I'll give you the full 26 season. Oh, here we go.
You want lunch?
Yep.
All right, you got it.
Yeah.
You got it. You got it.
I'm not giving out a cash in on 2027. That's okay.
Well, I think there comes a point in 2026 where we can say, all right.
Yeah, if you want to say, if you want to wave the white flag, I'm cool with that too.
Yeah, maybe I get hungry for Chick-fil-A too. I'm like, I'll just pay off the bet right now.
Right.
This is how it goes. All right, so yesterday we were kind of kicking this idea. We were talking about it was the Indianapolis game, right? So Indianapolis is at the end of the game, and who are they playing?
Jacksonville.
And Indy is trying to make a comeback. And it's the end of the game, and Old Man Rivers is in there, and he was doing okay. I mean, there's nothing great about what Phil Rivers was doing, okay, other than the fact that he's old, 44 years old, and he's still out there trying to make plays.
It's gonna be great when Dennis Quaid plays Philip Rivers in the Disney movie.
Right, exactly. I promised the kids I would get out there and try. Love The Rookie, such a great flick. So. Yeah, if Rivers comes in, and they take Rivers out at the end of the game because They're at the 50-yard line. They have one play left, and they have to get the ball to the end zone. So what that is saying is that they don't think Phil Rivers can throw the ball 50 yards in the air. He needs to get the ball in the air. So they bring in Riley Leonard, the kid from Notre Dame, and he heaves a pass up high up in the air and 50 yards deep, and it ends up, I think he got picked off actually in the end zone, but he made a good effort at it. But the point was they trusted Riley Leonard to do that and not the KG Wiley veteran that is Phillip Rivers, because it's apparent Phillip Rivers cannot throw the ball 50 yards anymore. And then you were asking, you were like, how many guys think they can throw the ball 50 yards?
Because it ain't easy. I'm not trying to clown on Phillip Rivers, but this is the NFL. You have to be able to throw 50 yards as a quarterback. It's not like, he's old, but he's not 60 or something. He's 44, right? Average age of maybe our listener, I have no idea. Not ancient, not young.
Right. I would say probably around 40. Yeah.
He can't throw 50 anymore. And I asked you basically, Gator, I'm like, how many just regular guys listening to us think they can throw an NFL football 50 yards in the air?
So we're going to take 10 texts on this, okay? (248-539-9797). We're taking the 10 texts and sign your text so we can give you the proper attribution that this is you that is making the statement. Do you think that you can throw the ball 50 yards? Like, how many guys still think that they can, or maybe you never could. And you're like, I can't, and you just want to admit, I can never throw it 50 yards, whatever the case is. But text in, because I think this is an interesting question. Plus, I get to inflate my ego a little bit, and I like that. 248-539-9797. This is 97.1. All right, so we asked the people for 10 texts. Can you throw it 50 yards? Can you throw above 50 yards? We bring this up because Phillip Rivers was taken out of the game at the end of the game. They needed a Hail Mary, and they needed a 50-yard pass to do it. They took Phillip Rivers out, and they brought in Riley Leonard. So we said, can you throw it 50 yards? First text we get is great. Uncle Rico can throw it over mountains. That's from Marvin in the car.
Well, how far are those mountains?
Pretty far. Really far. And that's in New Mexico, too. I mean, maybe it aids because you've got the elevation. Helps the ball travel further. I threw 47 yards in high school. That's from Tom in Royal Oak. I definitely cannot as a 23-year-old, Jacob in Rochester. I've got maybe 25 yards. I guarantee 2% of listeners can. That's Blake in Brighton. Yes, I could do it 60. That's Corey in Grand Rapids. He's age 34.
60?
He's 34 years old.
Did he play quarterback in college or anything, or high school? And by the way, we're talking NFL-sized football, right, Gator?
Yeah.
I don't think people realize, the average person realizes how big an NFL football is. It's not the ball that's in the rack at Dunham's that you just grab from the cage, okay?
No, but you can buy an NFL official-sized football, yes.
But they're much bigger than college footballs, let alone high school footballs or the Nerf footballs.
It's definitely bigger than a Nerf ball, yeah. And it's not the Duke that you're throwing. I could throw a Duke like 70 yards back in the day. I'm 52, and I could definitely throw the ball 50 yards. I know this because I had a contest with my nephew, and I embarrassed him in front of his lady. That's in Chris in a truck. Not a chance. Maybe 30 yards. Kyle in Ferndale. I can never throw it 50 yards. Scott and Flint. I don't think I could throw it 50 yards, and I'm 33 and in good shape. Former basketball player Luigi in Sterling Heights. I'm 48. Don't think I could get to 50 anymore. 5 years ago, I threw 50-yard passes playing around with my kids. That's Greg in Belleville. So I think there's only 2 out of the 10 that said that they could do it. I think it's actually impressive. People doing some real self-reflecting there and not getting too macho about this, saying they can do it. So Doug and I, when we were at training camp years ago for Lions training camp, we would always, at some point, there'd be a football lying around. We'd throw a football to each other, and then we would just say, can we throw it 50? And try to do it, and we could do it. The last time we did that, I think may have been 2019. I think once COVID hit, I don't think we've had a chance to do it, and they've had us in different locations, and it's just not the same for us to be able to get that done, to test our mettle and see if we can do it. I will tell you that at that time that we did it, that we were both getting real close to not being able to throw 50 anymore, but we were still getting it done. And we had literally 30 seconds to warm up before we tested it out. I think we both threw it like 52 yards. This is something that, was not a problem. I was always able to throw a football really well. So this feeds my ego because, I could definitely get it done. I remember when I was 18, we just graduated high school, and I was at my buddy's house, and we're hanging out, throwing a football around, and his older brother was there. And his older brother had just finished college, and he had a couple of his friends, and they decided to get a bet together who could throw the football the furthest. And my friend, was the younger brother of these guys, he just started laughing and said, how much you guys want against Otis, which was me. And they're like, let's go $10 a man. I go, well, let's go $20 a man. And I said, you guys go ahead and you throw it. I'll give you each 2 throws. And after you've all thrown it, then the first time I'll go last, and then I'll let you see if you still want to do this. And these guys chucked it as far as they could, and they were like 40, 45 yards, and I threw it once at like 60. And I just said, just pay me the money now. Because that's how it was back then.
Humble brag over here, man.
I'm not being humble about this. This is the one thing in my life I can brag about.
Do you think you throw 50 yards right now?
I think I would have to warm the arm up, and I think I can still get it to 50. I think it's going to be real close. I'll admit that. I don't know if I think I can. But
don't you have back issues right now?
Well, that's right. Right now, the back is definitely holding this one out.
All right, you want to walk it back a little?
If you're going to ask me if this was Friday, if this was last Friday, I could do this. Or I think I could do this. Now, in my current state, no. Give me another couple weeks and then to heal up the back. And then give me 5 minutes to warm the arm up. And I'd be curious to see if I can do it. I think I could, but I wouldn't guarantee it.
I think less than 2% of guys can throw the ball 50 yards.
It is, and I'm glad to see that only 2 out of 10 here said that they can do it, because it is something that it's not easy to do.
I think they should have a competition at Lions games and pick a random fan and see if he can throw 50 yards for like $50. And I just want to see
for $50.
Yep. 50 for 50, we call it.
I mean,
we
I
have
get the
50
Miller
Cent
Lite,
playing.
the competition with the Miller Lite bottle, and I'm going to win, like $5,000, but you're going to say $50.
All they're doing is throwing a football.
Public
That's it.
humiliation.
We'll do 5 guys. Bring them out there, all right?
Yeah.
And then just I want to see these 20-yard ducks.
Now, the other thing you're right about is the size of the football. It is a different football to throw than say, a high school football. And they're inflated completely. The ball is slick. Like these quarterbacks, the way they spin the ball in practice, it's impressive, right? Because this is what Doug and I were throwing 6 years ago. It was a real legitimate NFL football. And we both commented at the time, like, oh, this does feel a little different. I mean, I can't grip this as well as I used. I still do it, and we still did it. And the Doug actually was able to still throw at 50, which I was very impressed with. So
he's got a bad shoulder, doesn't he?
Yeah, at the time, and he was like, "I'm done." After he threw it one time, he's like, "All right, that's it." And then he had to work some kinks out after that. But yeah, it's a test I'd like to still try. Absolutely. But Phillip Rivers, professional quarterback in the league for 20-some years, couldn't do it. They had to bring in the backup to throw it. Now, to be fair to Phillip Rivers, the other part of the equation, it's not just throwing it 50 yards. They wanted to launch it and get some height on it, too. It's not just throwing it on a line 50. You're not just heaving it as far as you can. You're trying to throw it up in the air,
like a balloon ball, so it comes down, have a chance. And also,
so that's different.
For a Hail Mary, I know they're not rushing a lot of guys, but you have to move around a little bit to buy some time. And Rivers ain't fleet of foot either. So
yeah, you're just asking if I could throw it, nobody on the field,
exactly,
50 yards. And it's different than, oh, crap, here comes, Jared Verse trying to knock me down. I think I still have that shot today. I'd love to try it. It'd be fun. It would be fun. Let's go to the phones. Mike is on a cell phone. Mike, welcome to 97.1.
Hey, guys. Merry Christmas. Happy New Year.
Thank you.
Just so you know, I was on the phone when you guys kind of started this conversation. And, back in the 80s, I could throw a pigskin a quarter mile, no problem. But if you guys took me to Chick-fil-A and I got 2 avocado lime ranch dressings for lubrication for my shoulder to go on that Cobb salad, then maybe I might be able to hit 50 now. But I think there's a strong correlation. I would pose the next question is, how many guys think they could still touch 80 on a gun, on a radar gun? So I think that would be the second part of that caveat.
That's an interesting one, and thanks for the call. I appreciate it, Mike. I will tell you this. My ability to throw a football does not correlate to my ability to throw a baseball. Not even close.
Did he say still touch 80? Who touches 80
I
as an average
was
person?
just going to say, I'm not sure how many guys can touch 80 in the first place.
No way.
That is.
You ever watch that? Well, anyways.
We'll talk more about this next. 97.1.
The Pistons are out in Los Angeles tonight, getting ready to close out their longest extended stay away from home. Tonight marks their 5th and final game of an 8-day road trip before the Pistons return home next year. Karis LeVert is doubtful for tonight's game against the Lakers as he's dealing with left knee soreness today. Tip-off tonight from Crypto.com Arena is set for 10:30 Eastern Time. Our pregame coverage on 97.1 begins at 10:05. BetOnline says that Tigers infield prospect Kevin McGonigal has the third best odds among potential rookies to be named the American League Rookie of the Year. The sportsbook opened the futures bet today, and McGonigal opened at plus 650 behind Chicago's Munetaka Murakami and Toronto's Treya Savage. The Tigers opened the season in just 86 days. And Dan Campbell spoke with the morning crew here on 97.1 today. He said despite the Lions being out of playoff contention, it's not lost on him that this team is still close to being right back where they were the last 2 years. The Lions kick off with the Bears right here on 97.1 at 4:25 this Sunday. From the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Good afternoon. Welcome back to the Karsch and Anderson program here on 97.1. Gator with you today. Doug will be back on Monday's show. Do have Kang and Corbin behind the glass. And we got the discussion took another turn at the end there. We were talking about, the Phillip Rivers being pulled from the game at the end of the game for a Hail Mary pass because he just doesn't have the arm strength anymore to throw it 50 yards down the field in the way that they wanted to. So they put Riley Leonard in there. So we asked people how many people still think they could throw 50 yards or could you ever throw it 50 yards? We took 10 texts. 8 of the 10 texts said no. And one of them was absolutely sure they could do it. And then there was another one that said, yeah, I think I can do it. Which I was impressed with because people did some self-reflection there. And I think they were being pretty honest with it. It's not easy to do. And with an NFL regulation size football, it's really not easy to do. If you've ever, I don't know how many people have had the opportunity to grip an NFL football. It's not the same. It's difficult. I'd like to see if I could still get it done. I was able to get it done 6 years ago, the last time I threw one. And so was Doug, by the way. We both were able to get it to 50. I think we both threw like 52 yards. Love to see if we can still do it, but not sure if that's going to be possible anymore. But then the last call we took just before the top of the hour, he said, what about guys that still think they can throw 80? And Ken, you and I both like, what? I don't know how many guys think they can throw 80 miles an hour, but I don't think it's many. Like, unless you played high school baseball and you were like the ace of your staff on the high school baseball team, throwing 80 miles an hour is not an easy thing to do. Although with coaching and instruction is better now, and they actually are teaching you how to methods to increase your velocity. But even so, it's difficult to do, man. I mean, really difficult to do. I think back to my high school team, I think we had one guy, maybe two guys that could get above 80. But that's really difficult. And I said there's no correlation, by the way. I could throw the hell out of a football when I was younger. And I could not throw a baseball.
No, there
with
isn't.
any
Have you
velocity.
ever seen C.J. Stroud throw a baseball?
No.
Oh, God, look it up.
Is it?
C.J. Stroud, current NFL quarterback who's young and good, can obviously throw a football. You would think he could throw a baseball as well. He cannot.
All right, let's take a look at this.
That's C.J. Stroud.
Well, yeah, it's odd watching him play catch. It's just kind of like a quick flip. That's somebody that
Obviously,
probably did not grow up playing baseball.
Yeah, he doesn't have the technique to form down all that stuff. Maybe if he was coached or taught, he'd be able to, but just naturally, he doesn't throw it well.
It's humbling when you see that. But no, there's no correlation. Like I said, I could throw the hell out of a football when I was younger, but I could not throw a baseball any faster than 67 miles an hour. At least that's what it was clocked at the Polish Fair at St. Mary's.
Oh, yeah, that's legit,
years
the
ago.
Polish Fair?
Yeah.
I've heard about them.
Yeah.
I think Next Gen Stats uses Polish Fair.
They should.
numbers.
They should. The gun there was running a little hot at 67. It was the best I could do. The funny thing was you got like 3 throws. Your first 2, you would see how fast you would throw it. And the third one, they would say, okay, now how fast do you think the next one's going to be? And if you're within 2 miles an hour, you get a prize. I threw each one of them the same speed. And I was trying so hard. When it got done, like my arm was hanging a little lower because I totally threw it out. 67 is the best I could do. But throwing a football is different. I just thought it was interesting. The guy's like, how many still think you can throw 80? None. Like if you're over the age of 40 and you think you can still throw the ball 80 miles an hour, unless you played like big time college baseball or in the majors where you played minor league baseball, I don't think there's any shot. Call me crazy. Paul is on a cell phone. Welcome to 97.1. Hey, Paul.
What's up, guys? Listen, I could throw it every bit of 50 inches. I guarantee it. Or I could boot it 50 inches. How about that? Hey, I cannot believe how many Olympic qualifiers we have in this area that are calling. This is crazy. This is great.
It's not that many. Actually, I was impressed that there were only 2 out of the 10 that thought that they could throw a football 50.
There shouldn't be one. There shouldn't be a single one. But anyway, I digress. Listen, real quick. I was up in the park this past summer, and I'm going to try to wrap this up quick. This dude was over there, and he's got kids gathered around him. And I'm saying kids, they're in their teens, mid-teens. I'm not paying that close. I don't know. 8 or 10 of them. And they're huddled around, and he's got a football. He's just kind of rolling his arm, doing a 360 windmill with his arm. And he's a dude, he's in his 40s. I'm imagining this anyway. I'm sitting there, I'm pushing my daughter on the swing. And all of a sudden, they scatter. They're all flying the same direction because he's going to throw them this ball. So I'm paying attention, but they're not. They're going, and they're going. I'm like, this guy isn't even going to throw the ball to them. He's messing with them. All of a sudden, he just turns and doesn't like gallop and do the, like put all of his motion into it. He flicks this ball. And I'm telling you, this thing was up in the orbit, and it was going so far. I'm like, oh, my God.
Who was it? Was it a baseball player?
Dude, I don't know.
Oh,
but check
it's just some random dude?
This ball is just going and going. It went so far that when these guys hooked around and, and they're way out there. And when they turned around to curl to kind of line up, it went over all of their heads still. And I'm like, you got to be kidding. I turn and look at the guy like, who is this? I look to the right, and he's passing a blunt from his buddy.
Oh, boy. So he's got that going on for him. Hey, thanks for the call. Just some rando in a park that was able to throw a baseball.
We sure caller Paul wasn't part of the circle
I'm
there?
not sure. I think that Paul may have been, pass, puff.
Yeah,
I think Paul was taking a hit, maybe, perhaps. Although maybe not while he's, guy's daughter on the swing there, Kang. Come on. Be fair about that.
Well, I hope not.
Yeah, let's hope that's not the case. Bob is in Troy. Welcome to 97.1. Hey, Bob.
Hey, guys. I can take 2 Major League Baseballs in my right hand, and you're going to laugh at me, and I can throw it to 2 different people, 50 yards, and they could be 20 yards from each other side to side, 30 yards from behind each other, and they will not have to move. I can throw 2 baseballs. I don't know how, but I do it. I used to coach a little bit, and I'd have 2 outfielders out there, and I was like, I'm tired of throwing 1 ball, and I figured out how to throw 2 with 1 hand.
And you still think you can do that?
Oh, absolutely. I do it with my son. I'm 62. He's 23. I could take him and his buddy out to the park, and I could throw 2 baseballs with 1 hand. I don't know how. I just do it. And
50
you
yards
really
or
don't
50 feet?
50 yards.
So 150 feet.
50 feet?
Well, you're saying 50 yards with a baseball, two baseballs, 1 hand, 1 throw to 2 guys that could be 20 yards apart from each other, and they don't have to move. These are your words.
20,
I just want to clarify.
20 yards away. They could be 30 yards from right to left, 30 yards from back to front, and I can figure out how to throw them a ball 50 yards.
Bob, have you ever filmed this before or no?
No, but I was at one of my kids' soccer games.
Bob, how do you have this ability? This is something crazy, right? I mean, the guys behind the glass are not like, this is crazy.
You'd probably laugh at me.
And I am a little bit, because if you have this ability, this uncanny ability to throw,
it's not uncanny.
I think it's uncanny.
Simple.
I've never once heard of this. Where you can
tell you what.
I'm trying to explain to our audience here what it exactly is you're doing here. 2 balls in one hand. Let's assume you're right-handed. And you
throw
Major
League Baseballs in one hand.
And you throw both balls at the same time, and you can throw it 50 yards to 2 different people with the same throw, and they could be 20 yards apart from each other, or 10 yards, or 30 yards.
They could be 30 or 40 yards separated.
So
and
you have the accuracy. You can change the grip based on the how accurate you want to be, or based on where these guys are going to be out there to catch it. You can do this. And you haven't filmed this?
I'll give you my kid's number.
No, I don't need the number. I'm trying to help you out, Bob. If
you don't need to help me.
I need to help you out. Because here's the thing, it's a moneymaker. If you could do this and put this out there on Instagram and have your son put it on the gram or on TikTok, do you know how many views this would get?
You could give me 5 minutes in your parking lot at 97.
I don't need this. Bob, this is your moneymaker. This is you.
I don't need to make money. Money's nothing. I'm just telling you, I have this, like you said, uncanny ability to throw.
I'm telling you, it's an uncanny ability. And I wish your son would recognize this. Video this.
Oh, he knows.
Right. Tell him to put it on the phone. Tell him Gator said put this on the phone and then put it on the gram.
When I was doing it at soccer practice one time, the parents were coming by and going, where in the hell did you learn how to do that?
Right.
I said, I just did it.
So you understand what I'm saying? Everybody thinks this is ridiculous until they see it, and even then they're going to be like, I don't believe it. Get it on video. Yeah. Let's go.
And it's not 50 feet. I can do it 50 yards.
50 yards, you say?
It'll hit them.
And then you can this video I invent. Kang, am I wrong? This video would be incredible.
We need the video.
You have 2 kids out there like 10 yards apart, then like, how about 20 apart? They move 20 apart. How about 30 apart? And you do it. It's amazing.
I'll get my kid and one of his buddies out in their midst in the snow, and I'll throw with the hardcore snowball baseballs as hard as they are.
No, they got to be baseballs. You said baseballs. Do it.
No, that's what I'm saying. They will be hard baseballs because of the cold, and I'll throw it to each of them at the same time wherever they're standing.
That's what we're saying. Get this done. Like put it on video.
Hey, you remember King of His Court?
Do I remember King in His Court?
Yeah, the guy with 4 softball players, and he beat everybody, and then only had 4 players. It was like a Detroit phenomenon. I mean, you're in your 50s, Gator. You should know what the King of His Court is. I don't
remember that, but I'm telling you right now, talk to your son. Film this.
This needs to be on TikTok.
This needs to be on TikTok.
The most amazing part, Gator, might be he doesn't even know how he does it.
He said, I just figured it out.
He just throws it and it just goes.
And now he's telling me that he can teach us in the parking lot. He can teach us how to do it. I'm like, don't teach us. Just do it. Get this out there.
Red Panda's got competition.
Red Panda has competition. Honestly. Would you like to see this at halftime?
Absolutely.
Yes. Bob doesn't know what he's got here. This is a gold mine. An absolute gold mine.
20 yards, 30 yards, 40 yards apart.
Right.
50 yards deep.
Like you could combine it with Red Panda. You could have like somebody on a unicycle with a bunch of,
He would win America's Got Talent. This would be like an act in Vegas.
Oh my God, come on. Do you not recognize this?
Simon would love this.
Right. Thanks, Corbin. Yeah. That is absolutely the most ridiculous thing I've ever seen. I want you to do it again. It's a pass for me. Is it Heidi? I don't know. Is Heidi Klum? Is that the show that she's on? Yeah. She's like, you can have me. Take me now. Take me now, Bob. I never thought that this was possible. Wow.
You can take her from 50 yards away.
20 yards apart. Look at that. Oh.
You had Simon 20 yards here.
Sometimes somebody comes up with this, what started off as a humble brag about their athletic ability. Top that, people. You got anything that's crazy like that? I want to hear it. 248-539-9797. You want to just text it in? That's fine too. But I am telling you, Kang, we did not expect that.
Not on my bingo card today.
Not on the bingo card today. Dude claims he can throw two baseballs at the same time accurately to two different people 50 yards downfield, if you will. And those people can be 10 feet apart, 10 yards apart, 20 feet apart, 20 yards apart, whatever it is. He can throw them with the same arm at the same time and hit both people, and they wouldn't have to move. This is 97.1. Hey, got a quick question for you. Are you planning to save money this winter by taking ice cold showers? Of course not. Make sure you got the hot water you need, and you need to do what I did, and that is call the team over at Birmingham Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling. Don't let the frozen disaster ruin your holidays. These local licensed experts are third-generation family tradesmen who handle the serious stuff. This way, you can get back to sipping hot chocolate or whatever it is that you want to do during the wintertime. So whether it's your furnace, your water heater, a boiler, or water filtration, schedule an appointment online at birminghamplumbingco.com. That's birminghamplumbingco.com. Birmingham Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling, your Metro Detroit boiler experts. It's quite a reaction to caller Bob's claim. We're seeing this on on Twitch. You guys are great on Twitch. I love the Twitch crowd. Bob's claim was that he can take 2 baseballs in one hand, throw them at the same time, and not only throw them 50 yards, he said, which ends up being 150 feet by my math, not only be able to throw it 150 feet, which if you need a little math education on that, that's throwing a ball halfway down the line, the right field line from home plate. All right? If it's 300 feet to the corner, you're throwing it halfway down the right field line, just so you understand what 150 feet is. But not only does it go 150 feet, each ball goes 150 feet. He claims that each ball will be thrown accurately to 2 different people waiting to catch the ball, no matter if they're 10 feet apart or 20 feet apart or 30 feet apart. That's Bob's claim, and I thought, well, that's absolutely ridiculous. Bob was insistent. He says, you can talk to my son. We said, well, wait a minute. Bob, you got to put this on video out there. I don't need to put it on video. Like, yeah, you do. We're trying to help you out. And I sincerely am trying to help him out. If this is what you got, if this is your crazy skill, people need to see it. We need to talk about it. This would go viral so fast. Oh, my God.
This would be like, remember that video the quarterback could throw with both arms? I don't even know if it was real or not, but that went viral, right? Because it's amazing.
Kicklicious.
And I think to me, the most amazing part is Bob claimed himself he doesn't know how he does it. So does he did the balls just find their target on its own?
I don't know. Just one day he's just took 2 baseballs in one hand and decided to throw it, and like they ended up splitting pretty evenly, and he threw it down. Like, wait a minute. Like, I'm onto something here. Hold on.
Wait, why did he even try this?
Gonna workshop this. I can throw the ball pretty far, and there's 2 balls at the same time being thrown with the same hand, and they're pretty close together. Wait a second. You guys get out there. I want 2 guys to catch these balls. And then he throws it again. And the guys are like, I didn't have to move, Pop. I was right there. I didn't have to move. You hit me right here. Why don't you guys move apart by 10 feet? Why don't you move apart by another 10 feet? And he still gets it done. This has to go viral. Put it out there. 100% put it out there. I just don't understand. We got a lot of people on the Twitch stream have some ideas. Sign to the Tigers. Yeah, don't see why not. Thug Ames says, this guy rules. I bet he crushes Miller Lights. Probably. Everybody wants video. Everybody says they're ready. We need video. It doesn't mean anything unless we see the video. Are we sure they're baseballs? Stingray asked. Yes, he said. He said baseballs. He said he'd do it right now, even though the baseballs would be hard because it'd be cold. This guy is. I want this video. I want this to be true because I think it's incredible.
I also enjoyed how when you said it's uncanny of him to do that, he'd try to downplay, and it's like, no, it's not. Like he knows other people that can do it out there.
Right. He's like, his thing and him being humble was, I could teach you how to do it. Like, this is not my thing. Keep that to yourself. This is a money-making endeavor. Reese says that Gator already regrets asking. I do not. I do not regret asking in the least. I think this is an amazing talent he's got. I guess, yeah, there's some others that are maybe inappropriate, so I'm not going to go through those. But I think this is great. Absolutely great. Apparently we got some text coming in on this one too. Or we can ask for text is what we're doing. 248-539-9797 is a telephone number. And look, if you've got a crazy ability like this, what's the other crazy ability that you have? I mean, this is just one gem we've got out there that I never expected to hear. I've got $100 says he couldn't hit one guy with one ball from 50 yards without him having to move. Dan and Celine. See, Bob, this is the thing. You take $100 bet from everybody. You know, everybody wants it. Hey, you want a bet? Let's go. Make $100 a pop like that. I know money doesn't mean anything to you, but just saying. I can line up 4 soccer balls in a line on the ground, kick all 4 at the same time, and hit 4 different people half a mile away. All right. Stop that. I got $1,000. Says Paul can't throw a single baseball on target 50 yards. All right, was it Paul or was Bob? Paul was the previous guy, right? Paul was the one that had his daughter in the park where the guy just threw the ball and it just disappeared. Bob was the guy we just talked to, right?
Bob was the guy we just talked to.
Yeah, I just want to make sure we have that distinction. This is Bob we're talking about. How does Bob do this while holding 2 bottles of liquor that are empty? Bill from Wayne. Stop that. No. I believe Bob believes. Kang, am I right on that statement? I believe that Bob believes.
I definitely believe Bob believes.
That's why we need the video.
Breaking news. Bob just called back in. Obviously, we can't put him back on air, but he said within the next couple days, he will record a video and send it to you guys.
That's how it works. That's how it happens. That's how it happens. Thank you, Bob. I believe in him. I believe in him. I'm dying to see this. Absolutely dying to see this.
Bob's going to be on Good Morning America soon. This is going to go viral, man.
Or the morning show with Channel 4.
He'll take any morning show, dude.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Do we have to worry about a potential AI moment, though?
No. No, absolutely not. We should probably talk to Colthrip. You know? Rhonda Walker. Kim DeGiulio.
Let's see the video first and see,
Well, right, we do need we should probably pre-screen.
Yes.
Right. Do our vetting out process. I think it's amazing. I can't wait to see it. And Bob, thank you for taking the time to make the video with your son, and let's get this out there because that's just great. Bill is in Berkeley. Welcome 97.1. Hey, Bill.
Hey, Gator. How you doing today?
All right, Bill.
All right. I just wanted I played minor league baseball, and I can throw a baseball like 85, close to 90 miles an hour, but for some reason a football, maybe it's too big for my hand or whatever, but I could never throw a ball 50 yards. That would be impossible for me. But
I'm glad to hear that's for me. I could throw the football, but I couldn't throw a baseball hard at all.
Right? Yeah. See, that's the difference. I don't know what the difference is. Maybe it's the size of your hand. I'm not sure.
I don't know.
But that last story about that, John, I have a hard time with that.
Well, that's why we asked for the video. And thanks for the call. I appreciate it. 248-539-9797. We're going to hear what Dan Campbell had to say about Kelvin Shepard, the defensive coordinator. Also, he had some thoughts on Jared Goff that he wanted to get out there and make it very clear, and I think that's awesome. And we'll hear from Jared Goff coming up at 1:30 as well as we continue here on 97.1. Welcome back to Carson Anderson here on 97.1 The Ticket. Taking your calls and texts at the same number, 248-539-9797. Paul's in Shelby. Paul, welcome to 97.1.
Great show as always. Thank you for taking my call. I would like to see this happen. I'd pay to see it. And I did see the king in his court. He pitched well into his 60s. He threw the ball underhanded over 100 miles an hour. And also I saw Andy Varapapa, a bowler in the Detroit area, throw the ball with both hands and do a lot of trick bowling. So maybe he can, but I'd like to see it if he can, because I played a lot of sports. So maybe you could elaborate on that.
That's. And thanks for the call. The idea sounds so bizarre that, of course, you say, okay, yeah, prove it. And the guy had full conviction. So I think he thinks he can do it. I want to see it because I think it's an amazing trick. When you watch guys do like trick shots with the golf ball, I'm always amazed at those guys. Like these guys, hey, if they want to draw it, they can draw it. If they want to fade it, they can fade it. Throw it up in the air, they can hit it, and it doesn't matter. They're just amazing. And I always say, well, why aren't those guys on tour? Because it's different doing that just for fun as opposed to doing that when there's pressure on and all that. There's no pressure for Bob. Bob's just going to go out with his kid, and kid's going to get a friend, and they're going to stand out 150 feet away, and he's going to show us. And I can't wait to see it. I think it's amazing. Anyway, moving on to the Detroit Lions. Dan Campbell, Lions head coach, was on this morning with Costa, and Stoney was in for Jansen, and talked about a bunch of different things. But when it comes to the defensive coordinator, Kelvin Shepard has come under some fire here because of the collapse the Lions have had over the last few weeks, and defensively they just haven't been able to get things done. When it was unable to stop the run against Pittsburgh, they gave up a ton of yards in the previous 4 games leading up to the Vikings game. We're averaging like 457 yards or something like that, given up defensively per game. And, in the end, the Vikings beat the Lions, I think in large part because of the offensive inefficiencies, not the defense. Nonetheless, Dan Campbell was asked about Kelvin Shepard. So it's Dan Campbell defending his guy, and I'm not sure if that means that Shep's definitely coming back as a DC or not. They got another game against the Bears, and it's going to be a hell of a test to stop the Bears' offense, particularly with all the injuries that they have on defense. It's tough enough to begin with, but then you throw that you don't have your safeties there, and you're starting like your 4th and 5th safeties, and you're without your top corner and all this. There's a lot going on defensively that the Lions are going to have to try to overcome. And it's a tough task, and I recognize that. And I'm still not certain that the Lions have to move on from the defensive coordinator and find somebody else to fill that position. I'm open to the discussion. I think it's interesting. We heard Mike Valenti talking yesterday about his scenario where thinks the Lions should go after Brian Flores, who is the defensive coordinator of the Vikings, who is very heralded. But his contract is up. So he effectively becomes a free agent on the market after Sunday. And it's interesting. Flores probably not going to get head coaching gigs, but because his contract is up, he can make the lateral move and go anywhere he wants. Would he want to stay in Minnesota? Or would he want to move elsewhere? Does he want to come to Detroit? Would Detroit be interested? I think that's an interesting name to bring up because he is a very highly thought after and thought of, I should say, defensive coordinator. The other thing Dan Campbell said this morning that we thought was interesting, Jim Costa couldn't even get the words out of his mouth when he was trying to set up a question about Jared Goff. And Dan Campbell, I think is clear after this cut, and I think this should, and Ken, we agree, this should put things to bed when it comes to Jared Goff and his future here with the Detroit Lions. Here's what Dan Campbell had to say. And there it is. So anybody that has thoughts that they should move on, it's not going to happen. So stop. We don't need to go down that road. It's just not going to happen. This isn't a Stafford situation where he's not asking to go anywhere. This team has had success under Jared Goff. He's been very good for this team, despite all the problems that the offensive line has provided this year. Jared Goff has had an outstanding season. Not going to judge him based on what happened against the Vikings. Because if you're going to throw all that on him and not look at the real picture there, which was the offensive line and the tight ends not blocking and the running backs not getting the job done, it was an entire breakdown offensively. But look at the season as a whole. Having to work with seemingly a different offensive line every game, it felt that way. And yet the numbers were pretty insane. The Lions only committed 8 turnovers prior to that game all season long. And they committed 6 turnovers in the same game. It was one of these statistical anomalies. It's one of these games that you just can't explain what the hell happened. It just happened. But Jared Goff is the quarterback of this team. Certainly for the next 2 seasons, in 26 and in 27. At that point, there's the ability, if you want to get out, you can. I suspect at some point they're going to try to rework the contract to free up some money to sign some other players or to free up some room. But we'll wait and see when that happens. But in the meantime, he ain't going anywhere. So it's a non-starter conversation on the show when it comes to Goff. The defensive side, the defensive coordinator, I think that's interesting because it's, I think Dan Campbell would like to see what Shep can do with another year. But I'm not sure he's going to get that. Or if he does he, if it falters early, does he pull the plug early on it? I don't know. But they have options for sure as the defensive coordinator moves on, what they want to do. They want to move on with him or not. I'm still undecided what has to happen there. I think it's awfully tough to judge him and the defense based on losing all pro safeties halfway through the season. At least losing Kirby Joseph halfway through the season and then losing Brian Branch, 4 weeks ago. It's which you can look at the 3-game slide happens when Brian Branch goes out too. If Brian Branch plays one of the last 3 games, Lions are winning one of those games. And they're still talking about a playoff possibility. A flawed team for sure, but it would still be a playoff team. That's just not the case right now. 248-539-9797 is the telephone number. Same number to text if you'd like to get your voice heard that way. We'll continue here on 97.1. So we're kind of reacting to what Dan Campbell had to say this morning on the morning show with a couple of different things. One really more than the other. It sounds like he's putting to bed any idea or thought that that Jared Goff is not the guy. Don't say that to Dan Campbell. Don't say that to Dan Campbell. He completely believes in Jared Goff, and that Jared Goff is the guy. He says he's a stud, one of the top quarterbacks in the league, and I back him up on that. I think Jared Goff is great. He's not perfect. We all know about the lack of mobility, but to me, that's it. He checks every other box. And look at what he's done this season. Statistically, he's been great this season. And with what? A makeshift offensive line that has been horrible at times. I think the reason this team did not make the playoffs this year, I think there's two things that torpedoed the Lions season. I think the offensive line torpedoed the Lions season, and that starts in the offseason with Frank Ragnow retiring. And then I think it just ended up being the loss of the safeties on defense. Like, they were still able to win games halfway through the season, and then Kirby Joseph goes down. And that's hard. And then it was win, lose. But then they lost Brian Branch on top of that. And since they lost Brian Branch, it's lose, with the game looming on Sunday. They could very well finish with a 4-game losing streak. And that coincides with Brian Branch being hurt for the year as well. So I don't put that on Jared Goff. I think Goff is I think what Goff has done has been great. You go back a few years when the offensive line was great. They got to the NFC Championship game. And at that time, there were injuries on the defensive side in that game. And there were missteps that happened in that game, offensively and defensively. And it really is unfortunate because that was like a magical season. 12-5, win the division, win 2 playoff games. You're playing in the NFC Championship game. You have the lead. It's a 4th down play, and you convert it. Well, you had the right play called, and the receiver drops the ball. And then there's a handful of less than a handful. There's like 3 other plays that happened all in a quick sequence that destroyed the Lions' chances. And it was really unfortunate because it was a great season. And last year they go 15-2, but we know a lot of it was done with some smoke and mirrors to get to the 15 wins based on the entire defense being hurt. And then you get to a playoff game and it's a shootout against Washington, and eventually the offense just didn't get it done. Jared Goff did not have his best game, clearly, and the defense just couldn't get things done either. And there are some specific plays there that rub you the wrong way. And then you have this season where you start the year off with a whole different offensive line, and it's not the same team. Not even close. They need to fix the offensive line in the offseason. Clearly, they have to fix the offensive line. They need to figure out if Tate Ratledge is going to play right guard or is he going to be a center. They need to know if Frank Ragnow is going to come back and play or not. They need to know if Taylor Decker is going to come back and play. Or is he going to call it a career because in a fabulous career? Is he going to say, yeah, enough, my body's just done? And it wouldn't surprise me in the least if that happens. And if it does, take your hat off to him and say, he had a great career. And what that would do is create a problem at tackle. Not at left tackle, because I think you move Sewell over to the left side. But it creates a problem at right tackle. And this is where the tough part comes. Can they do the evaluation on the players that they have without having seen them play this year? Because there were so many of them that didn't play this year. So the offensive line, they got to fix that. Go into the offseason with an idea of free agents they need to target. Go into the draft with, once you know what you have free agent-wise, then you know for sure what you're looking for in the draft, although we know Brad Holmes just drafts players. He doesn't necessarily look for need. But at some point, I think you have to make that switch when you've got a team that's ready to roll. And I think that's where the Lions kind of were. Are they still there? They got work to do now. Now they got real work to do. And the secondary, it's going to be real work to do. Kirby Joseph dealing with a chronic injury, never going to get better. And Brian Branch going to be gone for probably half the season. maybe more. That's just at safety. They got a lot to replace, a lot to shore up. There's a big list, but a lot of teams have a big list. And despite that big list, this team was that close to making the playoffs this year. I can't believe they lost to the Vikings. I still can't believe that, Kang. Christmas Day, everything on the line, and they just couldn't get it done.
Against Max Brosmer.
I mean, Max Brosmer didn't necessarily beat them, but the Vikings as a team beat them. They caused 6 turnovers for the Lions, a team that had only committed 8 turnovers prior to that game. In the previous 15 games, they had 8 turnovers total. They had 6 in one game. Absolutely unbelievable. I'm still a little stunned at where they're at right now on the outside looking in with this team, despite the fact that they still, they had the problems with the offensive line in the secondary. But it is what it is. 248-539-9797. The telephone number. Sean is next up here at 97.1. Hey, Sean.
Hello, how are you?
Good, Sean. How are you doing?
But I'm good. Absolutely unbelievable. I just wanted to say again that I think that Jared Goff is the next Kirk Cousins. He's just a good regular season quarterback, but in the playoffs, he always finds a way to come up short. Some guys have it and some guys don't, and he's one. He doesn't have what it takes to become that next level of quarterback. And one more thing, real quick. When Barry Sanders retired, way after everything was done, nobody gave him a break. Everywhere you went, Barry, he ought to be ashamed of himself. He's this, he's that. He's pathetic for this. Frank Ragnow did the exact same thing.
No, well, Frank did similar. I'll cut you off, Sean. Sort of did the same thing. Frank Ragnow retired, I think it was a few weeks after the draft. Barry retired on the eve of training camp. Both bad. Right? I think Barry's is worse because the timing was worse. I wish that Ragnow had let the Lions brass know prior to the draft, or prior to free agency. Would have been great if they knew that they had to replace him. And that's unfortunate. But I think there's another big difference. Frank Ragnow walked away because injuries destroyed him. Barry walked away for a different reason. And when he did it, I think mattered. And it took a while before the fans forgave Barry, and now he's been back in the good graces, and everybody loves and looks back at the Barry Sanders era and very fondly. No one questions how tough Frank Ragnow is. When Frank Ragnow had to retire, people understood. And it happened a couple weeks after the draft. There's a big difference there. And as far as the comments on Goff versus Kirk Cousins are concerned, I don't think they're close. Jared Goff has won multiple playoff games. Took his team to a Super Bowl, didn't win, but he's been there. Took this team to the NFC Championship game, won the first 2 playoff games this team has seen in, over 30 years at the time. So I think you're selling Jared Goff short, but that's okay because I think people that just want another quarterback are going to say that. And I think it's important what Dan Campbell had to say. Dan Campbell doesn't want another quarterback. Dan Campbell's got his quarterback. And for the next 2 years while he's under contract, and the contract's for longer, but I think there's an out after 2 years. So after the 27 season, which is 2 seasons from now, they can make their decision on what's going to happen then. But for the next 2 years, I'm glad he's here because I think he's one of the best quarterbacks in the National Football League. You may not like him because he doesn't run. I got it. What does he do well? He processes the game well. He throws the ball on target. He's accurate. He can hit the deep pass. For those that don't think he can, ask the receivers if he can throw the deep pass. Maybe you're just not watching enough. He's not the perfect quarterback. He's not your prototypical quarterback. But he's got a lot of the skills that you would want in a prototypical quarterback. He just doesn't run well. It's okay. 248-539-9797. Jason is in Shelby Township. You're next up, 97.1.
Thank you.
Go ahead, Jay.
Hi, how you doing today? Just touching on the Jared Goff situation. That last caller, his mention about Jared Goff not being able to win in the playoffs. If I'm correct, I believe he's made it to the playoffs 4 times, a NFC Championship game loss, and a Super Bowl loss. I mean, that's not terrible, in my opinion.
Right.
In addition, with how beat up our offensive line was, for him to still put in those kind of numbers is just very impressive, in my opinion. To compare him to Kirk Cousins, I think is a gross comparison. I don't think they're even similar or close.
Well, I will say this, and thanks for the call. We're up against the break. They're more similar than you think, but the playoff comparison is not fair. Not at all. This is 97.1.
Brought to you by Mastercraft Heating and Cooling. The Pistons could be without Karis LeVert tonight when they take on the Lakers, as he's currently dealing with left knee soreness. The latest NBA injury report listed LeVert as doubtful for tonight. The Pistons are hoping to spoil LeBron James' 41st birthday as they try to avoid a third consecutive loss. At 24-8, Detroit still has not lost 3 straight games yet this season. Tonight's game starts in Los Angeles at 10:30 Eastern Time. Justin Fiocco hosts our pregame coverage here on 97.1 beginning at 10:05. Kevin McGonigal is one of the top infield prospects in the MLB, and BetOnline says he has the third best odds in the American League to be next season's Rookie of the Year. The futures bet opened today with Toronto's Trey Savage as the favorite, followed by White Sox Nippon signee Munetaka Murakami, and then McGonagall. With the Lions game against the Bears lacking virtually any meaning this Sunday, Jared Goff was asked by the morning crew what the team has to play for. That's from Goff's conversation with the Carson Anderson Show today. The Lions and Bears kick off on Sunday at 4:25 to close the season. At the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Welcome back to 97.1. Gator with you today. Doug will be back on Monday's show, although we're going to talk to Doug tomorrow at some point from Orlando, get a preview of the Michigan-Texas game. And then we got college football playoff game tomorrow night, Ohio State and Miami. That should be outstanding. And then we got the games on New Year's Day. College football playoff, I can't wait for it. I think it's going to be a lot of fun. And the NFL this weekend is going to be a lot of fun. So many games mean so much on this last week of the season. It's great. It's unfortunate that for our Lions, it means nothing in terms of advancing because the playoffs are done. But the game still means something to the players. We'll hear from Jared Goff coming up at 1:30, and you'll hear what he has to say about why he's playing in this game and what it means to him and what it means to his teammates as well. 248-539-9797 is the telephone number, same number to text as well. We had talked about Dan Campbell's comments about the defensive coordinator, Calvin Shepard, and he likes Calvin Shepard. I'm not sure if that was an endorsement that he's coming back or not, but it sounds like it'd be leaning that way. And I'm curious to see how the Lions defense attacks the Bears offense on Sunday. The Bears are playing at a much higher level now than they were in week 2. When the Lions put 52 points on them, which was great. This game is going to be played out in the elements. We'll see. Watching Caleb Williams develop this season has been interesting to say the least. He's a very gifted quarterback. He's got an incredibly strong arm, makes plays with his feet to buy himself more time, and he's got a good offensive line to work with in the first place. Not only that, they got a running game going. They got a bunch of receivers he can throw to that are awfully good, a tight end that's good. A couple tight ends that are good, and their defense has been opportunistic, but the defense is vulnerable too. Like I said, they got 52 to the Lions in week 2 when everybody wrote the Lions off after the horrible start against the Packers. Well, it's interesting how the season goes because I wonder, should they have known in week 1 that the offensive line was going to be a problem all season long? Well, it clearly wasn't the big problem until later in the season. I mean, he did get off to a 4-1 start. But the other comment that we played from Dan Campbell was about Jared Goff, and it was just absolute rock-solid confirmation Goff is his guy, and he's not going to waver from that. And I'm fine with that because I think Goff is outstanding. People keep, and there's even ticket texts are coming in about this with comparisons. Jared Goff is the next Kirk Cousins. Very cute during the regular season, but always comes up short in the playoffs or Super Bowl. Get away from him while you can. To which point you have to look at their records when it comes to the postseason. Kirk Cousins has played in 5 postseason games in his career. He has 1 win. Jared Goff has played in 10 postseason games in his career, and he's won 5. Okay? He's had a shorter career and 1 more playoff games than Kirk Cousins has. And he's played in more games than Kirk Cousins has. He's been to a Super Bowl. He's been to 2 NFC championship games. They're different quarterbacks. And Kirk Cousins is just fine. And I wonder if the Vikings ever rue the day that they got rid of Kirk Cousins or let him walk. Last year they had a pretty good regular season, but Sam Darnold couldn't get them past that. And then this year, they went with a rookie along with a veteran when the rookie got healthy enough to play, and it did not work out well at all. J.J. McCarthy may not be the answer for the Minnesota Vikings. They're still going to try it, but we'll see. Let's get to the phones. Mike is in Commerce. Welcome to 97.1. Hey, Mike.
Hi, Gator. Hey, great show. Really enjoyed listening to the 50-yard efforts to throw a football. For some of us that can't quite make it that far, be interested in knowing how many people can throw it 20 yards and lead a receiver. That's a challenge.
That's different. That's a whole different ballgame.
Absolutely. But, to that point, I'll tell you what, in the years that I've been watching the Detroit Lions, I think Jared Goff is probably one of the best Detroit Lion quarterbacks that can hit a receiver going across the middle in stride. And he does it consistently. And I think that's really added to the success of this team because we got some stud receivers. Again, to feed into Campbell's position on Goff, I always felt like Goff makes great decisions. When the plays break down, it's not there, throws it in the ground, lives to play another down. He's one of the quarterbacks when I watch the game, watching him go through his progressions. The first receiver's not open. He checks the second and third. There's not a lot of quarterbacks that are really good at doing that. It just, he just seems to do that really well, and why people just dog him.
Because people are impatient, and thanks for the call, Mike, and they see what he's not, and they project that as, well, they must get what he's not. If you can't run the ball, you have to have a mobile quarterback. You got to have it, a guy who can run, because they see the flaws instead of seeing the strengths, which is what you were pointing out. His ability to process the game is great. This town ran Matthew Stafford out of town, and maybe rightfully so at the end. I think it was probably an amicable split when all was said and done. Stafford took this team as far as he could and really helped facilitate the next era of the Lions, which was an era of Lions where we saw playoff wins because of what they were able to get for him in the trade, which included Jared Goff, along with a couple first-round picks and a third-round pick. And they've turned that into winning football, changing the culture of this organization. It's amazing how 1 year tears it down, at least in terms of the fans. I don't think it's torn it down in that building in Allen Park where they practice or in Ford Field where they play the games. The team still has resolve. The culture is still there. They've just gone through a rough time this season. I don't think this is something that's going to be plaguing this team for years to come. And if it is, then I'm wrong. Then I'm wrong, and they're going to have to move on. But I think that they've got a rock solid foundation with a really good amount of players that are solid players. But there are some questions for sure. Not all bright skies here. I mean, they got problems. They got problems on the defensive side of the ball and the secondary in particular. Here's a question mark, do they have problems in the middle of that defense, in the middle of the defensive line? Is that going to be a problem? Lee McNeil came back and was not the player he was prior to the injury. And maybe it's just as simple as, okay, give him an off season to heal up and be ready to go for a full training camp and everything else instead of coming into the season halfway through like he did this year. And maybe he'll be back to where he needs to be. But we'd love to see him back where he needs to be because they're paying him a lot of money. But DJ Reader took a step back, and Tyleik Williams is maybe slower to develop than people want because, a first-round pick, he's got to hit the ground running. And I think the reality is not many defensive tackles are going to hit the ground running drafted where he was drafted. Now, it's a different story if you're taking somebody inside the top 10 and you expect those guys to go. Your Jalen Carters, your Ndamukong Suhs, right? So I think there are reasons to be concerned for the future of this team. I just don't think the quarterback is one of them. Hassan is next up here, 97.1. Hey, Hassan.
Hey, how's it going?
All right.
Good. Golf is definitely not the problem. The problem is obviously our injuries. And I don't know if you remember Dan Campbell and, going down a rabbit hole, I was looking up. We're among the most in the NFL, excuse me, for, live padded practice, live contact. And if you guys remember a clip saying, trust me, guys, I don't know if I trust them anymore. It's not working.
Well, I don't know if I think there's a limit to, and thanks for the call. There's a limit to the number of practices you can be padded up for. So it's when do you decide to pad them up? I guess in the preseason, in training camp. I don't know if that's the problem or not. There were plenty of players that went down in training camp, and that's alarming. A lot of offensive linemen went down. But I don't know if it's any single practice that the Lions do differently than other teams. It's how you come through the injuries. The Lions have had inordinate amount over the last couple of years of games lost because of injury. I think this year they ranked third in the NFL. Last year they were near the top of the list. They may have been number one last year. But the team that was number one this year, I believe, is San Francisco. And they've been able to keep it together. They lost their starting quarterback for a while in Brock Purdy. And Brock Purdy's come back, and he's been great. They lost Bosa. They lost their linebacker. They lost a wide receiver. And now, most recently, they've lost George Kittle. And yet they still just win games. It's next man up mentality, which is what the Lions have too. The problem with the Lions is that they went next man up to the next man up. They had to play the backup to the backup. And it's at a number of positions, and it's just too much for this team to overcome. And that speaks to what they're going to have to do in the offseason. They're going to have to kind of build this thing back up, and specifically on the offensive line. It's not going to be easy to do, but they've got the resources to do it. They may have the resources in-house. I certainly hope that they try to bolster and get starters, whether it's free agency or the draft. I'd like to see free agency, or I'd like to see starters brought in from outside the organization rather than relying on, well, we've got this guy, Giovanni Manu, we think he can get it done, or Kobe Sorsdahl, or whatever the case is. I'd like to see some new blood brought in that's brought in specifically to start. 248-539-9797. This is 97.1. We'll hear from Jared Goff coming up at 1:30. Final time of the season. We'll talk with Jared Goff. Some feedback coming in. I'm so tired of hearing Dan Campbell and his fix a few things attitude. When is he going to actually fix them? Well, they're going to have to fix things in the offseason. They only have one game left in the year, and they're not making a playoff, so that's when you fix them. I don't think you're going to see too many crazy things on Sunday against the Bears. I'm curious to see what the starting lineup is going to be on the offensive line. Who's healthy and who's not. That I'm curious about. I put it on the offense. The defense gave them so many opportunities in those last 4 games, and the offense couldn't score. Well, I'll go back in the last 2 games, and I'll agree with you on. And part of it is the absolutely it's the offense. I think that against the Steelers, you could argue the defense really faltered, but the Lions had their chances in that game at the end of the game to win it. And coming out of that, I was really unhappy with the decision to not kick a field goal early in the game when they could have on a 4th and 3. And in the end, you're driving down the field in what could have been a situation where a field goal could have won it. But the offense threw 2 touchdown passes at the end of that game that were called back because of offensive pass interference. But you look at the game against the Vikings, that was clearly on the offense. There's no question. No one's going to argue that. That is clearly on the offense. If Brian Flores is available, then you go get him, period. Sheila can pay him, and the team gets an instant upgrade. Nothing against Shepard, but the team shouldn't wait for growth and development. Be aggressive in seeking talents at all levels. That's Jeff from Petoskey. I don't have a problem with that statement. That goes along with what I've said a bunch of times. It's a lyric from a Jody Raffoul song that says, "Don't be afraid to give up the good for the great."
But I think that Ticket Text touched on something I totally agree, which is kind of like, yeah, I don't mind drafting and developing guys as far as for down the road.
Yeah.
But you have an obvious window right now to be great right now. And I'm not saying get rid of anything for the future, but I think you have an obligation to this current roster to do whatever you can to get them to the Super Bowl now, whether that means getting the best coordinators available or just the best players available. That's why I go back to, I think people like the Manu pick or even the Tesla pick, like when the Lions make those picks, they're wondering, how does that help this team right now?
Yeah.
Right. And because people, they see what we have and they see how close how close the Lions are, and they want satisfaction, and because it's been so long. You do have to feel for the fan base here. They've never seen a true winner. Still haven't legit won anything yet, but come close with the NFC title game. So I go back to that text saying, do something right now. And like I said, it doesn't mean trade all your draft picks away or anything like that, but you got to get guys. You don't have time to develop all these guys.
No, and when this texter put in the growth and development, I thought that meant more about Campbell's comments on Shepard. But to your point,
but even then, like I say, the coordinators too,
right?
And they don't have time to teach coordinators. Sorry.
And to your point, you're talking about growth and development of players that they draft, and yeah, it has to be. I get that maybe it's just one pick each draft that they've done that with, but it stands out because they gave up so much draft capital to get those players. It's not just, oh, we've got the pick at 153 and we're taking Isaac Tesla. No, it's you had the pick at 190 or whatever, and you moved up to get this guy, and you gave up other picks to do so. Now, Tesla, actually, the production wasn't there from a reception standpoint or yard standpoint, but it was there from a touchdown standpoint. He had 6 touchdowns this year.
His catches counted for something.
Yeah, I think he only caught 16 passes on the year, something like that, but 6 touchdowns. So and that's interesting. And I keep going back to this, but with Manu, don't know because he got hurt right away.
Yeah, but even then, this guy came from Canada.
I get it.
College,
and he spent the whole first season, developing on the practice squad, not on the whatever it was, right? It just on the sidelines, working out and getting to know the game better. And you would hear little reports on him like, "Oh yeah, he looks good." And then you get to training camp, and you're excited to see what he can do after he's been sitting out on the side for a year What's he going to be like? And within a few weeks, he's hurt and he's done for the year and has no chance to develop this year. And that's the part that sucks, is it's not just him. There are several players and really specific to the offensive line that all fit that same bill. Guys that you want to take a look at. How are they going to, where are they going to play? How are they going to develop in year 2 or year 3? And they're out. Can't see them. You don't get a chance to look at them. Whether it's a rookie like Mekhi Frazier, you hardly got the chance to see him. He's been activated for the last several weeks, and he's, played sporadically. I'd love to see him play on Sunday. I'm curious if he gets some action. Will it be at guard? Will it be at tackle? Curious about that. But a guy like Corby Sorosdal, who they drafted a couple of years ago, he got hurt. Manu got hurt, and it's a lot. It's a lot, which is why I think in the offseason, you got to go out and get a starter on the offensive line in free agency.
Kind of like how they did with Zeitler, to be honest with you.
Yeah.
A guy that can play right away, that this. And I mean, I get it. It's a tough job for a GM to have.
It's really tough.
To try to walk that tightrope about planning for the future and also helping the current squad that you do have. I think Tyleik Williams was kind of that draft pick, to be honest with you, because I think they know DJ Reader ain't coming back next year. That's Tyleik Williams' spot next year moving forward. But like the offensive line, I don't think you can do that with the offensive line. They came into the season on paper. All right, we'll just move Glasgow to center. We'll play Mahogany at left guard and a rookie at right guard. And it just didn't work out.
No. You could say that there are ebbs and flows of this season, and there are better games than for Tate Ratledge, and there's some games that are bad for Tate Ratledge. But it's a rookie season, and I expect him to be better moving forward. Mahogany, it's kind of the same way. Okay, he got a chance to play this year, but then he got hurt again. Although last year was mono, this year it was a broken leg, but has come back. But I want them to go out and sign a free agent offensive lineman that is unquestionably a starter and unquestionably an upgrade over what they were using this year. And I'm not sure if that's an impossible task to ask when you look at what the offensive line ended up being this year. And I don't mean that to offend the guys that played. Look, you played your asses off. You did what you could. But if there's better out there, get better. I don't expect Graham Glasgow is going to be here next year. He's had a real nice NFL career, playing both guard and center at different times for this team. But trying to live up to what Frank Ragnow is impossible. But was Graham Glasgow, was he even an average center this year? I'm not sure. And then he's been hurt. He's missed the last couple games, so that hurts. So what do they have? Equibon, is he somebody who's a good enough player? Is Tristan Colon, that's the other option? I mean, it seems to me that's an area you can find somebody in free agency that's better than what those two are, or better what their potential is. But that's where I stand. I mean, I think you have to go out and improve the offensive line without question. Is it a total rebuild? I mean, I think you have two for sure players you're building around. It's Ratledge and Sewell. Will Sewell move to left tackle next year? If he does, it's because Taylor Decker has decided to call it a career. And maybe it might be addition by subtraction. Taylor Decker really good, but Sewell over there you'd think is better. And then the right tackle position can be filled. But you got to find somebody who's better than what you had. And it's not an easy task to do, but that's what's in front of Brad Holmes for sure. It's what he's got to do. Chris is next up here on a cell phone at 97.1. Hey, Chris.
Hello. Good afternoon, gentlemen.
Hi.
Hey, I believe that to improve this team to the level they want to get to, it's going to be on the defense. And I think one of the major issues they're going to have is, again, the edge rusher to complement Hutchinson. And I think that's going to open up a lot of things for them as far as defense is concerned. You can, with a major pass rush, you can take off a linebacker off the field, put an extra defensive back in there, use Branch as a linebacker / defensive back.
Well, Branch isn't going to be back. Branch won't be available to him for half the season probably because of the injury he suffered. The other thing is, I think this kind of goes under the radar. Al-Qadim Muhammad had 11 sacks this year. Going into the last game of the season, he's got 11 sacks as the second, pass rusher behind Hutchinson. That's a lot. Now, I'm not saying that you abandon drafting an edge rusher or finding another edge rusher, but I'm saying that they do have a second guy who's been incredibly productive for them.
Yeah.
That I think goes under the radar.
I think, and they do need offensive line replacements, of course. Yeah. That's definitely obvious, and what we've seen in the last couple of weeks, especially. But I just always go back to that edge rusher that would just make a
But he had 11 sacks. Let me be honest, Chris? Did you know he had 11 sacks this year?
Yeah, I know he's pretty good, and maybe he's going to improve and become that guy. I don't know.
11's a lot. 11's a heck of a lot more than I thought he was. I thought he was like 7 or 8 sack season, and I looked down, it's 11, and he still has a game to go. Again, I'm not abandoning the idea of adding another edge rusher to this team. You can do it in free agency, although it's probably going to be pricey if you do that. I think in the draft, there are a number of edge rushers you can take. I don't know how they feel about Hassanin, the guy they drafted last year, who was another one that has missed all season. Is he a possibility for them? I don't know. But they can definitely find somebody over the roster spot of Davenport for sure. Jared Goff joins us next here, 97.1. So we had talked about Dan Campbell's comments regarding Kelvin Shepard and the defensive coordinator of the Lions and the job he thinks he's done. And I don't know if Shep's going to be the defensive coordinator of this team moving forward. I wouldn't bet against it. I think he probably will be. He's survived the season, and I think it's understandable that things have changed dramatically with the defense because of some injuries there. But at the same time, Aiden Hutchinson has a career high in quarterback sacks. Al-Qadim Muhammad had 11 sacks going in. It has 11 sacks going into the last game of the season. I think that's kind of startling to see that. The linebacking core has been very solid. Jack Campbell takes another step forward as a player. There are some things to like with the defense, but overall, obviously, the last 5 games or so, it's not been very good in terms of amount of yards they've given up and points they've given up. But again, I think that's a direct correlation to what's happened with the decimation of the secondary. That being said, also mentioned that that Mike Valenti had brought up yesterday on his show about the possibility of going after Brian Flores from the Minnesota Vikings. He's their defensive coordinator because he's a free agent after this year. He's not signed to a contract. Interesting. Kevin Seifert of ESPN tweeted this out about an hour ago. It said Brian Flores is deflecting questions about his pending contract expiration, saying the team and his agent will handle that. Now, this is interesting because this is with a coach, right? So when a player does something like this, Kang, when a player says, hey, I'm out of this, I'm just leaving that up to the team and my agent, they're going to handle that, what do we automatically assume?
That they want more money, right?
Or that he's gone.
Yeah, like just the highest bidder.
Right. This is the first time in a long time, I guess, the first time I can remember seeing it with a coach that's saying this, that's about to be hit the free agent market. And obviously he, I think he would be highly sought after from teams. Teams that may have well-established defensive coordinators might look at that and go, oh, well, I like Brian Flores. We'll make a bid on him. But I guess this is when I see that, I automatically think that this guy is he could be a gun for hire. And do I think the Lions should consider that? Absolutely. I think they should consider that. And I wonder just how serious things will get. I mean, obviously Minnesota is not a playoff team. It's a team that beat the Lions twice. You just heard Jared Goff talking about it, what he does that makes it difficult to game plan against, or what he does that just kind of throws wrinkles at you, different schemes at you, different attacks, and very good. I liked him as a head coach when he was with the Dolphins, and obviously that situation did not work out well. There was a big old dispute with he and the higher-ups in that organization. I believe a lawsuit was involved. And I thought Brian Flores, wherever he landed, was going to be really good for somebody. And it's been with the Vikings. It's been really good for the Vikings. Their defense is an attacking type defense. Harrison Smith has been just a pain for his entire career. It looked like his career's had a second act, even though it's always been with Minnesota. It looked like he was going to be done and has come back. And the last couple of years, he's been great again. The idea of his availability is very, very intriguing to me. I'd love for the Lions to inquire about that and see if he is a possibility. But of course, this would be a next week conversation once the season's done. He's got a game to plan against when he's taking on the Vikings are taking on the Packers, and of course the Lions are at the Chicago Bears. But just interesting nonetheless when you kind of look at it. I wonder how many other coaches are in the same boat.
Yeah, but here's the thing with Brian Flores: if he's that hot of a commodity, wouldn't he be? He's going to get some head coaching interviews.
I don't know. Some guys are just destined to be
but he's going to want him. He's not going to. I guarantee he wants to be a head coach again. And I'm not saying he's going to get another job, but I think he's going to be in that cycle where he gets interviewed.
He might, but because how things ended in Miami, I'm not sure. Mike Valenti joins us in the studio.
Yeah, I know. I heard the sirens call here.
Yeah,
you mentioned Flores.
Yeah, I heard you talking about this yesterday. I thought it was really interesting.
Just something.
It's a guy that I've really liked. I liked him back in Miami, and I thought the way things split up there, Yeah,
a lawsuit is never good.
No, it's not good. And King just brought up that maybe he gets head coaching offers in the offseason. I'm not sure if teams are going to take that leap.
Well, because you're actively, here's the thing. It's like legally you can't retaliate against somebody who's suing you. But yet it makes it very difficult to hire a coach who is, in fact, suing the league and several of the teams. Like if the Giants wanted him, how awkward is that? He's suing the Giants.
That's awkward.
That's a tough dinner conversation. And I'm not, what's funny too is like, Scott, I probably said it 50 times yesterday. I'm not married to any of these ideas. Yesterday was like, here are ideas. You do what you want. And it's like, no.
That's the only one that I had heard, by the way.
No, it's okay. It's just, whether it's Flores or not, I want established coordinators to kind of allow Dan to be the CEO again. And look, if they like Shepard, great. You do what you want. Offensively, they need someone.
Well, obviously, they have an
I'd like
opening.
to see a different scheme defensively for me.
I'd like to see guys stay healthy.
Well, that would be nice too. Well, hey, stop signing injured people, Brad.
That's one way to look at it.
It's part of it.
It is part of it. But guys you drafted have gotten hurt now, and that's really devastating.
It is.
What's coming up on the program this afternoon?
We're gonna parse some audio from the morning show's interview. And I thought Dan Campbell's impassioned Jared Goff speech was quite something. So I want to lay out what that looks like, engage what the people want, because we are the voice of the people. You may like Goff, but oh boy, your ball coach loves him. We're going to talk about it.
This is true. He does love him. And I will tell you, this is also true. People have strong opinions on that.
Just a couple.
Yeah. Even though I think it's clear that Jared Goff's not going anywhere for the next 2 years. And certainly based on what the head coach had to say. But that's coming up next. Mike Valenti right here on 97.1.
The Pistons conclude their 5-game West Coast road trip against the Lakers tonight. Karis LeVert is doubtful to play with left knee soreness. Austin Reeves is out for L.A. You can hear that 10:05 pregame right here on 97.1 as well. The Nuggets avoided a major scare after Nikola Jokic left yesterday's game with a knee injury. He has a hyperextension in that knee, but his ligaments are intact. He'll be reevaluated in 4 weeks at this point as well. The Pro Football Hall of Fame released their finalists for the next class, but former Lion Lomas Brown was left off. Next year, he'll be the last year as a modern era player as well. Dan Campbell told the morning show that Dan Campbell also told the morning show that Jared Goff is going nowhere and is a stud when asked about how he feels about him long-term as well. The Cowboys have released corner Trayvon Diggs. Meanwhile, his brother Stephon received a felony strangulation charge and a misdemeanor assault charge today as well. Diggs denies the allegations, and the Patriots are supporting him at this point. Utah defensive lineman John Henry Daly is heading to the transfer portal per On 3. He had 11.5 sacks and 2 forced fumbles this season under Kyle Whittingham as well. The Red Wings are off until tomorrow. Everyone was at the morning skate, though, today. Looks like a clean bill of health, at least for now. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Welcome in. This defines Skeleton Crew, as Corbin and I are going to take you to 6 o'clock. It's more about who doesn't have the flu than who does. I took one look at Kenny today, and I'm no doctor. And I mean, Kenny's unsightly as it is. But I took one look at him, and I go, get out. Disaster. Get out. What? I'm only feeling partially crap. Get out. So listen, be a little patient. Corbin's going to be running double duty here. So we'll get to your tickets, extra phone calls, and we're going to get you to 6. We got a loaded show. And I kind of called an audible there. Play clock was running down right before the show. I looked at Corbin. I go, I'm going to switch something up. This Jared Goff thing, I thought we had a good discussion yesterday. Nobody was upset about it. I don't think there should be anyone upset about having a conversation of future-proofing the quarterback position. However, morning show did an interview with Dan Campbell. And Dan, I got to be honest, Dan sounded kind of disgusted. But the point, when he said goodbye to Cookies, he sounded like he wanted to hit him with a chair. He was like, yeah, okay, super. Yeah, happy New Year. But he said something. He was asked about Jared Goff. And you can handle this a number of different ways as a head coach. You can just talk about, look, Jared's our quarterback. We wish the year ended better, but you know what? We're happy we have him. There's a next level of, hey, we really like Jared, and the best is yet to come, and bop, 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 and you can cite what he's done. Dan Campbell went level 11 out of 10 when talking about his quarterback. And it's not just the audio. I want you to hear it. I want you to hear what it sounds like and kind of the emotion behind it, because then it's going to put us in a position to ask a question to you. So, Corbin, if you would be so kind, here's Dan Campbell about his quarterback. Yikes. So, okay. He don't like his quarterback. He loves his quarterback. So here's my question to you guys. And you can answer this however you like, okay? I am not going to be the bad man, because I have said the following while discussing options with Goff, the contract, the draft, ways to kind of look at things. I have said, can you win a Super Bowl with him? Yes, I think you can. If you disagree with that, unlike other shows, I'm not going to tell you you're a bad person. And you may end up being right. I think you can win a Super Bowl with him, but I think you have to do it a very specific way. If your coach loves his quarterback this way. Let me help you with what's about to happen. They're going to restructure his deal, and you're going to have Jared Goff for the next 4 seasons. That's how this is going to work. Maybe 5. Whether you like that, hate that, lukewarm, it doesn't matter. Dan Campbell's telling you what they feel about their quarterback. But you guys have a right to have an opinion. So I want to ask you the following. Are you excited about Jared Goff being your quarterback for the next 4 years? And part 2 of that is, answer honestly. Are you winning a Super Bowl with him? Because for all the pop and sizzle that you've gotten, in his last 2 elimination games, he's tanked. And I'm not, listen, I promise you this. Talk to people who know football. That Minnesota game, that wasn't the offensive line solely. Jared played poorly. Jared did a bad job checking into things that could have saved them. He had a bad game, just like he had a bad game against Washington. How many years do you end the season looking like Sam Darnold before people start to ask questions? Well, when it happens in back-to-back years, chips down, elimination game, I got to have you. He hadn't been there. He's played horribly. So I want you guys to answer the question, because Dan Campbell did not leave any room for any discussion, and that's probably intentional. Dan Campbell's a lot of things. Dumb is not one of them. Campbell well knows a growing percentage of people in this town are unhappy with Jared Goff. How can you put that to bed? Simple. You do what he did there, where he sounded like a wrestling promo. Jared Goff's a stud. We're thankful to have him. He came one step short of saying he's God's gift. So we can do whatever we want and talk about things however we want. The reality is the old ball coach spoke. That's your quarterback, and they're going to adjust his deal. And he's going to be your quarterback probably as long as Dan Campbell's here. So what's your reaction to that? Because I think it's totally reasonable to do what I've been doing. Well, you're a Goff defender. Right, but I'm an adult. And I'm willing to have difficult conversations. I'm willing to look at things and go, look, if I can't provide him an elite play caller, if I can't provide him an elite offensive line, which would largely come with an elite ground game, if I can't do those things, then I can't be in business with Jared Goff. So this is the problem when your coach goes all in that way. It's fine to support the guy verbally, but are you capable of recreating what you had? Because I want to be clear about something. The Jared Goff that I've defended is a creation of Ben Johnson and the best O-line in the league. Everything we know of Jared Goff as a Lion is tied to those things. And before you say, well, his numbers were good this year, were they? How many meaningful drives did Jared Goff offer you? You mean the 3 straight 3-and-outs against the Rams when the game slipped away? You mean the 5 empty drives against the Pittsburgh Steelers as the game slipped away? You mean the performance we watched Sunday in a winner-take-all kind of deal against the Vikings to have your season alive? Want me to keep going? How'd he look in Philly? How'd he look in Kansas City? How'd he look against the Pack week 1? You don't get to have 6, 7, 8 stinkers. I don't care if you light up bad teams like Christmas trees. You don't get to do that. So the question just becomes, you can like Jared Goff. Hell, you could be Dan Campbell and love Jared Goff. But the Goff you fell in love with was created by those 2 things, and they're not here. Now, one of them I can fix. It might take 2 years, but I can fix it, the offensive line. It's my belief Taylor Decker is going to retire. It's my belief Graham Glasgow is going to retire. And I'm not going to act like that's a small thing. And I'm not going to act like both guard spots are taken care of with Mahogany and Ratledge. I'm not. So that line needs to get rebuilt, and you need to go out and hire a really good offensive coordinator. That's a lot to do in one offseason. But what's your confidence level? And look, Dan Campbell kind of threw the gauntlet down, and we can bump back with the sound for people just joining us. If I say to you, Jared Goff is your quarterback for the next 4 years, are you good with that? Because a growing percentage of people are not. Right, wrong, or otherwise, we have to live in reality with what public will is saying. Do I think half of Lion fans are happy with Goff and half are not? I don't know if it's reached there yet. How about 2/3, 1/3? Little 33.3 with a bar over it. But 2/3 happy with Goff, 1/3 very loudly not. And it won't take much for that to be 50-50 and this to turn into all-out warfare. But the other question I want you to answer, if you would be so kind on a Tuesday, are you winning a Super Bowl with this guy? Answer it. Because if you can't immediately, we're winning with this guy, then why is he your quarterback? And I'm admitting to you, because I try to be as honest as I can, I'm having doubts. I'm having doubts because of structurally what's around him. I'm having doubts because of no Ben Johnson and this offensive line falling apart. And I don't know what the quick fix is. Sure, move Sewell to left tackle if Decker retires. No problem. Well, who's your right tackle? Are you going to play Manu? Who's your center? And before you call up talking about just go sign the best free agent center, the best free agent center is going to cost you $20 million a year in Linderbaum, the kid from Baltimore. I don't think you're in a position to do that. But if you restructure his deal, and it sure sounds like what Dan Campbell was talking about, that's absolutely what they're going to do. Okay. Then you got to throw the weight of the world at fixing that O-line before you do anything else. 248-539-9797. I want to get with the people. We'll get the ticket text. Like I said on ticket text, guys, be patient. I got Corbin doing double duty because Kenny looked like he was going to die on the job. We need to get him home. Man, this flu is just taking people out. By the way, good news is they say it's not going to peak until February 1st. What? There won't be anybody left by February 1st. But okay, listen. We'll get to it. Be patient. Lots of phone calls. And I do have words about Kyle Whittingham. We're going to get to that later. I didn't get a chance to talk about it last week. You know Whittingham's one of my guys. But multiple things can be true at the same time. We're going to talk about it. 97.1. All right, just getting warmed up on a Tuesday, and we played the Dan Campbell audio, and he doesn't like Jared Goff. He loves him, and Jared Goff's a stud. We're lucky to have him. So look, I did the topic yesterday for a reason, and just offered up. It's okay to think about life without Goff down the line. I did say to you, there's no way out. Even if you're one of these Goff haters, there's no way out. But what Dan Campbell said, I think, is a window that this organization, the very first thing they're going to do is restructure his deal, open up cap space, and they are going to tie themselves to Goff for the next 4 years. Maybe longer, depending on how the deal's done. What's your reaction to that? And also, answer the question. Are you going to win a Super Bowl with Jared Goff? Yes or no? Because I think it's okay when you tank the last game of the last 2 seasons. Yeah, you have to answer for that as quarterback. And I don't care what that last game is. There have been quarterbacks that have lost Super Bowls who have been called into question. Quarterbacks who simply don't win enough playoff games who get called into question. It's okay to have that conversation. And that's coming from a Goff defender. So let's get to the people. We'll see what everybody's got to say about it. We'll go to Mark in Rochester. He's batting leadoff today. Marky, good to talk to you, buddy. What's up?
Hey, Mike. Good to talk to you, man. Hey, can we do the Goff discussion? Because I feel like we've been looking at this all off season or all full season. I mean, can we do the discussion?
Yeah.
So, I think when you look at him, there are multiple bad performances. And I think people are too surface level in looking at, okay, what led to the bad performances by Goff? They look at the O-line, they look at the play calling. I think it's deeper than that, and I think that there's a combination of factors, like you've talked about. There's not one person to blame. But I look at him this season, and there are multiple penultimate moments that I don't trust him, and I had reason to not trust him. You look at the last 3 seasons, there are multiple moments. I didn't trust him, and I had reason to not trust him. Now, you look at the playoff performances, yes, he played well. Against the Niners, he played well. He wasn't the reason they lost that game. You look at the Commanders game, different story. So it's just a tough situation of you have someone who's good, and the reality is, Mike, you don't get to talk to all your callers all the time about, what's your assessment of Goff. Like, people react to the extreme. So I try and approach this level-headed. And just talking to you, where do we look at Jared Goff going forward? As somebody Mike, would you agree he's somewhere between, at the high end, he's the 5th best quarterback in the league. You give him perfect protection. And at the low end, maybe he's 15th. So
I'm lower than that. I think at the high end, he's 8. And at the low end, when he plays the way he played last Sunday, he's outside the top 20.
Okay, I appreciate the time you're giving me. I just want to say that, you know what? If you believe that Goff can be that good, awesome. What are you doing to supplant him? What else are you doing? Because the avenues aren't there. And so, Mike, I find myself, I believed in Goff. I trusted him. I put my $100,000 with him, as you know, and it blew up in flames. And I went into the season, and you're talking about doing a retooling in your year next year. Mm-hmm. I had the retooling year. I thought it was this year.
No.
And he's still the answer, and I'm still getting fed. Listen, I heard Dan Campbell this morning, and he was doing this whole, Jared Goff's our guy. You better believe he's our guy. And if you don't, then you're a bad blah, 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 blah. I couldn't do that with him.
No, and Mark, listen, I did the show yesterday, and I said I would have no issue if you didn't restructure and you used your first-round pick, just like the Pack did to Brett Favre and the Pack did to Aaron Rodgers, and you drafted your future, put him on ice, and we're going to go down the road with Goff for the next year or 2. I left that door open as a Goff defender. But, yeah, Mark, you're stuck with the guy now. So that's why we're doing a different thing today.
But the issue is, Mike, who's that quarterback in this draft? I mean, I love Dante Moore. He's not going to be there. So it's probably not going to be there.
It's
too early. Look at next year. I mean, it is too early, but just talk with me. We're doing radio.
How about
this? Forecasting the election.
No, but Mark, I'll tell you what. I think you got a great point is that, okay, let's say I was a year early on my idea. By spring of 27, no matter what you do with his contract, you absolutely should be able to have that conversation with your quarterback headed towards 33 years old? I don't have an issue with it. No, you're not wrong, No.
Mark. No. But what I'm saying is let's build a plan out, Like you're Brad Holmes. let's look at the next 2 years. You can either swallow that bullet and have him be paid $69 million this year, and then you find a quarterback. That is way too risky for a franchise charging $400 for season tickets.
Yep.
Let's just breathe. There are $400 standing on tickets, $400 for standing only tickets in a single season. I mean, it's just ridiculous. Listen, Goff is good. He's good. But if you want to make the next step, you're going to have to upgrade with the current system you have built in, and I just don't think they're willing to do that. So looking forward, please give me 30 seconds. I think that if this team wants to make a championship, you're either going to have to make a huge investment into the team to supplant him, or you're going to have to look elsewhere. Otherwise, they're stealing your money. Mike, love you.
Appreciate it, Mark.
Holidays. Enjoy yourself.
You got it, brother. Listen, and again, Mark is as diehard a Lion fan as there is. He's called the show for years. That's a guy basically saying, I can't win with Jared Goff. Okay, what am I going to do? I'm not going to vilify Mark. I'll let the other shows do that. I'm not doing that. I'm okay if you watch the games and you just go, listen, stats are for losers. I'm watching the game.
I think what also helps as well with this narrative is we've seen it before. We saw it with him with the Rams, that Super Bowl against the Patriots. I can't remember the stats off the top of my head, but that was a phenomenal offense that season. And then when the moment came, they put up, 9 points, just a bunch of field goals?
There's always, Corbin, there's always this version of Goff kind of lingering, hiding under the bed. It's like a horror movie. And it always rears its ugly head. He can look great. And that version of Goff, I got you $1. It's like right there. It's just, whoa. And you're like, oh, no, not this version again. Like, how did Jared Goff turn into that again? And I'm not mad at people for saying that that's always going to end their season. I think you can win with him, but I'm very clear about it. If I'm restructuring his deal, then I'm going to need a preponderance, a majority of the money I save there, I got to throw at the offensive line. And I probably got to use the first round pick. Look, if Goff's here, it's what I got to do. You sign the deal. I mean, it's what it is. It's like when people become parents, whether your kid's a nice kid or a jerk, you're their parent. You sign the deal. This is what you got to do. So, and again, we'll bump back with the audio in about 10 minutes. We'll go to Willie, 97.1. Will, what's going on, buddy?
Hey, guys, thank you for taking my call. So
yes, sir.
I want to ask you guys a question that you don't have to answer right now because you'll see where I'm going with this.
Okay.
So Dan Campbell, to you guys' point, is saying this is our quarterback for the next 4 or 5 years, and that's okay. So now, there are two GOATs, in my opinion, when you talk about game management quarterbacks. Number one, Jim McMahon, he's the GOAT. Number two, Trent Dilfer. And you guys are seeing where I'm going with this. Just hold on 1 second. So if we're going to commit to Goff for the next 4 or 5 years, because they say that's their quarterback. So now you need to then say to yourself as an organization, hey, we're just going to be defensive minded like how those 85 Bears were, how those Ray Lewis defense were. We're just going to be defense. You know why? Because we got to cover up for Jim McMahon's mistakes. We got to cover up for Trent Dilfer's mistakes. To me, Jared Goff at this point is a game management quarterback. He's not Dan Marino. He's not a Brett Favre type. He's not none of those quarterbacks. He's in the middle somewhere between them and between Jim McMahon and Trent Dilfer. We got to treat Jared Goff that way because, just like the Bears had Walter Payton, just like Baltimore had Jamal Lewis, we got Jahmyr Gibbs. It's the exact same teams to me.
All right, hold on.
Jameson Williams.
Ask me the question. Ask me the question so I can then talk about a few things you brought up. What question did you want to ask me?
What do you guys think? It's a silly question, but do you guys think Jared Goff is better than Trent Dilfer and Jim McMahon?
Yes, he's worlds better.
I mean,
yes.
Right?
No, he's worlds better than those guys. Come on now.
Right. So
I can call him a game manager, but Trent Dilfer and Jim McMahon are arguably two of the 3 or 4 worst quarterbacks to ever win a Super Bowl. I'm not in the business of insulting the guy. Jared Goff's good. Those guys were bad.
But I'm saying, and I'm saying that, Mike, too, because there's a lot of people out there who want Jared Goff gone. I love Jared Goff. I'm saying for everybody who want him gone, and with Dan Campbell addressing that, he's here, he's not going anywhere. That's exactly what Dan Campbell said. He's not going anywhere. So
and that's why I'm bringing it up, because, Willie, here's the other thing fans have to get comfortable with. You are, sooner rather than later, you're going to have the only pocket passer left in football. Aaron Rodgers is done, right? He's gone. What other pocket passers are out there? Now, you want to be effective from the pocket, but when I say this, how about this? What other quarterbacks that are statues are left in the league? You'll have the only one. Who else is there? Stafford's going to retire. Rodgers is going to retire. So who? You are going to have to win in a unique way because you have a unique player. That's all I'm communicating. It can be done, but they got a lot of work to do. 97.1.
That's the ball coach. And as I said, okay, that left no room. Not that he was ever going to hit his quarterback with a bus. I would never suggest that. But that is, we're going to restructure his deal. He's going to be here as long as I'm here. So, okay, what's your reaction to it? And answer the question. Are you going to win a Super Bowl with this guy? Because I'm never going to apologize for saying, because some of you might think it's hypocritical. You say you can win a Super Bowl with him, but then you make it sound like it's impossible to do so. No, it's not impossible, but it's going to be more difficult. He is a one of one. He can't move. Now, I'm not telling you running quarterbacks are what you need to have. No, but I do need someone who could extend the play once in a while if I want to make my life easier. I don't need Caleb Williams. But I'll never live this down if he's listening right now. Would it kill you to have a Brock Purdy level mobility guy? Just enough to make a few plays with his legs. Just enough to move in the pocket. Just enough I can run an effing bootleg. Yeah, I know. Somewhere Rico's in his Matrix basement pantsless. But yes, I said something nice about Brock Purdy. Corbin, ticket text real quick and we'll go to the phones.
I know people hate on Goff. Since being in Detroit, has Goff ever had a top 10 defense in Detroit?
Wasn't the 23 defense on the cusp of that? But again, guys, what quarterback has it all? Come on, we got to stop with that.
Next one, 5 more years of Goff sounds like a horror movie. This sucks. Detroit sports are exhausting.
Okay. I have nothing to add to that. If you were waiting for me, look, I'm not going to be the person here. I'm not. Other shows get so triggered by criticism of teams or in this case, a player like Goff. I don't. It's fair game. His cap number is going to be almost $70 million next year. People are upset their last couple seasons have ended with their quarterback tanking it.
Well, I'm happy you mentioned the cap hit because someone texted in, only way I would be excited is if he took a significant pay cut in the interest of the team. That's from Johnny.
Will not happen. Now, the pay cut comes in the form of moving the money around, moving it down the line, and giving Goff more years, more guaranteed money. But it's only, you're robbing Peter to pay Paul. The bill comes due at the end. That's why I've said to you, if you don't restructure, you can get out after 27. If you do restructure, it's going to kick this deal past 28, the original drop dead date, and it'll probably end up 29 or 30.
Another text that came in, Dan Campbell has no choice but to pick Goff. He's Brad Holmes' boy. Lions going to go down with Goff because he is Brad Holmes' because of Brad Holmes' pride.
Okay. Guys, these are your fellow fans. If you're angry, you can direct it that way. We'll go to Brian 97.1. Brian, what's going on?
Mike, you're the only one that understands me.
What's up?
Buddy, I got to, first of all, bring up the credibility of Dan Campbell because I want to start with the comment he made. And are we really certain for sure, just like that other texter just chimed in, are we sure that Dan Campbell really likes Goff? Like, that's really his boy? Like, I mean, what's he going to say? No, I don't like my quarterback? Because not once in that little segment did he say I'd like or I love Goff. He didn't say that. He said we're thankful to have him. That's all he said.
And he said he's a stud. I mean, come on. That's pretty high praise here now, Brian.
Yeah, and I've mentioned it to Bob and Rieger, what put the Chiefs over was getting Mahomes, and Alex Smith did a fantastic job for some time there, but he could not get them over the hump, and he wasn't, the ideal guy. And Mike, also,
yeah,
when the Lions hired Dan Campbell, was that not a 6-year contract they signed with him? Because if that's so, then isn't year 6 coming up next year, and then it's done with?
Brian, I'd have to look. I don't. It might be a good pull by you. I don't know, but often you know this, Brian. You know this of all people. Coaches' contracts are handled in the NFL in a very private manner. You don't really hear about extensions. You don't really hear about what they actually make. It's a very odd thing in the world of sports, is we know what their players make and we know how long the deal is. You don't really get that with NFL coaches, so I can't really answer that, Brian.
Well, it's like you said, the salary cap's fake, and I believe that. I really, truly do in my heart, Mike. But in Week 10, I think it was a really sketchy question about, will Dan Campbell get extended beyond 26? But now, and I was laughed at because they're going to be a playoff team back in Week 10. But no, they are not a playoff team now. And is he going to go into his final year and miss the playoffs next year and then get extended? That's a great question, I think.
Yeah, you're Brian, you're not off base. Is that like I heard this, and I forget what show it was, Brian. It may have been with Rieger. But the idea of, hey, if they miss the playoffs next year, that's kind of a hot seat moment. It was like, oh, that's ridiculous. You can't what? If the team's getting progressively worse, why can't you have a conversation? No, I don't want Dan Campbell gone. I'm just making a point. If people, we have to stop in this town getting so upset when people are upset. That's part of having standards. That's part of chasing championships. I don't understand why so many people get mad at their fellow fan for being mad.
It's interesting because that's been my big gripe with this fan base, even bleeding with the Tigers on how their seasons have gone in recent memory. I get that the Lions, historically bad team, point blank period, but it doesn't hurt to be a realist in moments like this. Sure, do you want to be optimistic? Do you want to see them finally get over the hump since this is one of the more successful runs they've had? 100%. But it doesn't hurt to just tell it as it is.
And again, if you miss the playoffs in back-to-back seasons, if they miss next year, it's okay to say the pressure should be on Dan in 27. Why not? You think I'm going to yell at a caller for saying that? Hell no. No, where I get bent out of shape is where people want people fired today, or you get the idiot calls about, well, we need to trade Jared Goff. You can't trade Jared Goff, nor should you. That makes no sense. We're not having that. Go to Jim, 97.1. Jim, what's going on, buddy?
Hey, Michael. The thing that irritates me more than anybody is when people call you and they want to get rid of Goff, and but the problem is they never come up with a replacement. A solution.
Correct.
Do you want Fields? Do you want to go after Murray? I know you probably feel the same way I do. The quarterback play in this NFL is horrible. Absolutely horrible. There's a few good quarterbacks, and then the bottoms are terrible. Some of the rookies played decent this year, but I don't want to be the New York Jets. Okay, no. I don't want to be. I don't want to be the New Orleans Saints, but it looks like he's going to be okay. But there's some teams out there that are in desperate need of a quarterback, and I don't want to be one of those that need a quarterback. You're only good as your offensive line. That's where they need to spend all their money. But my major concern is, why don't these people that don't want Goff, they don't have no solution. They don't have a replacement. And I want to know when somebody calls you up, and I think Gator's the only one that ever did this, what I heard, what do you want? And they don't know. I don't know, but I just want them out of here.
Yeah, well, Jim, that's where, look, I'll be candid with you. It's where I just end the phone call usually when it happens here's why it doesn't happen. You can't do it financially. You shouldn't do it competitively. I've offered people a pathway. If they don't want Goff, then you start the clock, you don't restructure, you have them for the next year and a half to 2 years, and you draft a quarterback this year. If you don't that's the only way. And again, I'm not telling you it's the best way. But Jim, here's the other thing. Well, it is the only. And again, the Packers have shown you historically they have done that twice. And it has worked. Now, if you trust your structure, if you trust your offense, you could do it. I'm not telling you should. But yeah, Jim, Goff's your guy financially for the next couple. But when I have a conversation saying, I don't know that I'd run to the altar and restructure him, that's the reasoning is, maybe we do need to think about life after him. But what you heard from Dan Campbell today, Jimmy, that's your guy. Yeah, 4 more years. He just won the election. They're going to restructure him. So are they winning a Super Bowl with him, Jim? Yes or no?
I think you can win a Super Bowl with them, but you better have an offensive line like you did not this year, but obviously the last 2 years. You need some studs in an offensive line to give him time in the pocket. You don't give him time in the pocket. It's like, I think any quarterback really. I mean, you give scramble.
Yeah, well, the difference for him is, here's what he reminds me a lot of. I don't want people to freak out when I say this because the guy has a couple of Super Bowls. Jared Goff reminds me a lot of Eli Manning. When it comes to the minute pressure's there, oh, forget it. He crumples like a folding chair. You never can expect him to extend a play, make a play. It's just if the pressure's arrived, it's over. Fade to black, commercial break.
Who do you think is better, Eli or Jared Goff?
Jared Goff.
Really?
Jared Goff.
I would take Eli.
Okay, you got to pull Eli's numbers. Jared Goff's a more accurate quarterback. Jared Goff has way more verticality. Look, I'm sorry, Corbin. Go look at Eli. The guy in 14 of his 16 seasons didn't win a playoff game. The 2 Super Bowl wins are carried by a defense and a stick of gum on David Tyree's helmet. Go look at his win-loss record. Go look at the touchdowns, interceptions. You realize Eli threw double-digit interceptions every year of his career, threw more than 15 several times. Goff is more protective of the ball, more accurate with the ball, throws it more. No, Goff's better than Eli.
I mean, I'd hear you out on that. I think, and I'd probably look at it more of, since Eli's retired, more of the body of the work, because I've been in multiple debates on this because I thought he should have been in the Hall of Fame by now. Because when you look at it, he's always been, I mean, I know Stafford is kind of overtaking him now in certain career stats, but top 10 in touchdowns, yards, and whatnot. I know a lot of it is based, like you said, on being carried by a defense in those 2 Super Bowls. A lot of the moments that he had were ugly. But at the end of the day, I do have a soft spot for him.
That's fine. You can have a soft spot. I'm just making a point. I hate Eli Manning. Okay, good talk. We'll get more of your phone calls. We'll take it. We got you covered to 6. I got enough content for 8 hours of radio. 97.1. All right, we'll get to your phone calls momentarily, but a little football today. Corbin, please. This means college football. The
Yes,
disaster state that is college football. Go ahead.
Yes, sir. So tomorrow night at 7:30 on New Year's Eve, the Final 8 begins, the quarterfinals. So let's start with that game. We have Ohio State going up against Miami. In my opinion, a very pleasing game just based off the logos alone. But Mike, in a little brief description, give us a little rundown on how you think this game's going to go.
Trench warfare. If you like front seven play, if you like elite defensive linemen and edge rushers, watch Bain, watch Arvell Reese. You're going to see a war up front. I think it'll be lower scoring, and I think it's going to be very tough sledding for both offenses. I lean Ohio State. I don't know about the point spread stuff. That looks a little much for me. I thought under 41.5 if you care about crap like that. But if you're looking, you want to nerd out on draftable defensive linemen, defensive players, Caleb Downs, Bolt Styles. Dude, there's probably 5 first-round picks in the front in this game.
So let's now go on to the games that will be played in 2026. Happy New Year out there to everybody. Let's start with the noon game. My Oregon Ducks going up against the Texas Tech Red Raiders. Mike, we'll pass it over to you right now.
All right. Well, if you haven't watched what $7 million buys you, you could take a look at the front four of Texas Tech. But I think it's a Dante Moore spot here. It's an elite defensive line he's facing. Tech does not let you run the football. That means, all right, Dante, it's on you. And I think this is a make or break game as far as Dante going pro or not. If he shows out and puts 30 on Texas Tech and looks good in the face of one-dimensional football and he's making all the throws, you could see Dante Moore be the number 1 pick in the NFL draft. And if it goes poorly and they go home, you could see him come back to school. Either way, he's going to get a great paycheck. It doesn't really matter.
I agree with you on both ends there. A little fun tidbit. I don't know exactly what the figures look like, but I think between these two teams, it is the most in terms of how much they've paid in NIL and the transfer portal, all that and whatnot.
Yeah, I believe that. I mean, the numbers you heard kicked around are that Texas had a $40 million roster. You know, Tech, I just said it. They spent $7 million on 4 defensive linemen. You got to pay to play, or you're never getting to this level.
So with that being said, because everyone in sports in general, but obviously in college now, say you have to pay to win, do you see the national champion coming out of this game?
No.
Well, let's go.
Sorry, buddy.
No. As an Oregon fan, I feel the same way.
No.
Let's move into now the 4:00 game, which is the coveted Rose Bowl. Imagine telling yourself this 5 years ago. It'd be a 1-seed Indiana going up against a 9-seed Alabama.
How about that? Indiana would be favored by 7 over the Crimson Tide. I love Indiana in this game.
Heads would roll. And I agree with you on that. I'm not too sold on Alabama. Obviously, they had a comeback win against Oklahoma in their previous game. But Indiana, they're clicking on all cylinders. I still pinch myself saying it, but Indiana is a force to be reckoned with.
Well, here's the other thing. Bama can't run the ball and doesn't really stop the run. And their pass pro is very spotty. So you go up against an Indiana team that gave Julian Sayin a reality check. I think they'll do the same thing to Ty Simpson. And for Indiana, their defense, when you look at the zone that they play, most people consider zone defense a very soft way of playing defense. It's not for them. They are always in the right spot. They are physical within the zone, and they hit. And they are a nightmare to deal with, and they don't let you run the ball. I love Indiana in this spot.
Would you say is Indiana the favorite in your eyes to win it all?
Yes.
Okay.
I'm not saying they will, but are they the favorite? Yeah.
Let's move on now to an all-SEC matchup for the All-State Sugar Bowl being played at 8 p.m. on January 1st.
Already seen this game.
We have Georgia versus Ole Miss. I bet Lane Kiffin will be watching, so he'll probably be in the booth with that brown leather jacket that I had mentioned yesterday during the show.
All right.
Mike, what are your thoughts on this? And because obviously it's SEC, the narrative is they can't really, get over the hump in this playoff against Big Ten teams. Can a national champion competitor or winner come out of this?
Yeah, Georgia. People don't realize it. Go look at Georgia in their big games. They dropped a bomb on Texas. They had a huge comeback against Ole Miss and shut Ole Miss down for about 10 total yards in the whole fourth quarter. Georgia's defense, They take about a quarter and a half, and then the old Delta headset gets up on there, and they really lock in. Their running game's a non-negotiable. It's all about Gunnar Stockton. Can Gunnar Stockton give you enough Stetson Bennett to get you where you need to go? They will win this game. I don't know. It might go over 55.5. You like points, this might be your Huckleberry. But Georgia's the one to me. Because I'll tell you, the next week, when they play the winner of Miami, Ohio State, give me Georgia in the points.
I probably would agree with that, no matter whoever comes out of that game in the Cotton Bowl tomorrow. So a little rapid fire before we have to wrap this up here. Let's go through each team that you think is going to win, and we'll see how the bracket flows out for the rest of the way for you, Mike.
Okay.
Oregon, Texas Tech.
I'm rooting for the Red Raiders, but for the sake of accuracy, give me Oregon.
Alabama, Indiana.
All
right, let's see who will go to the championship game in that. Will Oregon pull off the comeback revenge game against Indiana? No? All right, Indiana moves on to the title game. Ole Miss, Georgia. Ohio State, Miami.
Ohio State.
I'm assuming you're taking Georgia over Ohio State.
I'm going to take Georgia.
So Indiana versus Georgia. Who is the national champion on January 19th?
Georgia. There's something about this Georgia team. I don't know why. They're like zombie bulldogs. Give me Georgia.
All righty, ladies.
It kills me. I want Indiana to win it. I think Signetti's a beautiful psychopath.
That is the Football Today.
Brought to you by Hamilton Chevrolet. Lions QB Jared Goff does not think ex-center Frank Ragnow is interested in returning to the field next season. Dan Campbell also joined Constant Stoney this morning, said he thought defensive coordinator Kelvin Shepard had grown a lot this season. The follow-up question was it safe to say there wouldn't be a change at defensive coordinator next year? The Pro Football Hall of Fame released their finalists for the 26th class. Lomas Brown was not one of them. The Pistons take on the Lakers in L.A. as their 5-game road trip comes to a close. Austin Reeves is out for them tonight, while Karis LeVert is doubtful for Detroit. Hear that 10:30 tip right here on 97.1. Head coach Tom McClellan said that based on his eyeballs, James Van Riemsdyk should return tomorrow against the Jets. And NCAA President Charlie Baker said today that they will not and will not grant any eligibility to any prospective or returning student athletes who have signed an NBA contract, including a two-way, quote, as schools are increasingly recruiting individuals with international league experience. The NCAA is exercising discretion in applying the actual and necessary expenses by law to ensure that the prospective student athletes with experience in American basketball leagues are not at a disadvantage, end quote. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto.
All right, that's Dan Campbell on Jared Goff from the morning show. So, look, yesterday I told you, if you don't like Goff, here are some ideas. If you do like him, that's fine. It's clear. Dan Campbell loves the guy. You could say you like your quarterback without doing what he did there. So here's what we've done today, and then we're going to get to the callers. The first thing they're going to do based off of those comments is restructure Jared Goff's contract, and he will be here well past 2028. So now your reaction to it. And you have to answer the question. And guys, it's not like you're going to be held to count on this. But are you going to win a Super Bowl with Jared Goff? Because I'd say right now it's 2/3 to 1/3 in this town. 2/3 of the town like him. 1/3 of the town is very loud, and I don't want him here. And yeah, I mean, that's probably that way in 9 out of 10 NFL cities. You know, you go to a Buffalo, it's 100% to 0. Everybody loves Josh Allen. You go to a Kansas City, Pat Mahomes, same thing. You know, what's going on in New England right now with Drake May. But by and large, you're always going to have a little battle between the fans about the starting quarterback. You don't think that's happening in Philly right now with Jalen Hurts? Guy's had 2 games this year. He hasn't completed a pass in the second half. So all I'm saying is this. You can win a Super Bowl with him. I doubt that you will, because here's the problem. The Jared Goff that Dan Campbell's talking about was created by Ben Johnson and the best O-line in the league. And before you want to get too cute about what he said in there, he played better this year than last year. No, he didn't. Because here's the problem. How did he play against Green Bay in week 1? How did he play in Kansas City in a big game? How did he play in Philly? How did he play against the Vikings? Twice. How did he play against Pittsburgh? How many empty drives? How did he play at the Rams? Second half, gotta have it. 3 and out, 3 and out, 3 and out. Whoa, negative yardage in the third quarter. No. And to end your season, you saw what we all saw. Don't blame the O-line for that. That's on him. So I want to know what you guys think, because they're going to restructure him now. And then you better put an elite O-line out there. And you're still going to need, I still think he needs a high-level offensive coordinator for this thing to end up where you win a Super Bowl. So you tell me your response to it, because Dan Campbell's all in. Dan Campbell sounded like a guy that's going to be DiCaprio to Rose in Titanic. He will freeze to death before he lets go of Jared Goff. So what's your response to it? 248-539-9797. And with that, we'll go to the people. Go to Ron, 97.1. Ronnie, what's good, buddy?
Hey, how you doing? I think Goff can win a Super Bowl, but I think you have to restructure that offensive line. I think you can do that right away between him restructuring his contract, and I would trade Amon St. Brown for a first, second, or third round, whatever you could get. Use that money to get that. Use that money that you get from trading, freeing up money for Amon St. Brown to get that center in Baltimore, and then use your assets between your cap space and the draft to get a tackle.
Ron, if I may, before we go too deep into this plan that you've hatched, you do realize if you trade one of the 5 best receivers in football and this guy's security blanket, you have taken a major step backwards. Like we talk about, Goff needs insulation. Amon-Ra is the insulation, not to mention the fact he is this team's leader.
I think they got a lot of depth at receiver, and if you had a great interior offensive line, that would be more important for Goff.
Well, the restructuring of the contract will save you in upwards of $40 million. You can use that money to I'm with you on some of the things you said. But Ron, you also got to understand something. I can look this up if you want. I'm not trying to break your stones, Ronnie. It's the holiday season. Financially, you can't deal a guy like St. Brown. You got to look at the extension. You got to look at the dead cap money. You got to look at what that triggers. Everything in the NFL is a game of dominoes. If I knock over this first domino, what other dominoes fall with it? Beyond the fact that you're not trading the heartbeat of the team, one of the most productive players in the NFL and in NFL history to start a career. No. If you want to trade anybody, well, here, go dig into J-Mo's contract. Go ahead and trade him. But you're probably not doing that either. If you want a trade candidate, I'll offer you one. One where I've looked at the contract, and you will save $24 million if you trade him. It's Aleem McNeil. Maybe he rediscovers himself somewhere else. I'll save the $24 million. I'll turn that into a couple of pieces. And again, you can go, well, we can't do that. Well, guys, this is a part of retooling. This is a part of the difficult conversation. If I'm staring down the barrel of a gun like today, if I had to say on FanDuel, what would it be for Taylor Decker and Graham Glasgow to retire? I'd put it at minus 130. Like, I truly believe they're retiring. My focus, when you call up Ronnie, and you say Jared Goff needs this, that, and the other thing, you can't start taking those things and moving them. That's counterproductive. And it's not the NBA. You can't just trade people and get picks. It's so rare. Let's go over to Sheldon, 97.1. Sheldon, where you been? What's going on?
Hey, like I said, Brother Mike, man, earlier you preached the gospel truth when you talked about Goff's immobility. Because, I mean, and I wish for God at least we had a mobile quarterback to at least to compensate for the injuries to offensive line. And like you said, Goff has to be insulated, well protected. When he has an elite offensive line like we had the past couple of years, dude is surgical. Mm-hmm. But when it breaks down, he's molasses. That's why I kind of, and as much as I hate him, at least I admire Aaron Rodgers in his younger years. And Mahomes might not be the most mobile, but at least those cats, they can give you that. They can use their feet to give you that extra 5 or 6 seconds to make a precision throw.
Yeah, listen, Goff is going to beat you with his brain. He's going to beat you by processing. He's going to beat you with accuracy. But he's got to have time, and he's got to have a clean pocket. And you saw it fall apart a little bit this year, and look at how the season ended up.
And with, like I said, and when we talked about, like I said, restructuring yesterday, we're going to have to be stuck with him for a couple of years if we go that route. Hopefully, maybe they can come to the middle, maybe restructure enough so that way we can at least get some pieces for the interior, for the O-line. But 2 years, maybe 3, maybe in a year, he can, depending on what type of system we get with a new offensive coordinator, maybe he can get us to a Super Bowl, maybe he can't.
But Sheldon, that's part of what my focus has been is I think they need to do what the Eagles did. You need to go out and get a high-level coordinator, at least one. You know, when they went out and got Vic Fangio, that was a major move. And I
Who's
brought
the-
up Brian Flores yesterday because Brian Flores, for some mysterious reason, does not have a contract next year in Minnesota.
And that's right now he's looking like the best defensive coordinator. I'll take him over Pritchard.
Exactly right. I'm glad you said that. That's no shot at Kelvin Shepard. That's no slander. But if Kelvin's good and I get a chance to hire great, I'm going to hire great.
I want Super Bowl.
Well, that's
and you got to hire great to get
Sheldon,
Super Bowl.
That's the whole point. They have to make decisions that lead you down that pathway. Like if this is just about being good and reaching in people's pocket and making money, they could just keep bumping along like they are because they have talent and they'll win enough games to be interesting. But if it's about the Super Bowl, that's different.
And this is where Brad Holmes needs to put up or shut up. Stop talking about we're good. We're not good as far as the O line and D line. We're not good.
No, and Sheldon, that's the point I've been making and if people disagree, it's no stress. I'm not mad about it. I believe they have to rebuild both lines of scrimmage. I believe they need 2 new coordinators. That's a big offseason. And I got a hard time believing you get everything right all at the same time to be right back at it. Like I laughed this morning. Like you could tell Costa was so pissed, Corbin. He gets all like, he gets so butthurt about stuff. And he bristles. I know you like big words. He bristles at the thought of, some people on the station. No, it's me, bitch. Some people say the window's closed because it has. And now it's your job to reopen it.
Which is nothing.
It's that you don't need to. Some people. No. I said it. You can just say my name.
Which is nothing wrong with it. We've seen NFL teams do it time and time again to where they have one bad year, things kind of fall off a little bit. What happens? They restructure it. I know, and I'm not trying to, make it an LA sports station, but look what the Rams did a couple of years ago. Won the Super Bowl, fell off, had a 5-win season, and look at, they're back at it. Are they kind of shaky right now? Sure. But sometimes you have to do that. You have to realize in the season we're having, it's a little bit of a, we'll just toss it. We'll be back next year.
I think they can be a good team next year. But winning the Super Bowl, I think it might require a little bit more. It might require 2 off seasons, and back in 27, we're back at it. But they have a lot of work to do. But if people want to bristle, like Jim, they can bristle. All right. Listen, stop ignoring the cold. Call the guys at Mastercraft Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. They do a complete furnace checkup to make sure it's running properly and safely right now. $79. That's $30 off the regular price. Call today. Spots fill up quickly. And don't forget Mastercraft. They do plumbing, electrical, generators, all at discounted prices. So do it now. It's mastercraftheating.com. That's mastercraftheating.com. All right, we're going to check on Ticket Text in about 10 minutes. We've got jam-packed phone lines. So we've asked a couple of questions. You heard Dan Campbell basically create a bubble bath for Jared Goff. He don't like him. He loves him. He's a stud. Okay, cool. We're thankful to have him. They're going to restructure, and he's going to be here basically until the wheels fall off. What's your reaction as a fan? Because I think 2/3 of you are cool with that, and I think 1/3 of you are not. And it won't take much for this to be a 50-50, and there's outright war in this town. The other question is the uncomfortable one. You're going to win a Super Bowl with Jared Goff. Just because I say you can doesn't mean I think you will. So I will say no. Because the Jared Goff you chant, when you're chanting his name at your barbershop, that's a creation of the best O-line in the league and Ben Johnson. Both those things are gone. And it's not easy to just snap your fingers and create the best offensive line in football. It takes a lot. Do I think Decker's retiring? Yes. Do I think Glasgow's retiring? Yes. Do I trust that both Mahogany and Ratledge are the answer at guard? No. Yes, I could move Sewell to left tackle, but I still create an issue at the other spot. That's a lot of work to fix. They don't grow Frank Ragnow's on trees. Let's get to the people. Brian's in Detroit, 97.1. Brian, what's going on?
Happy New Year to you, Mike.
Brian, same to you.
Can I ask you a question before I get to go? Can I ask you a question before I get to go?
Yeah.
Hey, Mike, that Alabama coach, if he was offered that job at Michigan, Mike, shouldn't he have took that job? Because this season go in 4 losses for him. And if it go that way next year, Mike, they go fire that guy.
Brian, I'm with you.
I don't care how excited they was he won a game. But, Mike, if he lose 3 or 4 games next year, they get rid of him.
Correct. Look, you don't want to be
that job if they gave it to him.
You don't want to be the guy to follow Nick Saban. It was always going to be a tough pull for him. Now, look, he might be happy there, but I'm with you. Go ahead. Your happiness is tied to did you make the playoff? Did you win the SEC? Did you win a national championship? Yeah, Brian.
Those people, man, he should have ran and took that job. But Goff, Mike, you said it. Goff is not winning no Super Bowl, Mike. And Mike, you know what? You know what got me, Mike, is that Rams coach went to the Super Bowl with him, and he still got rid of him. That scares me. How a better coach, a coach better than Campbell, got rid of him. He decided I can't win with Goff. I'm moving on. Mike, you said it.
Yeah, Brian, and you know what?
Can they win? Go ahead.
No, I'll add to it, Brian. They didn't just get rid of him. They gave you an extra first-round pick to take him.
Yeah, Mike. And, 97.1 has a lot of influence on the fans here. Doug and Gator make it seem like Goff is Johnny Unitas. And you shouldn't have to – you can't question him. You can't. He said something about the fans. Doug and Gator didn't see that because they don't want to see it. This guy's not no all-world quarterback. Everything has to be perfect, Mike.
Correct.
And in football, Mike, it's not going to be perfect.
Listen, I think
he's not winning the Super Bowl.
And look, while I think he's better than the player I'm going to mention, let me be clear about this. He's a lot closer to this player than people are comfortable admitting. He's closer to Sam Darnold than he is some Josh Allen or something like that. And I think Goff's better than Sam Darnold. Let me say that one more time. Goff is better than Sam Darnold. But the idea that Goff has ever entered the discussion of Mahomes or Allen, hell, a Justin Herbert, I almost fell out of my chair this morning when Cookies talked himself into a circle. He couldn't just say Drake May's better than Jared Goff. He is. Justin Herbert is better than Jared Goff. He is. You can just say it. That doesn't make Goff bad. My goodness. It's okay. I think Goff's good. I don't think he's great. So I got to put greatness around him. And that includes staffing. You had 2 new coordinators and 8 new coaches this year. You've got to upgrade this staff. You've got to upgrade what's around him. And you know what? Investing in a high-level defensive coordinator, no shade at Kelvin Shepard, that's investing in your quarterback too. Let's go to Dre, 97.1. Dre, where you been, buddy?
Hey, man, just trying to, enjoy the holiday.
All right.
As well.
Well, it's good to have you back. What's going on?
Yeah. Well, I don't think the Packers' compass is, I think it's apples to oranges. I mean, you got to think about something. For one, the Packers had the benefit in the present time when they made the draft picks for Aaron Rodgers or Jordan Love that they had Hall of Fame quarterbacks in place. that could stabilize their franchise and still compete to win their division and a possible Super Bowl while doing so. So, and you can actually make an argument, particularly the Jordan Love pick, that, and I remember at the time, it was criticized because people were like, hey, Aaron Rodgers don't got that many years left. You just punted a first-round pick where they're trying to win a Super Bowl. And maybe they do. Who knows? I don't know. Like you can make an argument about that. And same thing with the Chiefs. Not exactly the same, but the Chiefs were in AFC West, unlike the NFC North. That was pretty weak. You remember the Broncos were going down. They had Trevor Siemian, Drew Lock, quarterback carousel after Peyton Manning retired. The Raiders sucked, and the Chargers were kind of meddling with Rivers. And they were already dominating their division. They could afford to, once again, stay stabilized and draft that future asset. The Lions don't have that kind of luxury, unfortunately. One, because Goff isn't a Hall of Fame quarterback. He's good, but he's not Hall of Fame. And also, NFC North is so tough. You can't afford to not utilize all your premier assets on making the team better in the now. Guys that can compete and play now. Now more than ever compared to a couple of years ago, at least when they drafted Hendon Hooker, when they took some of these swings and misses that didn't make sense, they were so good, Holmes can kind of back it up. But now you got flaws and holes. You can't afford to do that. And you've already committed money to Goff. You committed money to this core, and you're probably going to continue to do so. You're too far gone at this point to try to retool in that kind of way. Now, Mike, I'm surprised as knowledgeable you are about football, you haven't brought this up. Let me help you out here a little bit.
Please.
The exact comp for McNeil in terms of retool that you can make is years ago. Remember DeForest Buckner?
Yeah.
The Niners originally?
Yeah.
Pro bowler, really good player. The best interior lineman they had, not exterior, interior lineman they had. They chose to trade him because of the cap hit that he was going to have. Traded him to the Colts. They drafted Javon Kinlaw, and they were able to continue to retool and stay really good on that defensive line. Now, I think that's probably the type of scenario, best case scenario, you will hope to do if you chose to trade McNeil. But here's the concern or risk that I see. And this is why Holmes' plan last offseason was so flawed. Both Hutch and McNeil are big guys, and they had serious injuries. Just because a scan says you are fully healthy, that's only one part of the process. I'll be a little bit hesitant with giving up on McNeil so fast because he did tear his ACL. And I do think he should be allowed a full, real offseason when he's not rehabbing to see, can he get back to that level? Because my fear is that we trade him, he becomes the Lee McNeil of old, and now we just create another hole. Not just a starter, but guy who.
No, there's no question, but Dre, it's all opportunity cost as well. As you're saving $24 million if you do it. What do you do with that money? Yeah. What compensation did you get back? And again, Dre, I'm offering all the ideas, all the difficult conversations. I'm not pounding the desk saying you must do this. I'm saying these are the things they have to talk about if they're going to try to get this thing back where it needs to be.
Oh, I'm not against anything. I'm just saying the risk versus reward in terms of doing so. I mean, hell, I wouldn't be opposed to, if I call, my idea is I'm calling the Chiefs this offseason. I'm guessing Kelsey's retirement. I say, hey, you want to give Mahomes another potential Hall of Fame tight end? Here's Sam Laporta. Those are things I'll put that on the table because Sam Laporta doesn't have a huge cap hit. He doesn't have his new contract yet. You know they'll pay him. Mm-hmm. So, I mean, everything's on the table for me for the most part. I don't think anything's off the table. I'm just saying for McNeil, I'm kind of hesitant because I know
that's okay.
I'm good. And he had he had a serious injury. And I'm like, even with Hutch, I'm like, it took a while, man. Like he broke his leg. That's why I didn't understand why Holmes didn't help him. It's like the dude snapped his leg. You think he's gonna be back to what he was? Like right away?
Well, that's the other thing too, Dre. Add another list. I hope you're ready to pay 12, 13, 14 mil a year for minty fresh Bob Muhammad. This is what fans don't like. There are a zillion things they have to do to even maintain being the team they were, much less getting exponentially better. And the shame of it all, too, this is as open as the league has felt in quite some time. Look, I think the Rams are still the best team in football. Clearly, no Devontae Adams kind of limits them a little bit offensively, but it doesn't absolve them for that performance last night. You can't go scoreless at the half. They needed a blocked field goal for a touchdown. Look, you can't lose to Atlanta. But look at the NFC. Look how open it is. And you're not a part of it. That's the shame of it all. The opportunity, The odds will suggest someone is going to get hot as a wild card and go and win a Super Bowl this year. And we're not even in the tournament. That's what should anger you. 97.1. All right, quick check of a ticket text. I do have thoughts on Kyle Whittingham. I know I didn't have a chance to speak with you guys last week. I'll offer those at 4. You can do whatever you like with it because it is the ultimate case of multiple things being true. And Kyle Whittingham's been one of my favorite coaches in America, yet this is totally bizarre. We're going to get to it. I'll go through it, and we'll figure it out. Right now we're talking Goff. Dan Campbell drew a nice warm bath. He put he put a bath bomb in there for Goff, the whole bit. He's a stud. I love him, and we should be thankful just to have him. Okay, cool. Translation, we're restructuring his deal. We're going to save some money, and he's here forever. Your response to that, and you need to answer the ultimate question, are you winning a Super Bowl with him? Corbin, the ticket text. Go ahead, buddy.
Let's start with from Roy. Go get sellers in the draft if you can and let Goff walk after 2027.
One problem with that, isn't he going back to school? He was terrible this year.
I believe so, yes.
Okay. He was awful. Let's at least pick people who are going to be in the draft, please. Okay.
Next one. Is there any other coach in the NFL more of a mouthpiece for his GM than Dan Campbell? Dan Campbell just takes all the arrows for, in quotes, Chief Brad.
Yeah, hold on, though. I don't know that that's totally fair because that would be in the absence of Dan Campbell believing these things. You have to, like I've said this, and it's, believe me, I ain't in the business of defending Scott Harris or anybody at that organization, but the point I make to you is you don't get to say that Scott Harris doesn't believe in the things he's saying. He does. Factually, I'm telling you, he believes what he's telling you. If you disagree with that, that is one thing. But to suggest that he's a mouthpiece, no, I don't have proof of that. I don't.
Moving on. Dan Campbell is delusional if he believes the comments he made about Goff. Jared's numbers may look nice, but winning comes down to a handful of plays in every game, and Jared has not been making plays at those key moments. He struggles to throw catchable passes, and when the pocket collapses, he turtles.
Listen, it's the separation between statistics and watching the games. And that's the problem. And I've cited, okay, you like his pretty statistics. Then where were they in these games? And when you start having a Rolodex of games that the quarterback play was substandard. Now, if you want to tell me, well, the offensive line is to blame for some of that, of course it is. But what I'm saying is, if I'm going to go down this path with Goff, I need that elite play caller. Because when I watch the Chargers play, and their O-line's in worse shape than yours, when I watch the Niners play, and their offensive line's in tatters, I've watched the Bears on their 4th left tackle of the year and a different right guard. Guys, it comes down to, A, can my quarterback help my O-line and not just this one-way relationship of help me. And then the play calls, the scheme, the way we're going to assist our quarterback by keeping the opposition off balance. You lost all of that when Ben Johnson walked out the door. So if I have to hear another lazy take, whether it's from bought and paid for media in this town or fans who just don't want to look at reality, but we still scored lots of points. You're just saying you're stupid without saying it. Stop. Please. Great. You put 50 on the Browns and the Bears and you did your bully routine. What did you do in the big games? You did nothing. Nothing. That's how you're judged. This isn't Disneyland. There's no participation awards. So if you're telling me pretty statistics and being roughly a 500 team is good, that's fine. I want a parade. It is about winning the Super Bowl. You know what it is, Corbin, and I don't want to veer too far because the people have been very patient. It's the PFFization of fandom. We create all these statistics that tell whatever story we want to tell. And if you're one of you're one of these people who sits in the awkward chair in the hotel room for your team and you're holding up a Jerry Falwell sign, you'll find statistics that tell you Jared Goff was great this year. Really? Why don't we turn on the tape in Kansas City? Why don't we turn on the tape in Philly? Why don't we turn on the tape in Lambeau? Why don't we turn on the tape against Minnesota twice? Why don't we turn on the second half against Steelers? Garbage time touchdowns? I got you. But when I needed you, you weren't there. How about 3 and out against the Rams and a negative 3 yards in the third quarter? Stop with the pretty stats crap. You're better than that. Let's go to Sal, 97.1. See, Corbin, look what you did to me. Sal, what's going on, buddy?
Hey, boys. How you doing? Happy New Year.
Happy New Year, Sal. What's on your mind, pal?
Yeah, so to answer your question, I think we can win a Super Bowl with Goff, and that's coming from somebody who I think the Super Bowl window's closed, even though we can open it. So I'm not, one of these bathwater drinkers. I'm not drawing Jared Goff a bath. I think that, I've seen Peyton Manning win a Super Bowl with a broken neck, but he had a generational defense, right?
Sure.
The question isn't, can Jared Goff win us a Super Bowl? It's, can we put the pieces around him to win him a Super Bowl. And I think fans want to have this argument both ways. They want the organization to do no wrong, but they don't want to hold them to a higher standard. I mean, how many years have we been talking about getting a premier edge rusher or a premier free agent, and we don't get them? Like, it's been 3 years of it now, right?
Yep.
And I just think at some point, Brad Holmes is going to have to answer for why can't you insulate this guy who needs an insulated offensive line, who needs the weapons, and who needs the defense also, which is a very important piece of this that we're not talking about, to win a Super Bowl. Because if we're not going to do that, we're wasting our time with the guy.
See, you've nailed it. And Sal, listen, I'm not telling you it's the most convenient thing in the world, because when you talk about he needs this O-line, he needs this running game, he needs this play caller, he needs this defense, then you turn around and go, then why the hell am I paying him $60 million a year? I understand that line of thinking. I'll just say it's the cost of doing business. You either have a quarterback or you don't. Now, the problem is when he plays up, you can start seeing the pathway to, okay, we can do this. But when he plays down, you start going, well, Sam Darnold makes half the money and I'm getting basically the same thing. Pretty statistics, but then in a huge game, where are you? That's a very difficult conversation to have. And I'm with you, Sal. I think the window's closed for now. They've got a lot of work to do to reopen it, and they can do that. But no, I don't think they're a Super Bowl team next year. No, I do not.
No, I mean, I think they have to do what they haven't done for many years if they want to reopen it. Let's be honest here. And again, it always goes back to this. It's, are they going to do what needs to be done, because they haven't done it for the last 3 years. And you can tell me as much as you want about Jared Goff's not the guy. It's an easier conversation for us to talk about that we haven't done the things to get him to be the guy that wins the Super Bowl. I think that's what it boils down to.
Yeah, and Sal, this offseason, look, we're all going to hold our breath. You better pray to God Taylor Decker doesn't retire. Like, I think he's going to. Let's hope he can take some time off, and obviously not on a Ragnow time frame, but take some time off and go, all right, I'm going to give this one more run. Because you know what the average fan doesn't realize, Sal? Taylor Decker was your best offensive lineman this year, not Penei Sewell. Sewell did not have a great year this year.
No one on that line really had a great year, to be honest. Yeah. That offensive line's a unit, and my hope next year, I think the best chance for us to have an elite offensive line, honestly, is if Frank comes back, because
he's not.
I have seen them play around with talking about, even like, I think as early as this week, they talked about playing Ratledge at center potentially, and that might still be in the books. Like, what are we doing here? The guy played well at right guard. Play him at right guard. Why are you going to stifle his development again? What are we doing? Go out and get a big boy.
Center's a difficult thing to do. I mean, look, my own team did it, Sal. We allegedly drafted the best center in the draft 3 years ago, and the guy blows. Pete Michael Schmitz, or whatever his name is. This guy sucks. It's a hard position to play. Like, they don't grow Olin Kreutzes on trees or Ragnows. Or like, it's very hard to find an elite center. You had an all-pro. Like, that's the issue in it. And defensively, I agree with you. Because this is what happens. Again, but Bob Muhammad had a bunch of sacks. And it's like, right, except they take forever. Your time to pressure is pathetic. If the sack takes 5 seconds, I'm not interested. You need guys who can beat people off the line of scrimmage, collapse the pocket quickly and effectively. You don't have that. And obviously, Aleem McNeil plays a big role in that. But he was terrible this year. I'm not the one who brought him back early, by the way. Remember the team came out and they were all chesty how ahead of schedule he was, and he's 97.1%. He was terrible. Would have rather the guy sat out all year. He was awful. So, okay, what are you going to do? Tyleek is not Aleem McNeil. Not in style, not in form or function. That's not who he is. He's a space eater. Now, do you want to go out and pay what it takes to get another version of Aleem? No, you don't want to do that. Well, that's where the draft comes in. This is why I think it's more than just we're going to do this one or two things and we're going to be back. I think it's going to take a year. And in a year, you have 2 off seasons and 2 drafts. And your cap table resets, and you can restructure Goff. It becomes, here's the other thing too, and I know I'm rambling, but I have grave concerns about your safeties. Like, can anyone with a straight face and a high level of confidence tell me Kirby Joseph's back week 1 and he's the same player? Like, do we know Kirby's playing again? How did a knee bruise go to mystery knee thing, out rest of year, surgery won't fix it, and he's going to have to live with it the rest of his life? Huh? And Brian Branch blew his Achilles. So Aleem should have shown you what it can look like, meaning catastrophic injury, comes back midstream, not same player. If I don't have Kirby and Brian Branch as the players I remember, you are objectively worse. Then factor in the other issues they have to make up for. You can't even begin to replace those guys. But guess what becomes a draft need if you have concerns about Kirby's knee and Branch is going to miss half the year? Now, all of a sudden, you might use one of your limited picks to insulate that spot, or your limited cap space to insulate that spot. That's where you're treading water. There's 3 holes in the boat. You can only plug 2 of them. That's why I think it might take a year. That's all. Hey, I hope I'm wrong. Maybe they'll go 15-2 next year. But I try to live in reality here, guys. All right, listen. Red Tag sales event going on right now. Moran Chevrolet, Michigan's #1 selling Chevy dealer. You want to elevate your tailgate or just get through a winter. My God, please. Can we get some sunlight? They've got a Silverado crew cab for you, $199 a month, 0 due at signing. Silverado's perfect for the weather we got going on right now. Maybe something a little smaller, a 2026 Equinox LT. That's part of the event, $199 a month. And as always, the whole team at Moran, they keep everything fast, simple, and relatively stress-free. Buying, leasing, servicing, no games, no nonsense. MoranExpress.com or stop by on Gratiot, just north of 15 Mile in Clinton Township. It's Moran Chevrolet, where you always get the best price, period. Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. We'll get to a little Kyle Whittingham in the 4 o'clock. You guys have been fantastic. And obviously, you want to talk about your football team, so I'm here for it. We'll play the Dan Campbell audio. I can't play you a whole lot of Goff because there was a lot of non-football in the interview, and it's not relevant. What he said about Ragnow, we all know. Frank's done. You want to play that now? Go ahead, Corbin. Go ahead, hit the button. You know what's interesting with that, though? Dan Campbell's a really smart guy. He knows. You don't stump for your QB that way unless there's noise. He knows. Like Dan Campbell's a lot of things. Dumb is not one of them. He knows a lot of his fan base is kind of fed up. So that's why you rush to his defense that way. That was as heavy an endorsement as you can make. I mean, he stopped one level short of saying, I'm going to adopt him as my son. Like, he just steps short of that. So that's been the heart of the conversation today. Goff's going to be here until the wheels fall off. They're going to restructure him. You're going to have him well past 2028. Okay, how do you feel about it? And are you going to win a Super Bowl in that time? Because that's all this is about. Unless you like the team reaching in your pocket and taking your money and you don't get your parade. So that's it. Beginning, middle, and end. We go to Keith, 97.1. Keith, how you doing, buddy?
I'm doing great, Mike. Just got back from Mexico. 85 and sunny every day.
You're a smarter man than I. Well done.
I'm a Goff advocate, Mike, and for all the Lions fans out there that want to get rid of him, in the last 10 years, quick trivia, how many quarterbacks have won the Super Bowl, Mike?
Say that one more time.
In the last 10 years, how many different quarterbacks have won the Super Bowl?
All right, so you got Brady, who's had what? He had what, 2? You had Mahomes, who's got 3. Jalen Hurts win. I mean, obviously, it's not that many. What is it? 5?
It's 6.
6.
Mahomes, Brady 3, Hurts, Stafford, Foles, and Peyton Manning to round it out.
Yep.
So my whole point is everybody that wants a Super Bowl quarterback, they're not just laying around.
No.
Like, you just can't go get one.
No, but
And
I
the
do think, hold on one second, because I think you're hitting on something here. Like, it's a lot like when we talk about championships in the NBA, and then the question is, well, what era did you play in? Because if you played during the 50s and 60s, well, you were never beating the Boston Celtics. If you played in the 90s, you weren't beating MJ's Bulls, etc. So that's part of the issue.
Yes, which is why I did the last 10 years, because the game changes too. And you can't go back to like, oh, this guy won, Bradshaw won 4. Like, you can't do that, right? So anyway.
Go ahead.
Mike, I do take issue with something you said about Goff not being good in big games.
Okay.
What about the San Francisco game? There was 3 first down passes that were dropped, and then you can put the other one on Dan Campbell for not kicking field goals. That's all I hear Lions fans complaining about for that game. And if we got to the Super Bowl that year, I think we would have rinsed the Chiefs. Like,
well, I agree. But that's why Dan Campbell said this was our best shot. He knew.
Golf was a great game, though.
Right, but hold on. In the same way that now I got to take issue with what you're saying. Not just the fact you enjoyed 87 and sunny. I want to take issue with something here. Keith, I pointed out about a half dozen games this year where I thought he wet the bed, including the last 2 years. Now, you went 3 years ago. The last 2 years, your season.
You said big games, Mike. You said big games.
In Philly's a big game. At Kansas City in prime time's a big game. Minnesota with your season on the line. Big game. The Ram game. Big game. Come on now.
Yes.
Washington game last year. Big game.
Okay. Mike, I digress. I think Goff's his best attribute is his availability. So for everybody that wants a running quarterback, in those last 10 years, Josh Allen isn't in the Super Bowl. Lamar Jackson isn't in the Super Bowl. The guy that beat us from Washington last year, he's dead. Like, So who here is going to go find a quarterback, a running quarterback, to get you to a Super Bowl?
No, that's why I brought this up, Keith. I brought this up yesterday. Perhaps you were still on the beach. I'll lay this out, and Keith, I appreciate it because you're 100% right with what you're saying here. The only way you move on from Goff, there is no moving on this year. It's impossible. Financially injurious, competitively injurious. It's not happening. You would not restructure. You'd live with that cap hit this year. You find the savings through restructuring other players, or we talked about the Aleem thing. We talk about David Montgomery. Okay. And you draft a guy. You could be picking as high as 13 in the draft. You do what the Packers have done. If you wanted to move on from Goff, this is not me pounding the desk saying this is what they need to do. I'm saying the only way out, because as Robert Tepper effectively said, there is no easy way out. You would have to draft a guy. You're picking high in this draft, and you would have to do it. And again, you'd take a lot of heat for doing it, but it would give you time, a year plus, to groom that player. And then while not restructuring Goff, you can get out after 27, limited injury. You can get out after 28, all in. The point I'm making is that's a big decision to make. And after today's comments, they're not doing it. There is no discussion of getting rid of Jared Goff. The coach is willing to step in front of a car for this guy and get rid of him. So now how do we win with him? And that's why the show's been interesting. We'll go to Phil, 97.1. Phil, what's going on, buddy?
Oh, not a whole lot, man. How are you today?
Good, Phil. What do you got?
So I've had some time to digest and listen in on a few others that have called before me. I have been kind of on the same mind frame since that ultimate letdown back in San Fran 2 years ago, that was going to be our most perfect table was set for us, opportunity to win it. Like you have stated, Mike, we had Ben Johnson, we had the elite offensive line, and since then, here we are now. Is pretty much summed up to where I'm at with Goff and with this team. I do not personally think that they will win with him. Not to be a downer or to cast shade on anyone that does, but I just believe what my eyes tell me, and that's just kind of where I'm at with this team right now.
Yeah, and Phil, look, here's what I would say to you, because we're up against it, but anyone who makes you feel bad about having that opinion, they're an idiot. This town has got to get comfortable that if we're chasing championships, it's okay for people to be upset. It's okay to not love every one of your players. These players aren't your friends. They're not paying your mortgage. They're not picking your kids up from school. In fact, they don't care about you. So we're just going to talk sports. You're just fine, buddy. Don't be afraid. 97.1.
The Pistons conclude their 5-game West Coast road trip against the Lakers tonight. Karis LeVert is doubtful to play with left knee soreness. Austin Reeves is out for LA. You can hear the 10:05 pregame right here on 97.1. Hunter Patterson of The Athletic thinks the Pistons will still be opportunistic but not aggressive when it comes to the trade deadline. Quote, while there could be some chances to improve around the margins, say another reliable three-point shooter outside of Duncan Robinson or a scoring threat off the bench, don't expect the Pistons to sacrifice their youth and draft capital to make any big swing trades that could alter the fabric of their roster.
Why would we ever be aggressive in Detroit?
Lions QB Jared Goff joined Carson Anderson this morning, and the topic of center Frank Ragnow came up. Dan Campbell also told the morning show that Jared Goff is going nowhere when asked about how he feels about him long term. The Cowboys have released corner Trayvon Diggs. Meanwhile, his brother Stephon received a felony strangulation charge and a misdemeanor assault charge today. MSU kicker Martin Connaughton is heading to the portal, and the president of the NCAA, Charlie Baker, clarified today they will not grant eligibility for any player who's signed a contract with an NBA team. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto from Oregon at 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
All right, let's touch table on some NFL football, non-Lions. Maybe. I don't know what Corbin's got in store for us, but it's football today. Let's go.
Yes, I do have something in store for us today. Obviously, Week 18 is right around the corner, and then after that, the playoffs.
Thank
and
God.
Since the playoff picture is almost complete, or the bracket, I should say, let's go from team to team, from conference to conference, and see who's legit and who's not.
Okay.
So let's start with the AFC, shall we? I'm gonna start off with the two teams where there is not a divisional champion yet. The Steelers and Ravens. Do any of those teams stick out to you?
Neither are legit. I think, look, the winner-take-all games are fun because of what's on the line, but it's the same as Panthers and Bucks. These teams are complete pretenders. They're woefully flawed. We don't have enough time to go through the reasons, but I am saying neither of those are contenders.
I agree with that. I also have been seeing a lot of scuttlebutt around social media of saying that maybe if Lamar comes back, watch out, the Ravens will be scary. No. I don't see it at all.
No, because he stinks. Here's what I would tell you. I think 3 of the 4 teams with a loss would blow out the current regime. I think Todd Bowles is a dead man walking. I think Tomlin and company, this could finally be the moment that he goes. And conversely, if the Ravens lose, it doesn't sound like things are going real well between John Harbaugh and their franchise QB.
Let's move on right now to another division that doesn't have a champion yet. That will be decided this upcoming weekend. The AFC South, we have the Jacksonville Jaguars and the Houston Texans. What about those two?
Texans, yes. The Texans remind me a lot of the 07 Giants. That defense can carry them to a Super Bowl. C.J. Stroud's a good enough quarterback, albeit the offense is limited. I think the Texans are by far and away the one team nobody wants to see, AFC or NFC. Look, the Jags, it's fun, but they live on turnovers. It's very similar to the Bears. You can't live on turnovers. If they're not +2 in the turnover margin, they don't function.
I agree with you with the Texans right there. I think that they are the scariest team, and with a lot of the other teams having some inexperienced quarterbacks like the Broncos and Patriots, watch out for them. And they're a team that, with this window, it's been a weird one, but they want to get it done, so I could see them doing it, and I agree with everything you said about the Jaguars.
Now, you realize the fact that we both like them, we've just killed them off Wild Card Weekend, right? You recognize that.
Let's hope not, because if they are playing in the wild card weekend, which they most likely will, they would either have to go against the Steelers or the Chargers, and I think that they can win both of those games.
The Chargers and Patriots were my darlings preseason. The only reason I don't believe the Chargers are legit is the O-line. Harbaugh has done a fabulous job. I love Justin Herbert. That's a top 5 defense. But the loss of Joe Alt, the loss of Rashawn Slater, if you can't protect at a high level, you're going to have a hard time. They're just limited enough offensively. I can't go there.
So let's add on to that, because you mentioned them, obviously, the New England Patriots, the AFC East champions.
They're a contender. I just don't think they'll get it done. But could I see Drake May doing what Tannehill did for Vrabel in 2018 and get to the AFC title game? Yeah, I could see it.
So I do have a team I want to save, and we'll obviously talk about them last for the AFC. But let's start next with in the Mile High City, the Denver Broncos, who seem to be the number one seed if things go their way.
Elite pass rush, elite front seven. I don't trust Bo Nix. And Bo Nix has had a very up and down year, and now he's on another downturn. You don't have good quarterback play, you're not going to a Super Bowl. I'm going to say no to Denver.
Their defense is very stout, and I think I know what you're going to answer. I think I'll agree with you on this. Would you take the Texans' defense to carry them more so than the Broncos when the Broncos have a little bit of a better offense?
I would. Yeah, that combination of Danielle Hunter and Will Anderson is satanic. It's ridiculous.
So let's move on now to what seems to be the 7th seed in the AFC, and a team that a lot of people is rooting for because of their quarterback and thinks that this is his best shot at getting a Super Bowl title, the Buffalo Bills.
They're real. They're real. They'll break people's hearts again, but they're real. Look, the problem for the Bills, it always comes back to this. They don't have a number one wide receiver, and in the penultimate moment where they need a stop, they don't get it. It's just it's an Achilles heel. But they have Superman. They have a quarterback. Look, I saw Joe Flacco have the greatest postseason ever, 11 touchdowns, no picks, and he got $100 million out of it. If Joe Flacco can do it, Josh Allen could do it. Allen could carry a team with his greatness to a Super Bowl. I will say yes to them.
If Bills don't get it done, do you think Sean McDermott should get shot out of a cannon?
Yeah, because he's a bum. I wanted Sean McDermott gone when he employed Leslie Frazier, willingly. Yes.
So let's move on now to the NFC. Let's start with, obviously, like we did with the AFC North, since there's not a champion yet there. Let's go to the NFC South. Panthers or the Buccaneers?
The Buccaneers watched Liam Cohen and Dave Canales walk out of their building so they could employ a pumpkin in a turtleneck in Todd Bowles. Gone. Get out. Get this team away. Save my guy Baker. He's being dragged down by this franchise. No, neither are contenders. And the Panthers, please, how long are we going to do this? They look good, they look bad, they look good, they look bad. I'm not doing it.
Yeah, for that reason alone, I hope they don't make it, and I'm a big Baker guy as well. Let's move right on here to the certified 7 seed, the Green Bay Packers.
No Parsons, no chance. He's their version of Lawrence Taylor, J.J. Watt, Aaron Donald, you name it. The loss of him completely changed their season. Also, the loss of Wyatt. You can still be a good team, but injuries can take away your ability to be a great team. I can't get there with them.
Let's move on now to the NFC North champions. We have the Chicago Bears.
Nope. What did I say about Jacksonville? They
Turnovers.
live on turnovers. You can't, as a part of your game plan, chart out being +2 or +3 in the turnover margin. You can't. Once a generation, a team does this. Like, I think it was the might have been not the Greatest Show on Turf, the original one, but when it might have been the original. It was Rams-Titans Super Bowl that year. They had Mike Jones as a linebacker, led the league in turnovers, lived on turnovers, and they got it done. But I'm never going to back a team that requires that. What did you see the other night? If they didn't turn over the Niners, they couldn't stop them. Can't do it. No.
Let's move on now to the NFC East champions. First time that an NFC East team has won back-to-back titles in a long time. The Philadelphia Eagles.
No. Jalen Hurts, 0 for 7. He's had 2 games this year in the second half. He hasn't completed a pass, and they've won. The defense is good enough. That offense is so broken. If you want me to say yes based on championship DNA, based on who they've been, maybe they've been bored, they get Lane Johnson back, I'll say yes for those reasons. But nothing I'm watching offensively has changed. It's broken.
See, and I think that the point that you just made trumps all that. Their offense is just not there. It hasn't been all season, in my personal opinion, and that's why, to tie it back to the Lions, made that loss a little bit even more insufferable.
Yeah, because they lost a real coordinator in Kellen Moore, and they ended up with Pete Petullo, or whatever his name is. The guy stinks.
So now we have 3 more teams to touch base on, all come out of the NFC West, and obviously a lot of people think that the champion will come out of that division. Let's start with the, as of right now, certified 6 seed, Los Angeles Rams.
Yes, they'll get Adams back. I love McVay. Stafford's your MVP. Yes, I understand. They've lost a couple in a row here. They're still the best team in football to me. And I don't think the seeding matters. They'll go on the road in week 1 and get it done against whatever garbage can they play from the NFC South. Yes, the Rams are an absolute certifiable Super Bowl team.
Cue up Rico's moan. The San Francisco 49ers.
No, it's a great story. It is. It's a great organization, but no. Again, they don't stop anybody. They don't run the ball real well. I just can't find my way there. Name the receivers unless you're an NFL nerd. Like, no. So they've had a fun last play schedule. I'm going to say no to it.
I agree with you on that right there. Their defense is way too depleted for my liking.
Don't ask me the next one.
And finally, your
Don't ask
boy,
me the next one.
Gingy,
Nope.
Seattle Seahawks.
No. Yes, but no. And no, but yes. My bias is you're never winning a big game with Sam Darnold. The rest of the team makes sense. McDonald's been fabulous. The defense has been excellent. They have a running game. They have a superstar in JSN, but it's Sam Darnold. But then I refer back to the rest of it, and I'm like, well, it's good enough. They go on the road and win, but it's Sam Darnold. Yes, but no, and no, but yes.
What's the punishment for you on two levels here? One, if Sam Darnold leads them to a Super Bowl, and then the second, if he wins it.
I don't want to live in that world. I will fake my own death and move to Finland. I don't know. Dude, I just can't live in that. There's no way Sam Darnold's winning a Super Bowl. It's not possible.
So since we touch base on all of the teams right now, Mike, we'll end it with this. Your prediction. What is the Super Bowl matchup, and who's winning it all this year?
Give me Rams, Bills. Rams.
I like that.
I'm just sticking with the Rams based on the body of work, not the last 2 weeks. I got to believe Devontae coming back flips the whole thing for them.
Hopefully. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is NFL Today.
FanDuel giving all customers profit boosts for every college football playoff game day. So whether it's the favorite, the dog, side total, or some kind of zany parlay, whatever it is, FanDuel is the place to get football action all playoff long. So go to FanDuel.com/Michigan. That's FanDuel.com/Michigan. You can get your college football playoff profit boosts today. 21 and up, present Michigan. Opt-in is required. Bonuses issued as non-withdrawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and max wager amount. See terms, sportsbook.fanduel.com. And if you have a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER. That's 1-800-GAMBLER. Okay, we're going to take a little break here for a minute. Got a couple hours here on the Goff comments by Dan Campbell. We'll get back into it. But I didn't have a chance to talk about Michigan hiring a coach, so I can offer you that here, and you can do whatever you like with it. I think the first thing I want to say to you is nobody knows nothing. Like, the hires that are celebrated bomb, the hires that are made fun of succeed. So I hearken, since Rico's not here. Remember, everybody was touching their ball bag about MSU hiring Jonathan Smith in that cycle. And here I was hesitant and a little skeptical, and I brought up my concerns. And now I ended up being right. Okay, who cares? The point is, people made fun of Michigan State for hiring Mark D'Antonio, who was 17-16 out of Cincinnati, and he went on to be the greatest coach in the school's history. You have to use that as a backdrop. All I can offer you about Kyle Whittingham are the things I know. So with that as the backdrop, let me say this. I'm not going to do what a lot of the bought and paid for folks who cover this school are going to do. No, your fifth choice wasn't the perfect hire. Your sixth choice, who you didn't even have on a hot board, isn't the one that made the most sense all along. We're not going to play that game, okay? There was probably one universal home run hire for this school, and it would have been Kalen DeBoer. The age, the fit, Midwest ties, the offensive approach, the QB development, etc. Home run, right? That guy wasn't coming here. Then you talked about Drinkwitz. Then you talked about Jed Fish. Then you kept talking and talking and talking. Kenny Dillingham, you kept talking. Okay, you end up with Kyle Whittingham. Now, multiple things can be true. I think Kyle Whittingham over the last decade has been one of the 10 best coaches in America. But that's at Utah. Now, Utah's not some minor league program. Don't get it twisted. But this is a guy that's never been east of the Rockies. This is a guy that is a Utah lifer. Now, you step down as head coach of Utah. And I don't know if it had to do with the private equity thing, depending on what you read. There were people who wanted to move on from him. He is closer to 70 than not, guys. He'll be 67 during the season. And Utah did a private equity deal for about $500 million. Whittingham is old school. Whittingham is tough as nails. He plays a physical brand of football. More on that in a minute. But it's bizarro to me. I can think Whittingham's a very good coach. I could think him going to Michigan at this stage of his career is utterly bizarre. Because you had your program at Utah. So you clearly fell out of favor and you stepped down before they fired you. Okay, fine enough. Happens to good coaches. So you go, all right, well, what's Whittingham here? Well, I can tell you the press conference was quintessential Michigan. It was culty and strange. Whittingham looked very nervous. I guess we really hate Ohio State. It's like, oh, yeah. Oh, boy. I've lived that one. Signed. So you don't know nothing about the rivalry. Now, he took the Holy War very seriously. You have to. Utah, BYU. This is something else. Okay, so that's one concern. Two, I really didn't like what he had to say about his offensive mindset. He was basically like, yeah, the only teams that rush for more yards than us are the service academies. Kyle, you got a $15 million quarterback. I hate to break that to you. I don't know who he's going to staff. I don't know. I know when you read about Kyle Whittingham, he didn't like NIL. He didn't like modern college football. And that's okay. That makes me respect him more. It means he's an adult. I'm just very conflicted about it because it feels like a Band-Aid hire. You don't hire 67-year-olds for long-term stuff. And no, I'm not suggesting anyone you hire is going to have a 15 or 20-year run. Those days are gone. But can I get a decade? Not in this case, you can't. Can I get 7 years? No. I really look at this like it's a 2 to 3 year hire. Because here's the problem. Kyle Whittingham isn't one of you. And one thing your school has shown a refusal to do is really embrace those that are not one of you. Your schedule's a lot more difficult the next 2 years. And this guy who didn't really like the way the sport was going, stepped down from the program he was at, was not on your first couple levels of choice. He comes here. The same things I said about Jonathan Smith, albeit Kyle Whittingham is a better coach. Let me be very clear about that. Michigan is a different beast. If he goes 9-3, you're pissed. If you don't make the playoff, you're pissed. Kyle Whittingham has a very bad record against top 10 teams. He got a bad record against ranked teams. It's bizarre to me. Can it work? Sure it can. If you're willing to spend what it takes, it can work. But he's going to need some help here now, because he ain't going to be the guy using a private jet and pulling in the 5-star guy. He needs a staff to do that. Come on, who are we kidding? Unless Kyle Whittingham, if this is his like Harvey Dent Two-Face phase, and he's going to go heel turn, and he's going to show Utah what they're missing out on, and all of a sudden Kyle Whittingham shows up in like assless chaps and a top hat, and he's throwing money all over the place. Sure, it's possible, but none of it adds up to me. So yes, I do chuckle when people, this is brilliance. It's like, well, then why wasn't he your first choice? He was available, right, when Sharon was busy getting his wick wet. So what are we talking about? Yes, he's a good coach. Yes, he'll play physical football. I thought more of him before he took job, to be honest with you, because I don't know why he'd want to go to a cesspool like Ann Arbor, but so be it. He's here. It can work, but I think it comes with some major questions. And I do wonder about a guy near 70, no ties to the Big Ten, no ties to the Midwest. A lot of coaches who come here from other places. Look, I've seen it multiple times in my school's history, and you saw it in yours. Whether it's Rich Rod, John L. Smith, Jonathan Smith, the Big Ten hits different. Just like the SEC, it hits different. Kyle, you're not messing around the Pac-12 or the Big 12 anymore. This is the big leagues. It's different. So, I mean, I could ask your opinion of it. It's kind of a fruitless pursuit because, I don't know, fans of college teams don't really like to be honest about their college teams. Everything's the greatest thing ever. Like, hey, I didn't sit here and go crazy about Pat Fitzgerald. What did I say to you guys? I mean, here's the good, here's the bad. He's going to need a major staff. He's going to need major dollars. I thought it was fine enough. I think Whittingham is, considering the situation Michigan was in, fine enough. I think he's a B-. But there's a lot of question marks here. Because, guys, work with me on this. True or false, coaching in college football has become a young man's game. True or false? It's true. You're hiring a guy who's damn near my father's age. And I love my father, but I wouldn't send my dad to the grocery store with an expansive grocery list. He'd still forget something. Like, this guy's damn near 70. So, look, I'm not mad if you like it. I like Kyle Whittingham. I just don't like him here. And it does feel like kind of a bias sometime hire. You don't have a president. The AD's on the rocks. Come here, keep your pants on. Don't do anything unscrupulous. And let's see if we can duct tape together a playoff appearance here. And then at the end of all of this, you'll be 70 and we're getting rid of you. That's what it feels like to me. Why did Whittingham do it? I don't know. It's not my business. I don't really care either. Some of these guys, coaching is in their bones. They'll die coaching. Fine. Cutscene. Did Utah want him anymore? Could he have stayed if he wanted to? Now, again, he's got to put a staff together. A lot of today's coaches, the staff has become more important than ever because the staff is the one doing a lot of the recruiting, doing the portaling, the film breakdown. You're presenting your work to the coach, and the coach goes green light, red light, and then it's the money. Show me the staff he puts together. And obviously, like, I know the first thing that's going to be is, okay, we're gonna talk about Bryce Underwood. All right. Well, no, this wouldn't be the coach I would have hired if I were catering to him. No. So again, I think Whittingham's been one of the 10, 12 best coaches in America over the last decade. I think he did a really nice job at Utah, but that doesn't mean he's a fit here. And I'll be honest, I just wouldn't be in a business of hiring guys approaching 70. It's just, it doesn't add up to me. But you weren't in a good spot. Did you hire a good man? Yes. Did you hire a guy who's going to play physical ball? Yes. You're going to run the football. But no, I'm not going to go crazy over it because, like I said, it's a young man's game. And the only hire I would have gone crazy over, like, hey, that's a home, DeBoer would have been a home run. Maybe I could have worked my way with Jed Fish, but that never materialized. I had concerns about the Dillingham thing too, and he's a young coach. So, bottom line, I think he can steady the ship. I think he'll keep his pants on. I don't think there'll be any butter knives. I don't think there'll be any mistresses. I don't think there'll be any cheating. I think it's a stabilizer. I think you can try to buy some credibility in that regard, and he'll keep you afloat. And maybe he tricks around and makes one playoff. But no, I don't think it's long-term. And I think it's okay to have a few questions. So, I don't know. I don't think that that's some overly negative take. I don't think it's overly positive. I try not to go crazy on coaching hires in college. We'll get some of your phone calls. 248-539-9797. It's 97.1. Straight to the people. We'll get to the Lions at 5 o'clock. Just a little Kyle Whittingham discussion. I think there's good. I think there's some red flags. Again, considering the position you're in, it's fine enough. But it's a weird thing. And again, I think he's done comprehensively. I mean, I don't want to overshoot the moon here, but he's been one of the 10 or 12 best coaches in football the last decade. The problem is he's leaving where he did it, and Michigan's a very different place. So I've given you the good, the bad. You guys tell me what you think. We'll go to Adam, 97.1. Adam, what's going on?
Hey, I think that you got a lot of things wrong, brother.
Okay.
Well, first of all, Jared Goff is the quarterback of the future. He gets his contract renewed. And I think that Willingham is going to be the best man that's been in the University of Michigan in probably 10 years.
So you think he'll be better than Jim Harbaugh?
I want to say he'll be better than Jim Harbaugh, but Jim Harbaugh won a national championship, and Whittingham is more of a by-the-pieces kind of coach, man. So he'll be fine, and Jared Goff will be fine too, man. We got to get him re-upped, and we got to get some guys off our roster that we don't need on our roster, and we need to get some offensive linemen, like you said before. I agree with most of the things you said.
Okay. All right, Adam. That sounds great. Adam, I don't know what you might be listening to a different show. And second of all, like if you think Whittingham's the best guy you're going to have in a decade, say it with your chest. But like then I go, okay, so he's better than Harbaugh, and you're like, I mean, what? Let's just have a do-over, shall we? We'll try this again. We're going to go to Chris and see if we can get more coherent thoughts. Hello, Chris.
Hey, Mike. Mike, I think you got a lot of things right, brother. And I don't even agree with you most of the time.
Okay, but, we'll start there.
Yeah, it's almost like I was telling my wife, you're reading all the text messages I was sending all my buddies when they announced the new coach, Whittingham. Hey, great guy, great history, but the dude's 67 years old. I just see us doing this all over again in 2 to 3 years, and it's just perplexing to me. I hope I'm wrong, and I'm not trying to be a Debbie Downer, but it puzzles me.
No, look, the things I like is he will speak to the soul of a Wolverine fan. Is he expects hard-nosed football. He expects physicality. He demands a running game. But again, you got to be careful with that. And all jokes about cheating and all that crap. You know, to win playing that brand of ball, you've got to have the best defense. You got to have a Joe Moore award-winning line. It's hard to do that. You see the way football's being played now. It looks a lot different. Is Kyle willing to alter some of that? Because let's face it, Bryce Underwood could be anything. Bryce could be unbelievable. I don't know. Now, obviously, year one, year one, not unbelievable. I also think it's time they start to you don't want to make your program all about one player, but I do think they need to tailor a scheme to this kid's abilities. I just don't think I-form with 700 tight ends on the field is it.
Yeah, and think about as successful as Harbaugh was. It took him a while. He took the job, he was 50, 49? Yeah. I mean, as good as he was, it took him a while. And
hey, if Michigan
had time with him.
And here's the other thing. I always fear it. It doesn't mean Whittingham can't change his views or change how he is. Chris, if you're not hip to NIL and you don't want to spend it to make it, you're dead in the water. So they're going to have to kind of, and I would assume those conversations have happened. Hey, you want this job,
I agree.
Buddy, you got to be ready. We got to spend and we got to go.
Absolutely.
All right. Hey, Chris, I appreciate it. Thank you for coherent thoughts. I appreciate it, buddy. We're off to a rough start there. Let's go to our man. I want to holiday wishes. Bishop has joined us. He has seen the bat signal in the sky of Michigan talk. Bishop, how are you?
Mike, it's not often I get to you guys, maybe once a quarter, so I figured I'd grace you twice in this holiday period. How are you, my friend?
It's a blessing. How are you this holiday season?
I'm doing good, man. Adam was like still in that holiday Jameson or something. I don't know.
That was tough. Bishop, we're going to pretend that call didn't happen. We're on to you and coherent thoughts.
I'll make it quick. Listen, it doesn't matter. Whittingham is a solid coach. He's a CEO that's taking over for a company that had a rocky leadership structure.
Yeah.
That's what they need right now. Listen, no one cares about, what the guy runs. He's going to hire everything he needs, and they're going to give him every dollar he needs from a capologist or whatever we call it with NIL or whatever.
A general manager.
Got it. All of that. He's going to have all of those things. He's going to have all the tools, and he'll be able to manage like a CEO. And guess what, Michael? If it only lasts for 2 or 3 years, so what? Guess what? He won't have to be forced out. He'll leave. He'll go. He'll take his money.
Yeah.
He'll go play with his grandchildren. What people are leaving out here, Mikey, is listen, Ward Manuel's hands are still on this. You're going to have to get to a point where a really long-term hire, if there is such a thing nowadays, is going to have to not include Ward Manuel,
Agreed.
Michael.
I think this bought you time. See, you and I actually agree on this. I think it buys you time, and it buys you credibility because, and I know I made some jokes, and I hope that didn't offend you, but like, this guy is not going to get caught with his pants down. It's going to be peace and quiet.
Listen, it is. I got to pose this one question. You need to go ahead and address it before the break.
Yeah, sure.
We are due for a crash in the college sports market that's akin to the, what does he call it, variable mortgage market right back in 08, 09.
Okay.
And that is the delta between college salaries, if you want to call it that, and NFL minimums are going to meet at some point.
They have to.
And then we're going to have a correction. Michael, you're going to have to tell us when this is going to happen because right now no one recognizes college basketball. No one recognizes college football. The ruling came out now with some guy in a clown suit saying, yeah, if you don't play for the NBA, then you can't come back. But if you play in Europe, all that, crap. Michael, you have to address this.
There's nothing I can.
Mike, what's the next iteration of college sports? I'm going to let you go. I'll take it off the air. Thank you.
You got it.
Here, buddy.
Bishop, appreciate you, brother. And again, I encourage you, if you haven't seen it, John Calipari, you could love him, hate him, or not care about him. 7 minutes of fury mocking the NCAA for this James Njang or whatever his name is, this whole situation with Baylor. As far as what you're saying is like, when will that delta meet? Look, I've often said this. It's an absurdity. You have college quarterbacks making more than guys who were drafted in the second round of the NFL draft. It's an absurdity. When will that change? Well, you need unionization. You need collective bargaining. You need contracts. How will we arrive there? Well, that's when we reach full Thanos phase and private equity gets involved and they go, hey, we know you're making a lot of money right now, but you can make even more. I think you will see a separation from the NCAA. You will have 32 teams like the NFL, maybe 48 teams, and it'll be a super league. It'll be collectively bargained. There will be playoffs. There will be contracts. It will basically be government cheese NFL football. Salary slotting, all of it. That's to try and believe me, Bishop, if you're still listening, I would never claim to know when it's going to happen or that I'll even be right about how. I'm giving you my best guess and talking to a lot of people and trying to forecast from the hurricane of chaos that we're in to what it looks like afterwards. But they're going to expand this playoff again. Why? Not for stewardship of the game, for money. But look, when backups, when guys who are just rotational players on college basketball teams are making $500,000, you've lost the plot. College football, I mean, you're talking right now, the transfer portal market. Let me ask you this question. Now, I'm a goofball because I watch a ton. This is what I do for a living. Hollywood Smothers, kid for NC State, really good running back. No, he ain't Adrian Peterson now. Like, he's not Saquon at Penn State, but Hollywood Smothers is a nice running back. He will set the NIL market $1.2 million. You're paying $1.2 million for a college running back. What? Offensive lineman, defensive line. You want an edge rusher, like an elite edge? $2 million. You want the top end of the quarterback market? I mean, no jokes about Bryce Underwood. Sam Levitt might get more than Bryce. I'm with Bishop in we have totally lost the plot.
I think the plot, I mean, I agree with you in terms of the money because the money is just ridiculous. But And I believe it was Utah, to kind of full circle this conversation here. Wasn't it Utah last year who had a quarterback and a running back bail out in week 4 because they had a week 5 deadline?
Yeah.
And then he sued over like $80K or something?
I think so. Yeah.
That's what gets me is it is not only it's greed is an understatement at the end of the day. I don't know what's going on. People feel way too entitled. I think it's way worse in college football than it is in college basketball. I feel like now college basketball might take the cake because we have former NBA players.
Well, you have midseason transfers from Europe who were drafted in the NBA in 2021. Yeah, I'd say it's probably worse there. But no, college football is equally as bad, just in different ways. And look, the money aspect of it is there's no transparency. I think people, not me, but like people would be able to embrace it more if they knew what players were making, they knew how long they had them. Like if a guy signed a contract with a school for 3 years, you can invest in that player. You're going to see their development. It'll feel enough like college football. You know what's happening, Corbin, right now though, that I don't know why it bothers me. Maybe I'm get off my lawn guy. Oh, so-and-so, we've reached a contract extension with Bibbidi Boo, and he's the highest paid receiver in Texas A&M history. And I'm like, what are we? You can't say we've re-signed him. There aren't even real contracts.
And it's mid-season. It's not like it's free agency or whatever, where you knew that they were going to be in contract negotiations.
And you're saying, oh, he's the highest paid player in the history of the school. Well, there's only been 4 years of history of NIL. It's... What do you want me to say?
It's cooked goods.
Yeah, exactly. No, so I just do think a super legal form. They'll go away from the NCAA. Private equity will be behind it. And then, I don't know. You guys can enjoy whatever it looks like. I won't be here for it. 248-539-9797. All right, you've heard the ads, lawyers bragging about verdicts like you're some kind of stuffed fish they throw on the wall. Here's the problem. You're not a number. You're a person. David Femininio, he takes it personally. You call, he answers. You call, he reps you. It's your case, your life. So if you're in a car accident, you've got one call to make. It's David Femininio, 855-65-CRASH. That's 855-65-CRASH. Or you can go online anytime at getpaid.com. This means college football. The
Yes,
disaster state that is college football. Go
yes,
ahead.
sir. So tomorrow night at 7:30 on New Year's Eve, the Final 8 begins, the quarterfinals. So let's start with that game. We have Ohio State going up against Miami. In my opinion, a very pleasing game just based off the logos alone. But Mike, in a little brief description, give us a little rundown on how you think this game's going to go.
Trench warfare. If you like front seven play, if you like elite defensive linemen and edge rushers, watch Bain, watch Arvell Reese. You're going to see a war up front. I think it'll be lower scoring, and I think it's going to be very tough sledding for both offenses. I lean Ohio State. I don't know about the point spread stuff. That looks a little much for me. I thought under 41.5 if you care about crap like that. But if you're looking, you want to nerd out on draftable defensive linemen, defensive players, Caleb Downs, Bolt Styles. Dude, there's probably 5 first-round picks in the front in this game.
So let's now go on to the games that will be played in 2026. Happy New Year out there to everybody. Let's start with the noon game. My Oregon Ducks going up against the Texas Tech Red Raiders. Mike, we'll pass it over to you right now.
All right. Well, if you haven't watched what $7 million buys you, you could take a look at the front four of Texas Tech. But I think it's a Dante Moore spot here. It's an elite defensive line he's facing. Tech does not let you run the football. That means, all right, Dante, it's on you. And I think this is a make or break game as far as Dante going pro or not. If he shows out and puts 30 on Texas Tech and looks good in the face of one-dimensional football and he's making all the throws, you could see Dante Moore be the number 1 pick in the NFL draft. And if it goes poorly and they go home, you could see him come back to school. Either way, he's going to get a great paycheck. It doesn't really matter.
I agree with you on both ends there. A little fun tidbit. I don't know exactly what the figures look like, but I think between these two teams, it is the most in terms of how much they've paid in NIL and the transfer portal, all that and whatnot.
Yeah, I believe that. I mean, the numbers you heard kicked around are that Texas had a $40 million roster. You know, Tech, I just said it, they spent $7 million on 4 defensive linemen. You got to pay to play or you're never getting to this level.
So with that being said, because everyone in sports in general, but obviously in college now, say you have to pay to win, do you see the national champion coming out of this game?
No.
Well, let's go.
Sorry, buddy.
No. As an Oregon fan, I feel the same way. No. Let's move into now the 4:00 game, which is the coveted Rose Bowl. Imagine telling yourself this 5 years ago. It'd be a 1-seed Indiana going up against a 9-seed Alabama.
How about that Indiana would be favored by 7 over the Crimson Tide? I love Indiana in this game.
Heads would roll, and I agree with you on that. I'm not too sold on Alabama. Obviously, they had a comeback win against Oklahoma in their previous game, but Indiana, they're clicking on all cylinders. I still pinch myself saying it, but Indiana is a force to be reckoned with.
Well, here's the other thing. Bama can't run the ball and doesn't really stop the run, and their pass pro is very spotty. So you go up against an Indiana team that gave Julian Sayin a reality check. I think they'll do the same thing to Ty Simpson. And for Indiana, their defense, when you look at the zone that they play, most people consider zone defense a very soft way of playing defense. It's not for them. They are always in the right spot. They are physical within the zone, and they hit. And they are a nightmare to deal with, and they don't let you run the ball. I love Indiana in this spot.
Would you say is Indiana the favorite in your eyes to win it all?
Yes.
Okay.
I'm not saying they will, but are they the favorite? Yeah.
Let's move on now to an all-SEC matchup for the All-State Sugar Bowl being played at 8 p.m. on January 1st.
Already seen this game.
We have Georgia versus Ole Miss. I bet Lane Kiffin will be watching, so he'll probably be in the booth with that brown leather jacket that I had mentioned yesterday during the show.
All right.
Mike, what are your thoughts on this? And because obviously it's SEC, the narrative is they can't really get over the hump in this playoff against Big Ten teams. Can a national champion competitor or winner come out of this?
Yeah, Georgia. People don't realize it. Go look at Georgia in their big games. They dropped a bomb on Texas. They had a huge comeback against Ole Miss and shut Ole Miss down for about 10 total yards in the whole fourth quarter. Georgia's defense, they take about a quarter and a half, and then the old Delta headset gets up on there, and they really lock in. Their running game's a non-negotiable. It's all about Gunnar Stockton. Can Gunnar Stockton give you enough Stetson Bennett to get you where you need to go? They will win this game. I don't know. It might go over 55.5. You like points, this might be your huckleberry. But Georgia's the one to me. Because I'll tell you, the next week, when they play the winner of Miami, Ohio State, give me Georgia in the points.
I probably would agree with that, no matter whoever comes out of that game in the Cotton Bowl tomorrow. So a little rapid fire before we have to wrap this up here. Let's go through each team that you think is going to win, and we'll see how the bracket flows out for the rest of the way for you, Mike.
Okay.
Oregon, Texas. Texas Tech.
I'm rooting for the Red Raiders, but for the sake of accuracy, give me Oregon.
Alabama, Indiana.
Indiana.
All right, let's see who will go to the championship game in that. Will Oregon pull off the comeback revenge game against Indiana?
No.
No? All right, Indiana moves on to the title game. Ole Miss, Georgia.
Georgia.
Ohio State, Miami.
Ohio State.
I'm assuming you're taking Georgia over Ohio State.
I'm going to take Georgia.
So Indiana versus Georgia. Who is the national champion on January 19th?
Georgia. There's something about this Georgia team. I don't know why. They're like zombie bulldogs. Give me Georgia.
All righty, ladies.
It kills me. I want Indiana to win it. I think Cignetti's a beautiful psychopath.
That is the Football Today.
The Pistons take on the Lakers in L.A. as their 5-game road trip comes to a close. Karis LeVert has been downgraded to out for Detroit. 26-point-per-game scorer Austin Reeves is also missing for L.A. tonight. Hear the 10:30 tip right here on 97.1. Red Wings coach Tom McClellan thought James Van Riemsdyk looked good in practice today. Sounds like he'll play tomorrow. Patrick Kane is also looking forward to his second game back from injury. The Athletic listed a player that every team should target at the trade deadline. They paired the Wings with current Blues defenseman Justin Falk. Quote, he will be a playoff-ready second-pair option so Detroit can shelter Axel Sandin Pellikka a bit if the Red Wings make the postseason, end quote. Lions QB Jared Goff does not think ex-center Frank Ragnow is interested in returning to the field next season. Lomas Brown will also not be a part of the 2026 Hall of Fame class. Michigan football plays Texas tomorrow in the Citrus Bowl. Interim coach Biff Poggi said they'll likely have 12 to 15 players out between injuries and others deciding not to play. NCAA President Charlie Baker said today they will not grant eligibility to any student athlete who signed an NBA contract in the past. At the Cornwall Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. More at 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Well, that was Dan Campbell. And we're going to get your Whittingham calls as well. But for the 5 o'clock audience, that was Dan Campbell on the morning show. And that's more than just vote of confidence for your quarterback. That was like gushing. That's, I'm going down with the ship. That's Jared Goff's going to be here as long as I'm here. So we've asked a question that some of you have responded to. And it's open-ended. This is not the day part that gets upset at you if you're angry at your teams or a player. I leave that for other shows. I actually prefer fans have passion. My point is 2/3 of the town likes Jared Goff and 1/3 wants him gone. Well, he's here. So let's deal in reality. He's going to be here well past 2028. Are you going to win a Super Bowl with him? And also, listen, the question becomes, okay, if we're going to restructure and we're going to keep him here for a long time, because they have to, they can't have a cap hit of $70 million. It's pretty clear what they got to do, right? They need an elite offensive coordinator, and they need somehow to rebuild this offensive line. Because without those two things, that's the Jared Goff you fell in love with. He was created by Ben Johnson and elite O-line. And even if you want to predate that, he was created by Sean McVay and an elite offensive line. Jared Goff does not exist in situations that don't provide those things. That's not slander. He's the last of the Mohicans. Outside of Aaron Rodgers and Matthew Stafford, who are, 7 and 10 years older than him, he's the last pocket passer in the league, the last immobile guy. He has to have those things in the same way they have to have those things. That's the deal you're making. So where do you stand knowing he's here for 4 more years? And where do you stand knowing the Super Bowl's the goal, and yet many don't have the confidence he'll be able to get that done? So that's available along with Kyle Whittingham. And I gave you the pitch. Multiple things can be true. You know how I approach hirings in college. I don't do the gushing over much because the reality is hires that are popular bomb, hires that are made fun of end up legendary. I never understand hiring somebody with no familiarity to the geography, no familiarity to the conference, no familiarity to the school or rivals. I don't. I didn't get it with Jonathan Smith. Why am I going to say I get it here? The second note is, on the flip side, Kyle Whittingham's been one of the 12 best coaches in the country probably over the last decade. Did a fabulous job at Utah. But this isn't the Pac-12 or the Big 12. And I wonder about a guy who'll be 67 during the season, who stepped down at Utah. And look, if you follow Utah football and you do some reading, Not everybody wanted Kyle Whittingham around much longer. Old school, physical, toughness. Just got done bragging about his run game. The only people who ran for more than us are the service academies. And it's like, all right, you have a $15 million quarterback. You may want to reel that back in a little bit. His comments about OSU, I'm not going to kill him for it, but it's like you never want to hear that. Oh, I guess we really hate those guys, don't we? Yeah. Yes, Kyle. They do. I thought it was strange. In a time where it's about a young man's game, it's about aggression, it's about verticality, it's about NIL. These are all things that he's not about. But what it does buy you is he's going to keep his pants on. There won't be any butter knives, mistresses, chaos, rental car services, or problems. By all accounts, Kyle Whittingham has been nothing short of a gentleman. So, 67 years old during the season. Is he here for 10 years? No. Is he here for 5? I don't think so. So here you are. You buy some time. You buy stability. Maybe he can get you to a playoff. But it just, obviously, the parameters that I would have wanted, and I'm not going to do what other people do. I'm not going to, well, this guy was the perfect choice. Oh, well, then why wasn't he the guy hired? Why wasn't he the guy top of the list early? Give me a break. You DeBoer, Fish, Drinkwitz, Dillingham, you ended up here. And maybe it works. But I'm not going cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs, and I'm not going to pan it either. It's strange. I think it's okay to say that. So that's it. We've got Goff. We got Whittingham. Away we go. That seems fair. Let's go to Joe. He's been very patient. Joe, what's going on, brother? How you doing?
Mike, Happy New Year.
Happy New Year to you, pal.
On the way home, you guys are the best, man. It makes my drive home a lot easier. I can tell you that.
That's the design of it.
I'll make it short with you. Number one, Whittingham, I think that was just the Band-Aid. They wanted to make sure, bring a guy in, no skeletons in the closet, no more problems at Michigan, let everything calm down, and then in a few years they'll find somebody else. I don't think he's going to be there, obviously, long term.
I'm with you.
Number two, when it comes to Jared Goff, I'm a Lions fan. I'm 55. I've been a Lions fan since I was a kid. How many quarterbacks I've seen go through is nuts. But Jared Goff, I'm not a fan of him either. I wasn't happy when we picked him up. Okay, because if he was so good, why didn't the Rams keep him? And they trade him for they get an old guy like Stafford washed up and they win a Super Bowl. So he must have knew something, McVay. Okay, now that being said, I agree with you. We're stuck with Goff now. There's nothing we can do about it. But I always say this for years. I think quarterbacks sometimes are just overrated. I think you can win Super Bowls. Can you name the coach that won 3 Super Bowls with 3 different quarterbacks? And I'll tell you what, not one of those quarterbacks is in the Hall of Fame. Can you name him?
Name the hold on. We got a little trivia hour now. The coach who won a Super Bowl with 3 different quarterbacks.
Yeah, he's the only coach to do it.
Only coach.
Most great coaches won with the same quarterback. Bradshaw with Noel. You got Brady with
now.
Belichick.
Go ahead. For the sake of time, who was it? Because I think it's a hell of a good question.
Joe Gibbs.
Oh, Doug Williams, Joe Theismann, and Mark Rippon.
Jay Schrader.
Oh, you're right. Yes. Yeah.
So,
no, that's a good one.
So there you go. And I'm a Lions fan, but I always admired, because I played line in school and stuff, and I'll tell you what, I always admired, no matter what, Gibbs had a great offensive line and a decent defensive line. He controlled the line of scrimmage. He had a washed-up fullback with John Riggins, and he led the league in rushing over Walter Payton and Eric Dickerson. You know what I mean?
But Joe, this is the whole thing. You can win a Super Bowl with Jared Goff, pal. You can. The issue is they have so much work to do to get it back there. They need an elite offensive coordinator.
Right, I agree. I'm not a GM, but they got offensive line to me has always been important, and I think for any team to stay in football, and I'm going to throw this out there, and it's going to make a lot of Lion fans upset. But Dan Campbell, he's not a rocket scientist. He's a rah guy, but X's and O's, I'd take just 5 other coaches over him any day. I think people are just in love with him because he's a nice guy. He's rah. He's a big guy.
Well, how about this? There's a middle ground. Well, I don't think he's Andy Reid. I also don't think he's Pete Carroll, some gum-chewing idiot. I think Dan Campbell has ideas about offense. I think Dan Campbell understands offense. I just don't think he can be the CEO and the play caller. That's a very rare skill. All right? Andy Reid has mastered it. Sean McVay has mastered it. Kyle Shanahan has near mastered it, hasn't won the Super Bowl, has had the lead twice in the fourth quarter. It's very difficult to do. I think I like Dan Campbell as the CEO of this team. Having major thoughts about the offense, yes, but he needs an offensive coordinator. This team needs better coordinators. You had 2 new coordinators, 8 new coaches. It didn't work. The quality slipped big time. Part of that's on him. He made those hires. But you can win with Goff. But they need a better OC, and they have got to throw the weight of the world into fixing that O-line. Because I do believe Decker's retiring, and I do believe Graham Glasgow's retiring. And I that is a lot to ask to fix in 1 year. Not to be average, not to be serviceable, not even to be pretty good. I think Jared Goff requires a great O-line. That's the deal you're making with him. 248-539-9797. Go ahead, Corbin, real quick.
I agree with everything you say there, and I think that as much as the O-line needs to be fixed and adjusted quickly, I believe the offensive coordinator is the first thing you have to nail down. I wasn't a fan of Morton when that got announced. Obviously, we all know how that happened. And Dan Campbell, as much as a smart NFL mind that he is, he's not a good. I'm not sold on him as being the play caller.
No, he's not.
And clearly that showed as well.
No, because here's what happens. People go, well, we scored points. And it's like, right, but okay. In big moments, forget about bludgeoning bad teams. In the big moments, how'd the offense look with Dan Campbell calling it 3 and out, 3 and out, 3 and out at the Rams, and the game got away from you? How did the offense look in Philly? How did the offense look against Minnesota? How did we were in it against Pittsburgh after the game had slipped away and you had 5 empty drives. No, I'm with you on that. They need outside voices. They have too many people that are inside the 4 walls of their own area. Well, he was here in 22. Hire him. Well, he was here on staff last year. Hire him. No.
It's funny you bring that up because I had told Kenny yesterday during the show, I fear that they're going to get some outsiders, but when you peel back the onion layers a little bit, it'll be like, oh, Dan Campbell worked with him in this year a while back. Oh, he's a good friend. They were friends on Facebook back in 2009.
And let me be fair. That is how a lot of hirings go. My whole point when I brought up Brian Flores is he doesn't have a contract next year. You can hurt your rival and help yourself. Yeah. And that's not a shot at Kelvin Shepard. I'm just making a case. If you offer Brian Flores or Kelvin Shepard to any team in the league, no one's taking Shepard. They're all taking Flores. I'm open to just about everything this offseason, but they have to get elite coordinators. Like when Philly went out and they knew, hey, we messed up. They went and got Vic Fangio. That guy's a Hall of Famer. That's what you need to do. You messed up. Now let's go fix it. 97.1. Straight to the people. Ken is out in GR, and he's up next. 97.1. Kenny, what's good, buddy?
Hey, how are you, Mikey B?
Good, Kenny. What's on your mind?
First time, long time, 155. Oh, this is not Dan Patrick stuff. Anyways, I agree with the other caller. It's a Band-Aid.
Okay.
But I do like it. I mean, what else are we going to do? Manuel needs to go. They should have just cleaned house up front, which does not make any sense to me. Let's just clean slate everything. It's not worth it, right? But cheaters are cheaters, and I am a Michigan fan. So, but I've never cheated on my wife, so I do good on that.
Well, you've passed the Sharon test. All right. No,
Yeah,
Ken, here's the deal. He's a respectful guy. He's a damn good football coach. But the concerns about leaving a place you were at your whole life to an unfamiliar part of the country, you don't know the rivalries, you don't know the school, that's always a concern. I don't care what school does it. If Ohio State made the same hire, I'd say the same thing. It can work. But I wonder about hiring someone who's approaching 70. That just doesn't fit today's game.
No, definitely not. But then you hear Nick Saban's comments. I'm 74. Like, all right, you're not Nick Saban.
Yeah, and you're also on TV with hair dye.
Right.
Like, I mean, come on.
Yeah, no, I mean, and his wife's dressing him. So
Yeah, there you go.
I totally get that. And my other comment was, I am concerned about the Lions, and I do think we need to do a little more and actually focus a little more on the future. Like you said, Branch is broke. You never know how they come back. Kirby Joseph, I've read stories about him. I think he's got more problems than people even know about. And so I do think we got a lot more concerns, and I do think we drafted a quarterback. Might as well use a 5th or 6th round pick. Don't go up and get one. I mean, but still, got to do something.
Well, Ken, here's your problem, and I appreciate it, Kenny. Here's your problem. The whole using a late round pick to find a Brock Purdy, it's a myth. It's a myth. It happens accidentally once a generation. After Russell Wilson happened or Tom Brady happened, everyone, and you know what happens? There's 100 guys for every one you find. If you're going to get a quarterback, you do it in the first round, or you don't do it at all. And they're not doing it because what Dan Campbell said today, they're not in like, they're in love. So now it's restructure the contract, save the cap space. You're going to be stuck with him longer, and they've got to throw the weight of the world behind fixing this O-line. And what that looks like, what they do. I mean, if you called up today and you're like, listen, I'm going to restructure his deal. I'm going to restructure Amon-Ra. I'm going to get rid of David Montgomery. I'm going to trade Aleem McNeil. We're going to create $70 million in cap space. Oh, okay, fine. Just hear me out. If you then said, all right, with the $70 million, we're going to go out and get Linderbaum from Baltimore and pay him $20 a year as the highest paid center in football. He's an all-pro. Okay. Then we're going to use our first-round draft pick. We're going to take one of the tackles out of Utah. Oh, okay. Like you can pathway it. Doesn't mean it's going to work, but you can do it. Go ahead, Corbin.
Question for you, and let's take the money aside because obviously the cap hit heading into next year, if it's not restructured,
70.
is ginormous. If he is showing that he is in love with Goff and the honeymoon phase has not died out yet, what would it take in your mind, if you were Dan Campbell, for the honeymoon phase to start? You see the true colors of the person you're with.
Well, certainly not making the playoffs next year. Or Goff continues in these big spots to just not perform. I mean, again, when I consider the game at Philly a big spot, I consider the game at Kansas City a big spot. Minnesota with your season on the line, big spot. The Ram game, awful in these games. The playoff game last year off the bye week, awful. You can't have that over the course of 3 seasons. Now, it's been 2. The elimination games the last 2, and primarily anytime they played a team with a pulse this year. If that repeats next year, I don't think you have a leg to stand on to speak the way he spoke about his quarterback. But in fairness to Jared Goff, because I'll continue to say it, you can win with it. They have to give to Goff what he needs in order for him to give them what they need. he needs a real offensive coordinator, and he needs an elite O-line. That's the beginning, middle, and end to me. Then you can get into the defense and all that, but I still believe hiring a great defensive coordinator, man, Philly showed you what it can look like. But you have to be willing to draft those players, sign those players. They have got – look, Brad's drafts the last 2 years, guys, it's not even an opinion. Just go look at them. The drafts the last 2 years have been primarily terrible. Is what it is. Terrion Arnold, when he plays, is whatever. And then when he doesn't play, well, Rakestraw. Rakestraw's not even a real person. I mean, it's ridiculous. Wingo? Sure. Manu? Whatever. Start to look at it. Now, if you want to hold up Tyleik Williams and Rutledge as the two success stories, go for it. But, is it? Go ahead. Name a play that Williams made this year where you go, damn, that was big time. Go ahead. Rutledge held his own as a rookie, but I don't think anyone's mistaking him for the next Alan Faneca. So when you start to look over a 2-year period, you go, uh-oh. Then you go, we gave up 3 third-round picks for a receiver who's got 8 catches, 5 of which are touchdowns, but fine. You get my point here. There's a lot that needs to happen to build a depth base. You're not just going to easily replace, you've already seen this, Frank Ragnow. You're not going to easily replace Taylor Decker. Taylor Decker, not Sewell, was your best lineman this year. So there's a lot that needs to happen. But they're going down the road with Goff. So here's the pathway they need to follow. No? Upset by that?
No. I believe you, and I agree with you with a lot of it. It's just, and it goes back to what some caller is, and I apologize for forgetting your name, that when he called in earlier and said that there's only a handful of quarterbacks that you can win, and Goff is one of them. It just sucks that they have, I guess, put money where, and you have to give money to the star players like Amon-Ra and all the other guys, but it just sucks because it's wide receiver is a position where I feel like you can easily kind of re-up every other few years.
Yeah, but not with Jared Goff, you can't. He needs stud wide. This is the thing. He could never function and do, oh God, I hope Rico has his pants on. He could never do what Purdy's doing this year, where you can't name the receivers. And George Kittle's dead. And Ayuk never played. And Jennings is hurt again. And Pearsall's a ghost. But there he is. No Trent Williams? No problem. I sound like the guy, the dad in Home Alone 2. Credit card? You got it. He couldn't do that. So you don't get a choice. He can be really good, but he's got to have the best everything.
And that's the thing as well, and it ties back to the arrogance of the front office to where and I know that Dan Campbell said this, but we all know that Brad agreed. You can't go on and say, oh, we're good. And then what the thing I have to look back on, I would love to know what week that was that he said that and what the record was afterwards. It wasn't a lot of wins. I know that.
Correct. Let's go to Phil, 97.1. Phil, what's going on, buddy?
What's up, bro? Merry Christmas, Happy New Year.
Same to you, sir.
Hey, man, look, after hearing that, especially with Dan Campbell, they're not going to fix anything because they don't think anything's wrong. That's what it comes down to. I think they feel like they're good. This is great. Nothing's wrong. And we are the stars of the show. And my question to you is, you're the stat man. I'm not, man. I just watch for fun.
Sure.
Have you ever seen a team so freaking arrogant that has never really won anything big in your life, or a city that just lets it go?
Yes, the Detroit Tigers.
No, okay, well, great, even better. I listen. I was driving down the freeway the other day, and I saw a billboard, and I think it's put out by the Lions organization that said "robbed."
No, they didn't put that out there. No, I know about the billboard, but no, I know.
I got to know who did. I would have did. It's ridiculous, but that's I think the mentality of the city, the organization. We got to get on track for winning, and I think hearing that's like, no, we're good. We got Jared Goff.
Yeah,
we're fine. This is great. This is the best. We're the greatest, everybody.
And Phil, listen, I want to be clear too, because I don't want people to think you're being unfair or I'm being unfair. No, Dan Campbell was never going to go out and trash his quarterback. That's not it. There was a way to be PC about it, and then there's that love letter. So no.
He gushed over it.
Oh yeah, they love Jared Goff. So okay, to the people who don't love Goff, they're telling you where you can stick it. So now the question becomes: all right, this is our guy. How do we get this to where we can win a Super Bowl? Because I'm with you, Phil. I don't care about winning games. I don't care about stats. I care about winning championships. That's it.
Bring a Super Bowl to the city, bro. That's what we want. That's what everybody wants. You know what this reminds me of? And you're a Rocky guy. You love Rocky. I know you do.
Yeah.
Rocky 3. Rocky 3. You know when he's beating up all those little wimpy fighters, but then a real hungry dog comes and knocks him out.
Yes.
That's what it's all about. It's like they don't know. They think they're the greatest.
That's right. They're up in their mansion with their little robot bartender. No, I know. Phil, the teams here, you're right. There's an arrogance to them. I mean, like, my God. The Tigers think they're the 1927 New York Yankees. It's like, fellas, you didn't win the division. You haven't won a World Series in 42 years. Like, it's take a little step back. A little bit. 248-539-9797. We'll get more of your calls. We got a little football today coming up. Who the hell's next?
Rieger.
Oh, fantastic. 97.1.
Yes, I do have something in store for us today. Obviously, Week 18 is right around the corner, and then after that, the playoffs.
Thank
and
God.
Since the playoff picture is almost complete, or the bracket, I should say, let's go from team to team, from conference to conference, and see who's legit and who's not.
Okay.
So let's start with the AFC, shall we? I'm gonna start off with the two teams where there is not a divisional champion yet: the Steelers and Ravens. Do any of those teams stick out to you?
Neither are legit. I think, look, the winner-take-all games are fun because of what's on the line, but it's the same as Panthers and Bucks. These teams are complete pretenders. They're woefully flawed. We don't have enough time to go through the reasons, but I am saying neither of those are contenders.
I agree with that. I also have been seeing a lot of scuttlebutt around social media of saying that maybe if Lamar comes back, watch out, the Ravens will be scary. No. I don't see it at all.
No, because he stinks. Here's what I would tell you. I think 3 of the 4 teams with a loss would blow out the current regime. I think Todd Bowles is a dead man walking. I think Tomlin and company, this could finally be the moment that he goes. And conversely, if the Ravens lose, it doesn't sound like things are going real well between John Harbaugh and their franchise QB.
Let's move on right now to another division that doesn't have a champion yet. That will be decided this upcoming weekend. The AFC South, we have the Jacksonville Jaguars and the Houston Texans. What about those two?
Texans, yes. The Texans remind me a lot of the 07 Giants. That defense can carry them to a Super Bowl. C.J. Stroud's a good enough quarterback, albeit the offense is limited. I think the Texans are by far and away the one team nobody wants to see, AFC or NFC. Look, the Jags, it's fun, but they live on turnovers. It's very similar to the Bears. You can't live on turnovers. If they're not +2 in the turnover margin, they don't function.
I agree with you with the Texans right there. I think that they are the scariest team, and with a lot of the other teams having some inexperienced quarterbacks like the Broncos and Patriots, watch out for them. And they're a team that, with this window, it's been a weird one, but they want to get it done, so I could see them doing it, and I agree with everything you said about the Jaguars.
Now, you realize the fact that we both like them, we've just killed them off Wild Card Weekend, right? You recognize that.
Let's hope not, because if they are playing in the Wild Card Weekend, which they most likely will, they would either have to go against the Steelers or the Chargers, and I think that they can win both of those games.
The Chargers and Patriots were my darlings preseason. The only reason I don't believe the Chargers are legit is the O-line. Harbaugh has done a fabulous job. I love Justin Herbert. That's a top 5 defense. But the loss of Joe Alt, the loss of Rashawn Slater, if you can't protect at a high level, you're going to have a hard time. They're just limited enough offensively. I can't go there.
So let's add on to that, because you mentioned them, obviously, the New England Patriots, the AFC East champions.
They're a contender. I just don't think they'll get it done. But could I see Drake May doing what Tannehill did for Vrabel in 2018 and get to the AFC title game? Yeah, I could see it.
So I do have a team I want to save, and we'll obviously talk about them last for the AFC. But let's start next with in the Mile High City, the Denver Broncos, who seem to be the number 1 seed if things go their way.
Elite pass rush, elite front 7. I don't trust Bo Nix. And Bo Nix has had a very up and down year, and now he's on another downturn. You don't have good quarterback play, you're not going to a Super Bowl. I'm going to say no to Denver.
Their defense is very stout, and I think I know where you're going to answer. I think I'll agree with you on this. Would you take the Texans' defense to carry them more so than the Broncos when the Broncos have a little bit of a better offense?
I would. Yeah, that combination of Danielle Hunter and Will Anderson is satanic. It's ridiculous.
So let's move on now to what seems to be the 7th seed in the AFC, and a team that a lot of people is rooting for because of their quarterback and thinks that this is his best shot at getting a Super Bowl title, the Buffalo Bills.
They're real. They're real. They'll break people's hearts again, but they're real. Look, the problem for the Bills, it always comes back to this. They don't have a number 1 wide receiver, and in the penultimate moment where they need a stop, they don't get it. It's just it's an Achilles heel, but they have Superman. They have a quarterback. Look, I saw Joe Flacco have the greatest postseason ever, 11 touchdowns, no picks, and he got $100 million out of it. If Joe Flacco can do it, Josh Allen can do it. Allen could carry a team with his greatness to a Super Bowl. I will say yes to them.
If Bills don't get it done, do you think Sean McDermott should get shot out of a cannon?
Yeah, because he's a bum. I wanted Sean McDermott gone when he employed Leslie Frazier, willingly. Yes.
So let's move on now to the NFC. Let's start with, obviously, like we did with the AFC North, since there's not a champion yet there. Let's go to the NFC South. Panthers or the Buccaneers?
The Buccaneers watched Liam Cohen and Dave Canales walk out of their building so they could employ a pumpkin in a turtleneck in Todd Bowles. Gone. Get out. Get this team away. Save my guy Baker. He's being dragged down by this franchise. No, neither are contenders. And the Panthers, please, how long are we going to do this? They look good, they look bad, they look good, they look bad. I'm not doing it.
Yeah, for that reason alone, I hope they don't make it, and I'm a big Baker guy as well. Let's move right on here to the certified 7 seed, the Green Bay Packers.
No Parsons, no chance. He's their version of Lawrence Taylor, J.J. Watt, Aaron Donald, you name it. The loss of him completely changed their season. Also, the loss of Wyatt. You can still be a good team, but injuries can take away your ability to be a great team. I can't get there with them.
Let's move on now to the NFC North champions. We have the Chicago Bears.
Nope. What did I say about Jacksonville? They
Turnovers.
live on turnovers. You can't, as a part of your game plan, chart out being +2 or +3 in the turnover margin. You can't. Once a generation, a team does this. Like, I think it was the might have been not the Greatest Show on Turf, the original one, but when it might have been the original. It was Rams-Titans Super Bowl that year. They had Mike Jones as a linebacker, led the league in turnovers, lived on turnovers, and they got it done. But I'm never going to back a team that requires that. What did you see the other night? If they didn't turn over the Niners, they couldn't stop them. Can't do it. No.
Let's move on now to the NFC East champions. First time that an NFC East team has won back-to-back titles in a long time. The Philadelphia Eagles.
No. Jalen Hurts, 0 for 7. He's had 2 games this year in the second half. He hasn't completed a pass, and they've won. The defense is good enough. That offense is so broken. If you want me to say yes based on championship DNA, based on who they've been, maybe they've been bored, they get Lane Johnson back, I'll say yes for those reasons. But nothing I'm watching offensively has changed. It's broken.
See, and I think that the point that you just made trumps all that. Their offense is just not there. It hasn't been all season, in my personal opinion, and that's why, to tie it back to the Lions, made that loss a little bit even more insufferable.
Yeah, because they lost a real coordinator in Kellen Moore, and they ended up with Pete Petullo, or whatever his name is. The guy stinks.
So now we have 3 more teams to touch base on, all come out of the NFC West, and obviously a lot of people think that the champion will come out of that division. Let's start with the, as of right now, certified 6 seed, Los Angeles Rams.
Yes, they'll get Adams back. I love McVay. Stafford's your MVP. Yes, I understand. They've lost a couple in a row here. They're still the best team in football to me. And I don't think the seeding matters. They'll go on the road in week 1 and get it done against whatever garbage can they play from the NFC South. Yes, the Rams are an absolute certifiable Super Bowl team.
Cue up Rico's moan, the San Francisco 49ers.
No, it's a great story. It is. It's a great organization, but no. Again, they don't stop anybody. They don't run the ball real well. I just can't find my way there. Name the receivers unless you're an NFL nerd. No. So they've had a fun last play schedule. I'm going to say no to it.
I agree with you on that right there. Their defense is way too depleted for my liking.
Don't ask me the next one.
And finally, your
Don't ask me
boy,
the next one.
Gingy,
Nope.
Seattle Seahawks.
No. Yes, but no. And no, but yes. My bias is you're never winning a big game with Sam Darnold. The rest of the team makes sense. McDonald's been fabulous. The defense has been excellent. They have a running game. They have a superstar in JSN, but it's Sam Darnold. But then I refer back to the rest of it, and I'm like, well, it's good enough. They go on the road and win, but it's Sam Darnold. Yes, but no, and no, but yes.
What's the punishment for you on 2 levels here? 1, if Sam Darnold leads them to a Super Bowl, and then the second, if he wins it.
I don't want to live in that world. I will fake my own death and move to Finland. I don't know. Dude, I just can't live in that. There's no way Sam Darnold's winning a Super Bowl. It's not possible.
So since we touch base on all of the teams right now, Mike, we'll end it with this. Your prediction. What is the Super Bowl matchup, and who's winning it all this year?
Give me Rams, Bills. Rams.
I like that.
I'm just sticking with the Rams based on the body of work, not the last 2 weeks. I got to believe Devontae coming back flips the whole thing for them.
Hopefully. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is NFL Today.
All right, let me get a few ticket texts. We'll let Rieger get set up. We do have to turn these lights down because his baldness is extra shiny today.
Yeah, I'm calling HR. You're not allowed to say
Hey,
that.
that's cool. This company don't even have an HR.
Just gave you that one.
Send that over to P.O. Box. We ain't got one. Corbin.
So this is about Whittingham right here. He's strictly a culture image rebuild, not Big Ten championship. Okay, they added way too many national championships. Basically, they're saying he's not a national championship head coach.
Listen, part of that is fair. And while Utah's not the minor leagues, Utah is also not a powerhouse program. Now, he's had them on the cusp of the playoff a couple of times. His record in big games against big-time opponents is not good. But he'll go to Michigan and have access to things that he hasn't had access to. The problem will always come back to he has offensive philosophies that are way, way old school. Now, that's fine. That'll speak to the soul of Michigan men. But you got a $15 million quarterback. Now, come on. You got to show me now. So there's good, there's bad. It was confusing. I'd say it about any school. You hire somebody near 70, I'm going to say the same thing.
Another ticket text about Whittingham. I feel like U of M just hired a combo of Jonathan Smith and Fitzgerald. Wouldn't feel too great as a U of M fan about him guessing he hates Ohio State now.
Yeah, you know what? You can laugh. That comment bothered me, just like when he took pride in running it like a service academy. It's like, oh boy. Okay, then.
Moving on over to some of the golf and lines texts that we had coming in. I agree. Dan Gamble needs to get over himself and return to being the CEO.
It's just about delegating. You had 2 new coordinators, 8 new coaches. The quality control fell off a cliff. Rieger, you look like you're poised to speak. You can just butt in. I know you want to.
No.
You're like quivering in excitement.
No. Listen, I have to pace myself. I have 4 hours. We're going to get you up to Pistons basketball, Michael. 10 o'clock against the Lakers. But I heard the Campbell interview today. Fine job by Costa and Stoney. That was a great interview. And Dan Campbell wanted to probably kill them both by the end of it. You hear the very end of the interview?
Yeah. All right. All good. Happy New Year. And I was like, okay, that didn't go well. Oh, you know what? Too bad. Then don't do the interview.
Jim was
what do you
hey,
think?
Coach, Happy New Year.
Then don't do the interview. Like, what do you think it's going to be after your season ended and you showed your ass in Minnesota? What are you going to talk about?
So there was a line in there, and nobody's going to talk about it. I'm not going to talk about it either, but he did tell Costa or Stoney, one of them, that they're so close. They're not as far as people think. A couple of tweaks, and they easily win 3 more games.
All right, well, they had 18 weeks. No, I do not. They had 18 weeks to tweak it. And you know what that is? That's copium. Absolutely not. He said it the whole year. Did it ever get better?
No, he did.
No.
He said, a couple things
They
there,
haven't won back-to-back games since mid-September. I don't talk about tweaks.
Now they're looking at a 4-game losing streak, potentially. And Ben Johnson, breaking news, said he's going to play everybody. They want to win on Sunday.
I hope they bury this team. Why? Draft position. That's it. There's no value in
schedule.
If I'm the Lions, I wouldn't play anybody.
Well, they're going to play everybody, but I agree.
Oh, good. Be all strong and tough. And then
Amon-Ra St. Brown's questionable. He wants to play.
Good. Play him and watch his leg snap in half and tell me how big and tough you are. There's no purpose. You are eliminated. Respect your veterans. Let them make their surgery plans. Get them out of here.
I agree.
I wouldn't play any of them.
Send them home already. They shouldn't even be practicing.
Ridiculous. Play Manu. Go ahead. Unwrap that gift. Put him at left tackle like the day he was in Cincinnati. Woo, 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 woo. Yeah, that looked great.
I don't think he's come back since.
Good.
Has he not come back because he actually was injured or he just wasn't very good?
The point is, I wouldn't play any of my starters. There's no value to it. And you're only going to get somebody hurt in 10 degrees out in the frozen tundra of Chicago. That's ridiculous.
Do you think this season, which was awful, do you think it's erased almost all of the goodwill and specialness we've had over the last 2.5 years?
No, the offseason will. If they have another, we're going to play dress up. I've got receipts, villains. Look at my jersey. No, hey, you didn't think the Tigers were going to do it, and they did.
Okay, there's a little difference, though. Hear me out for a second. Like, listen, Scott Harris is going about it the wrong way. No question about it. Him and Brad are the same. They're both arrogant, right? With that being said, Scott could always go back on, we were a game away from the ALCS. The Lions didn't make the playoffs. There's no way Brad Holmes can say, you know what? F you guys. Screw your edge. Screw your O-line. We're building it the way I want to. Like, he's got to get serious.
Show me.
I can't. We'll find
It's going to start with restructuring Goff's contract, creating more cap space.
Yeah, that probably happens like yesterday.
Well, with the love letter that Dan Campbell wrote, that was a verbal bath bomb for Jared Goff. Hope the lavender's ready. My goodness.
Well, when you say after losing to the Vikings in embarrassing fashion, where Jared was horrific, by the way, when you say you're going to look at everything, you should have said, I'm going to look at everything except for Goff. Because they're not looking at Goff.
Exactly. And again, you can win with Goff, but they're going to have to make the team around him a hell of a lot better. No, I don't think it's a couple of tweaks. I think Decker's retiring. I think Glasgow's retiring. So now, okay, couple of tweaks. No, it's called I need an all-pro center, a Pro Bowl left tackle. I need an upgrade at one of my guard spots. So, okay, then. So
that was Corbin that did that. That's a Rams fan right there, though. Sorry, Corbin.
And what about it?
Yeah.
We're going to the playoffs. Are you guys?
There's nothing better than getting a text while you're live on the air from somebody at this station saying you got to record something before you leave. 40 seconds before my day is over. How about we be professional, people?
You want to get off now? Come on, go.
No, it's laughable. I've been in the building for 6 hours, 7 hours.
Just record it right now. Do it right now. Corbin can record it.
Go ahead. You know what? Honestly.
3, 2, 1. Hey, it's Mike Millenni for dogs. If you're looking for a new dog, head down to Mike's Dog Place. We got pugs, we got schnauzers.
Honestly, how about this next time? Text me when I'm driving home. Maybe I'll do it live in my vehicle. What's coming up next?
Hey,
besides me smashing something. Go ahead. What's coming up next? Go ahead. Before traffic decides to email a few other things over at 6 o'clock at night.
I know when you need to get out. I got a solid minute here. We're going to talk about Jared Goff. We're going to talk about Dan Campbell. I think you're being lied to, and I'm curious if the Lions' love affair with their quarterback is going to come back to haunt them. So we're going to get into that.